It's a little slow right now, but it should pick up.
Okay. You son of a bitch!
Having the summer tonight. I'm so say, so nigga coming
I'm sorry.
I don't think so. Just tonight. Where you going? I was looking for you. Good. Let's go. There's only 2 rolls, okay? What do you want?
2 beers.
Don't take the customers. Okay. Second, don't ever bring your boyfriends into my bar. As of this moment, you are to appear available, but never be available.
If that is not the perfect summation of the manosphere, if it were a bar, then I don't know what else is.
That was awesome. I love the OnlyFans girls just like looking over the house. Hello, everybody.
Hello, and welcome to Sip and Stream, Barflies and Nuts. This evening, it's not only myself sitting here by myself drinking, but I've got a companion too. So we're going to be drinking together, myself and the lovely Miss Torshaa. Why is it 2 A's?
Yeah, why is it? Because some hoe took Torshaa. Some other like Indian singer.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
it's okay.
Fair enough. I mean, I guess
You're
it
so
works out
professional.
better. It works out better because it kind of makes it like, oh, don't forget the 2 A's.
Yeah, that's true.
Fair enough. So, what are we drinking? Yes, excellent questions. First, let me come to the entire chat. Torshaa, I don't know if you notice, it also feeds both of them into one place, so you don't have to go back and forth. Isn't that nice? I love this. So, who is in the chat? We have Based Oracle, Doug the Thug Fist. You're not first on the list today, unfortunately. Now you're not my number 2 fan. Sean Weiland, David Donnelly, Primal Studies, Sandwiches Represent, Dr. Robert, Sarah Peters, Shane Nolan. Interesting topic. I like that name because it's an interesting topic. Get to the gone. Kevin Johnson, Past, John Frederick. Welcome back, guys. Eric Mann. Let's see. Phil Brad, Michael Horsley, Don Juan, and Crackalack and Phil Brad. Oh my God, there's a lot of names on here tonight. Mark Morris, I know you saw me this morning. Glad to see you again.
A lot of
Something Suave. I don't know. Neo Starling, of course. And I forgot to inform you backstage, Torshaa, if anything goes wrong, and for reasons I discussed with you earlier, Neo does have admin abilities here, so he can jump in and handle it going forward if I need to bolt for any reason. We should be good, but it's always good to have a backup plan.
I can carry the team.
You've got this. I know you can. You guys could carry on all night for all I care. It's just a matter of making sure it gets shut down or people are getting let in from the backstage and things like that. So, oh, and I have to mention, this is my number 1 fan. This is my mama, Tomato Paste. There may be the Grumpy Tomato showing up tonight. That is my dad. Huge fans of mine. I'm so proud of that they're here and able to watch me. So you don't have to watch your language, but you have to understand my parents are watching. So
I understand. Hello, Mr. Tomato.
hello, Mr. and Mrs. Tomato.
I swear. Now I'm going to be sweating just because your dad's here. Hi.
Well, he's not here yet. He did say that he had an early morning tomorrow and he might not be able to tune in. So if that's the case, then we're okay because my mom doesn't care. My mom doesn't mind as much. She's seen me on the speed dates on Alex Playing with Fire, and she's like, fair game, whatever. But My dad, he can't watch those.
I just think on my dad being partially deaf, so I'm like, he just doesn't hear it. Like, it's fine.
That's the ignorance is bliss
Yeah,
concept right
yeah,
there on that one.
yeah.
Oh goodness. So Torsha,
Yes.
you are you still bartending or you have bartended?
No, I haven't bartended in like the past 2 years or so, but I used
Oh,
to. Sorry, my dogs are going to be really annoying. I feel it.
that's
I'll let
okay.
them out in a second. But
I've watched your streams before where the dogs get, they get going.
they're, I have two Dalmatians, so they're just like huge and
Yeah.
antsy all the time. But yeah, I bartended for like 11 years, something like that.
Yeah, I'm right there with you then actually. Not I don't think 11, but a lot of years. I don't know.
Started at 18, so it's
Oh, you
like
can
a
start at
little.
18?
Yeah, somehow it was legal. I don't know how. Like, to be honest with you, I worked for like a corporate Twin Peaks, so kind of like Hooters,
Oh.
and I think because there was a manager on the floor, like overlooking the bar, that it was technically legal to serve. I don't know.
Oh, that
Yeah.
makes sense, kind of. I think it also varies state to state and the liquor license themselves. Like out here on the East Coast, most of them are 21 and up. You could be a cocktail
Yeah.
at 18 because you're just delivering, but you couldn't actually make.
Yeah, I
So,
think it's like that over here too. I know New York is like the spot for bartending more than it is Las Vegas.
yes,
Yeah, so
that's because they actually
Friday.
have. Oh my God, could you imagine doing that? Like,
I don't know.
actually, I don't know. Did you do like a 5 a.m. style
Oh yeah,
nightclub?
oh yeah. I worked in Las Vegas, so I worked at the graveyard shifts too. So I'm a night owl. She's like,
Well,
no.
I mean, I'm not anymore. I'm still a night owl, but I wouldn't be able to like bartend till 5. There was, I guess, bartended down in DC. Uh, it was like on and off within like a year's time frame. I had a couple different like hot spots down there, and they were the 5 o'clock ones. And so I would bartend at one place,
Mhm.
during like a regular shift, be done at like 10 and then scoot over there and kick off at 11 o'clock at night there. And then you're home at like 6, 7 in the morning and you're just completely dead to the world.
Yeah.
And then I'd have my daughter and, she'd be waking up and I'm like, no.
Oh no. That sounds like the longest night ever. I don't think I could do that.
And then it turns into the longest day on top of that. So it was rough. It was
doesn't
rough.
stop.
Hmm?
It wouldn't stop. You'd be working nonstop. Like, how do you get
Yeah.
stuff done? Errands
Well,
during the day and stuff. You can't go to the DMV at 2 a.m.
true, but the great thing about bartending is you can get away with working like 3 or 4 nights,
Mhm.
and that's it.
Yeah.
And so you
They
have
like
either
you.
3 or 4 days. Oh yeah,
If they like you.
I'll say this: I never bartended anywhere where I had to bartend like a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh,
I
really?
never had to do it. I never had to do it. I never had to earn my spot. It just happened.
Yeah.
So, but I'm good at speed bar, so that works out very well
Hell
for
yeah.
me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think as long as you have see any bartending gig I got, it was they found me from another bar, and
Yeah.
they're like, "I'd
Oh,
like you to come
awesome.
bartend." Yeah, so but that's because they always happen to like be there, and I'd be running like the service bar or something, doing speed, and
Yeah.
they're like, I want you," because
Yeah.
bartender, you have to be fast.
It's rare that you find fast bartenders. Like, if we're keeping it real, like
Yeah. Oh my God. I think that was the most annoying thing. And tell me if your experience is different, but male bartenders, they can be fast. They
Mhm.
just choose not to.
I was actually trained by 2 men when I went to the city. Not when I started, but when I went to the city, and they are the fastest bartenders I've ever seen in my
Really?
life. Yeah.
All right. Your
But
experience is much different then.
Yeah, Chicago, it's a lot of people are a lot of the bartenders are like 35 and up, so
Mhm.
they've been doing it a long time. But
Oh, wow.
they were super fast, but they were probably they knew a lot of the people, so like people were patient. I don't know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Maybe. I
Yeah.
mean, if you're 35 and doing it, you do it for a living and you care about your job,
Yeah. I love
right?
bartending. I think
I
it's
I loved it.
yeah.
Mm,
Cheers.
cheers. Hope that wasn't too loud on the thing.
No, that was quiet.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
I felt like if somebody wants to do that for a living, like they have no intentions of transitioning into corporate America, yeah, and like they're going to do it and they're going to do it well because
Yeah.
you depend on that. And obviously, the better you do, the more tips you get, the more Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights you're going to get, and you get the schedule that you want, things like that. So.
Yeah.
But it's the bartenders that are doing it and they don't care, and maybe they're like, I don't know, 24 and don't care about anything and haven't realized that eventually you have to adult a little bit more than just making rent money.
Yeah.
And they just it could be like a crazy Friday night and everybody else is running around like a chicken with its head cut off, and then there's the young male bartender just like do 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 do.
Really?
Oh my God, it drove me nuts.
See, we could get fired at any second. So if you weren't pulling in more than 1,200 was really low. If you were not
Yeah.
pulling more than 1,800, you are not going to be on the schedule next week unless you're like fucking the
Wow.
manager. Excuse my language. What's your dad's
Wow.
name?
He's the grumpy tomato. I don't think I've
Sorry,
seen him
Grumpy
in there
Tomato.
yet.
I'll do better.
Yeah, tomato paste is in here, and that's my mama. I haven't even checked the
Hi,
chat. I'm so
Mom.
sorry, guys. Normally I'm on this. But yeah, she's my number one. She's shown up. I kid you not. She's
I love
shown up
that.
for everything, everywhere.
Woo.
I mean, even if sometimes she has to catch it later,
Yeah.
but she's a night owl too, so this works out great for her.
Yeah.
But she did already let me know she might not be able to hang out too much in this one because she's actually hanging out with my grandparents tonight.
Oh.
So
Oh.
no, I don't think they want to listen to their granddaughter talk about bartending stories or anything like that. So
Cheers.
fair assessment. Cheers, bitch.
What made you start drinking Prosecco?
Good question. So I have run through all of the beverages.
Yeah.
I've run through them all. I've had my phases, and I know you didn't expect me to be in my late 30s, but
I know. I was like, wait, what?
I'm like a pro at this point.
Yeah.
But I'm 36. Thanks to Freak for putting that one in there. I'm 36 years old. I'm ancient. Okay, according to the Manosphere world, I'm post wall. I didn't just
Hell
hit the
yeah.
wall. I ran into it head first like a crash test dummy. Okay. But I'm 36, so obviously, I went through the beer drinking phase. I went through the wine. I went through the bourbons. I went through where I was drinking a Jack and Ginger, a vodka cran,
Ooh,
the
tequila.
Jägermeister. Okay, I've learned with tequila.
Jaeger.
Okay.
That
Oh
was
my
like
God.
drink in high
Ugh.
school.
Oh my God. Well, when I was in high school, you were in probably diapers, okay?
Doesn't
Or maybe
matter.
grade
Who
school.
cares? Who cares?
But when Jaeger was popular, that's when I was like, I don't even think I was 21. I think I was like 19 when Jaeger hit really hard,
Oh.
like the Jaeger bombs and stuff.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Jaeger bombs. It's been a minute.
Ugh.
Anytime somebody says something, I'm like, oh my God, I forgot about that shot. A Jaeger bomb is so common. Like, it's
Well,
really-
now you have cherry bombs, grape bombs, cherry grenades, like all those other little things, which is great because I can handle vodka way better. So when the other variations of the bombs came out, it was so much better. I hope this doesn't get flagged because we're saying this word.
Oh, I was thinking about it.
Context
Like,
is
oh
key.
no. Oh, no.
Context is key, guys. It's a drink.
I didn't even know that the names of the drinks were based on actual like bombing events. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Yeah, in Ireland, that's where the car bomb comes from. people are really sensitive to it. When I was in Vegas, I had to learn like 1,200 drinks and the names of it, where it came from, exactly what you make with it or whatever. But I remember thinking, car bomb, there's so many bombs. Like there's so
Kind
many.
of a scary concept if you think about it. Like, what creepy
Ozzy?
person was sitting around being like, "Yo, I'm gonna put some stuff in some Guinness and we're gonna make it a car bomb."
I don't know, but God bless his soul, because those are addictive. I think they're good. Have you tried
Ugh.
one?
Oh God, it curdles my stomach.
It
It's
doesn't. Have you had it? You got to
Mhm.
try it. Oh, really? You
And
didn't?
well, here's what I think I did wrong because I only tried a car bomb once.
Oh,
And I think I let it sit too long because when I dropped it, I was like so hesitant to drink it that I'm sitting there and I'm like,
yeah.
and so
Then
by
it
the time I
curdles.
did finish getting it, it had already curdled over. So
If
it
you
wasn't
do more, like, I think it's Jameson and Bailey's, just do more Jameson than Bailey's. Just do like a dab of it, and then you won't
really.
get any of that issue. Yeah.
All right.
Unless you want to strain it, but like that seems really
Mm,
excessive.
that'd be a lot of work.
Yeah, for a
Be a lot of
carb,
work.
not worth
Oof.
it.
Yeah. But so I've gone through back to the let me circle back around. I've gone through all of these phases
Mhm.
of all of these different drinks in my life, and I've enjoyed them. But I remember having like champagne, like really having a drink for the first time and actually sitting down and enjoying the bottle. And I was like, man, it's so bubbly and I feel energized. I'm not tired. I'm not like a squirrel on crack with Red Bull. Like all of these different like beer just makes me feel bloated. And I'm like, gosh, this is the perfect combination for me.
Yeah.
And so thus began my love for like champagne, prosecco. I love a good brut. Vouv is my favorite, but they're like
Yeah.
70 something dollars a bottle. So I don't get those often because I'm like, that's just too much
Yeah.
for something that's gonna last me only a few hours.
Yeah. It goes so quickly. Champagne.
It
Any
does.
champagne or even prosecco. Yeah. Prosecco
Mhm.
champagne, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. It's just like
Oh,
I think
right.
I feel like it's a sweeter. It's like a
Sweet.
sweet wine, but
Yeah.
it's a bubbled sweet wine, but I still consider it to be a champagne. I think it's just a matter of where it comes from is what you can call it, right? Because champagne can only come from champagne,
Yeah.
right?
But
Yeah.
I think prosecco, they do something different with the grapes. Like I know they do something different with what do you call the rosé? So
Yeah.
it has like half like purple grapes and then half white. And then when it
Mhm.
comes to, I think prosecco and champagne would probably be, I don't know. I feel like I learned this and I don't remember. Hold on, let me let my dog just out of this room because she keeps barking.
Yeah, do your thing. Yeah, it says Italian sparkling wine, and it's a brut. Yeah, I think it's because it's considered a wine, whereas the champagne is champagne still considered a wine?
Have you ever put grenadine in it?
No, I don't like grenadine. It's
No.
too syrupy and sweet. Oh, no. Just
Damn
like
it.
I don't like peach schnapps, but we were talking about the Chambord and stuff earlier, but, something like that that's not it's still dense, but it's not quite as, like, sugary.
Grand Marnier and stuff.
Grand Marnier, like, oh my god, I used to shoot Grand Marnier with, like, a Sprite chaser, like a little like a little thing of Sprite to chase it, like, straight shot.
I had one customer that did it exactly the same, but it was
Mhm.
7 Up. It was a
Yeah,
bar. Yeah.
yeah, makes sense.
They they loved it.
Oh
They
my
loved
god.
orange
Well,
liqueurs.
it's really smooth going down, and it's not like, when if you did a shot of vodka or bourbon or something, like, you'd get that really hard,
Yeah,
tickle in the back of your throat, you're like, "Ooh, that burns."
I don't get
Um,
that anymore.
oh my god, you're a professional. But Grand Marnier, it's like it's so much smoother, and it's got that sweeter kick to it, so you're
Yeah.
still getting, like, that feeling of doing a shot of vodka, but it's not quite as hard on you. So
Yeah.
it's not it's a
Yeah.
little bit easier, but I remember doing those, like, turned 21 and people were doing shots of Grand Marnier with the Sprite
Really?
kickback. Oof.
So it was
Wait,
a thing.
it was a thing.
I thought it was so weird when he ordered it. It was in
Yeah.
Texas when I worked in Houston, and I was like, "That's
Oh.
new. I've never seen anybody do that," but
Mm.
They
No,
like
I mean, I feel like it's an East Coast thing because it was in Virginia where people were doing it out here, but there was a lot of military close to that area as well. So it might have been, somebody
hell no.
imported that concept, from
The
I don't
military.
know. Yeah.
They drink
Yeah.
Jack and Coke, and that's it.
No.
Yes, that's all they drink.
No, they do not. Well,
Marines.
no, they're like the most adventurous ones. Now they'll start off with a Jack and Coke, but once you get them going crazy, they're like shots all around. They're nutballs, man.
Seen Adios Mother Fudge and Jack and Coke, Captain and Coke. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah, they're very boring over here, unfortunately.
Sounds like it. Well, we have down in Virginia, we had it was a huge Marine base down there. They had officer training school. Maybe that's the difference because they had officers down there. They have the money to explore other options.
Yeah.
And it's DC, so they're, and it's everybody's importing in, going through a training, and then they leave. So they all learn different things in one area.
Yeah.
So I guess it depends where you are and what's going on for sure.
Yeah. They'll try whatever. Like I've seen them try girly drinks, if you will. And it's just that when I see them, it's like Jack and Coke, Jack and Coke. I'm like, did you just drink that? Sir, slow down. He's like, if I remember your face, it's too close together.
Yes. Yes. What's your worst bartending story?
I had a guy came in and he ordered a stout and then he ordered some mixed cocktail, and I had only a few guests and they were at like the end of the bar, and all of a sudden they just vomited everywhere. I was young too. I think I was newly 21. I was like, wait, what? Nobody was in there, but I had to get I had to get the bar back to clean it. I cleaned it. I got him an Uber because Uber was around or whatever, and sent him to his house. But that was the first moment that I was like, oh crap, you got to be careful if people are drinking beforehand.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Oh my
It
God.
smelled like that for a long time. It was gross. What about you?
I don't know if I have. I thought about the question, but I didn't think about my own answer.
Any bad guests?
Um,
Have you
gosh,
ever
it's
been
been
unable to close out?
Oh my God, those are rough. That's when you just I mean, always taking cards, of course, but that's when you close yourself out and give yourself like 30% and say F it, whatever. But are you talking about like drinking too much and not being able to
meant that, but I was trying to
down
think
out?
what you were throwing down.
Yes. Okay. There was one, and I never went back after.
Oh, you guest bartended?
Huh?
Was it like a guest gig or something?
It was like a one night a week gig that, and they found me, and, I was like, yeah, cool. And I kind of didn't care about the place anyways. The numbers were good as far as the sales, but the tipping didn't match the sales. And I kept feeling like I was getting shafted because I wasn't like, it was like me and the other bartender, like they were counting the tips out.
Yep.
But they would never let me and I was like, I don't like this. So I wasn't there very long because that's an issue for me. You talk to any bartender and their money, they will count even if you've counted 10 times.
Yeah.
And money doesn't just like, I had another problem with the servers coming back, like the little cocktail, table service girls, and they would come to the back and reach in our bucket to trade out for like hundreds for ones. And I'm like, no, I don't care how busy I am. You get a manager to do that, or you wait for me to do it. Like I just had so many issues with this. So obviously I just didn't care, right? I didn't feel like the money was coming in the way it was supposed to. It wasn't matching the numbers.
Yeah.
So I felt like I was being shafted somewhere along the line. Mm-hmm. And we had there was a night when one of the guests that came up to the bar was like, can I buy you a shot? And I'm like, you certainly can.
1942.
At this point, I was just like, fuck it, I don't care. So they bought me a shot, and I did like a little lemon drop and everything. And all of that stuff. And then it just turned from one lemon drop to somebody else wanted to buy me a shot, somebody else. And I was just like going and going and going. And thank God I had a friend that lived in DC. I remember calling them and I was like,
Help.
yeah, I remember being in the back and I was trying to like count out or something. And I just remember saying out loud, like, I'm too drunk to drive all the way home. Can I stay with you tonight? And I remember looking around and like the manager was standing there, the owner was standing there, the other bartender, and everybody just had like this look of like, oh my God, why is she, and I just never went back after that because I was like, I don't care. I just don't care.
Yeah, see, owner.
I see you in the back. We're gonna finish up girl talk for a little bit, but then I'll bring you on and whenever we get to that point. But I see you there.
Let me grab my dog again.
Yeah, do your thing. Doggy duty. I love dogs. So to the crowd, I want to know what is everybody's favorite drink. You probably have been saying it. I have not paid attention to the chat. I apologize. Usually I'm very focused on the chat. And tonight I suck at this for some reason. So if everybody could just type in what their favorite drink is. Water. I love that. Whiskey on the rocks, chick drinks. Fair enough. So are we talking like Bahama Mama, pina coladas? Oh my God. That brings me to the idea. Frozen drinks. Have you ever had to work at a bar that does those?
Yeah.
Like oh my God.
I can make them too on the spot, but it's just a bit.
It is. And it's always like blender's broke. Sorry. Can't do it.
Yeah. You fill up a little baggie of ice and zip it. Then take your metal container and just mash it. Pour the alcohol in it. Put the bag back in the freezer. Get your glass, all that stuff. Once you have all your stuff, take it out, and it'll be like in slushy format. And then
wow,
yeah,
that's pretty wise. But the fact that you're even taking that much time to do that, that's love.
I mean, it doesn't take that long. If you are, I mean, I'll take like tens of orders at a time. I've always worked really high volume, but even if you're just kind of like this, and then they give you your order because you saw them right away, they're patient,
Yeah. The eye contact is key.
Yeah.
Like just a little head nod, like, yes, I see you. I'll be right there. And then you go, like you run your line,
Yeah.
What do you want? And then my favorite is when you could have like 10 deep, 10 over. Right. And they're all waiting and you come up to somebody and you're like, what can I get for you? And they're like, and you're like, moving on. What can I get for you? I can
usually tell what they'll get just based on what they look like. So I'll just I'll say the drink and then they're like, yeah. They think I'm a wizard.
Oh, you're a psychic, actually. You're a witch. All women are witches. Be careful because we can tell you exactly what's going on and what you're going to be doing and what you're going to drink.
Yeah. You just notice patterns at a certain point. It just becomes, I mean, I guess that's kind of wrong. Probably not the best thing if you can recognize patterns, but I'm only doing it so that you guys get your drinks quickly.
Well, and that brings me kind of to the next concept is men in dating and how dating, like being a bartender has kind of like ruined dating or maybe made dating even easier to pick them out in terms of the bad ones faster.
Yeah. Yeah, you can just know who's good, who's not, at least from that pool of people. But yeah, a lot of the smoother they are, the more outgoing they are, probably the more slutty they are. I don't know. I've always met people and dated, like my boyfriends I've met at places of work, but I always came up to them. Just like threw a lime at them. I'm like, hey, come here.
Hey, you with the face. But I feel like you also kind of have your pick of the litter being a bartender because everybody wants the bartender, but the bartender doesn't want anybody. But then when she does pick somebody, it's like, oh, guys, I'm it.
I didn't know it was like a sort of a kink, like men just really want the bartender because she's nobody can have her. I didn't know that until I was like 27. It's like, really? This is a well-known thing?
Yeah.
I don't know. You get so many people hitting on you when they're wasted. And so it's like come see me tomorrow, and if you remember me, then maybe I'll get
Right.
you or
Maybe
whatever.
we'll have a conversation. Well, I think it's because I compare it to like a celebrity, even like being a YouTuber. It's the same concept. Like you are this thing,
Rock
right? That
star.
yeah, and you exist in a more fantasy style world. Like you are the bartender, and you're not part of the party, but you make the party happen, right?
Yeah.
And that makes you like the celebrity, the MC, the host, the special person that everybody knows, but she doesn't know any of them. There's like
Yeah.
2,000 of them that run through and see her face in a night, but she doesn't know any of them.
Yeah.
But everybody knows their favorite bartender, right?
Yeah. It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
So they at least know him by face.
Yeah.
So with that, like it makes you kind of like the celebrity of the bar or the community that you're in, or
Nice to you because they want free drinks and yada yada.
Mhm. And everybody wants to know somebody like, oh, I know the bartender. We're good. Like,
All the guys want to, and I always wondered why. And then as I got older, it's like, oh, because it's kind of status. Like if you're like, oh, hi, Tori, when they walk in, like, yeah, I know her. So you're
mhm.
okay. John.
Well, and if you know their name,
I
it makes
always
them
do.
feel
I'm
even
so
more
good at it.
special.
I was
Yeah.
like known as the person that remembered names. So bartenders would be like, hey, do you remember that guy's name? I'm like, Jerry? Yeah, to ask him about his child. Like, I'm really good at it.
Or best case, worst case scenario, maybe like what they drink and their stories, like their backstory. You may forget their name, but you'll have them cued in on the computer, like the kiosk is like Yingling, because he always drinks Yingling or something like that. Or like Katie's dad, or I don't know, some weird thing like that. That one dude. We actually had a regular, we named him Tiffany's bracelet on his tabs because none of us could remember his name, but he came in.
Like,
No, he bought me a Tiffany's bracelet.
oh,
Yeah,
SC.
so
That would have been his name in my computer, Sugar Daddy.
sugar daddy. Well, that's what the girls always said that anytime he walked in, and they're like, "Your sugar daddy's here, Sarah." And I'm like, "Oh, joyous." But they weren't complaining the way he was tipping either. So,
Yeah.
because we all had to share it. And, he would, how you always have to share. And so he would give me 2 pieces. He'd be like, listen, put this one in the bucket. It's fair enough to go around. It's more than enough to go around, but this one's just for you. And I'm like, okay, as long as you gave one to both, then I'll do it that way. But outside of that, I'm a big believer in sharing the cause. So
Yeah, tip karma,
exactly.
But if your tips are coming out weird and the other person's counting the money.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why, I mean, I was kind of trying that place out. I wasn't sure if I even wanted to stay. And I only wanted like one night a week anyways, because I already had another gig going. And so it was just like the first time I was like, maybe it was just a fluke. The money seemed weird. But then, like second week, third week, and then by the fourth week, I'm like, no, this is too consistent. And watching everything around me, I'm like, nah, not at all.
I used to get hired on to like later in my bartending career to pick out the people stealing and find loopholes in the system and figure out or whatever. And they got really creative. If you go on a smoke break, they're probably going to take from the bucket. Just like that.
God.
Yeah. So, and I smoked. So I didn't realize that until I went back through cameras and I was like, that son of a bitch. Little whore. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. So that, when you can do the thing like, oh, I forgot to pull the money from the last tab and I'm closing cash, pull that out, pull in a 5, put the 5 to the side, put the rest in the tip bucket. Yeah. I mean, they'll do it so many different ways. They'll have comp tabs and the people already paid for those drinks technically. And then what's his face, like your manager will comp it out and then you'll take that from cash. I mean, there's so many ways.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's dirty. And well, it's even dirtier when that's the number one rule I always felt as a bartender is like don't fuck with our money.
Yeah.
Because that's the one place where we all get will get crazy, like
Yeah.
crazy protective, very like
I mean, you
wears
don't work
bucket
for
boots.
free, you know?
Right. That is
Like,
your money. That's your
yeah,
living.
yeah.
I'll never forget we had a girl who she was actually kind of inflating our buckets, you know, we didn't
Rounding
think
it.
she was she was
Me too.
she was stealing, like she would tell somebody, not from us but from the bar,
Yeah.
but it was benefiting us, we just didn't know it, so it made us all feel
Mhm.
dirty when we all found out that she would like, because we knew what the everybody knows, you know, if you give somebody a bottle of Bud Light how
Right.
much it is, so if
Yeah.
they hand you a 5 you know exactly what the change is going to be, so on and so forth. So she was doing that, but she was telling them exactly how much, but instead of giving them cash out of the register,
Mhm.
she was giving them cash out of the tip, like change out of the tip jar. Or if they said just keep the change because it was only like $1 something back,
Yeah.
she would just put the whole 10 in the bucket.
Oops.
No, like we were completely blindsided. Like we all just
Yeah.
showed up one day and she was gone, and we're like, wait, why is she not on the schedule? Like
Oh,
she
good. They've picked up on it, though.
they picked up on it
Bar
because they had
backs.
the cameras. They had the cameras. We didn't have bar backs. We were doing our own
Oh,
stuff.
really?
But yeah. Oh my God. The manager would take care of like the beer tabs because they were in a completely separate room. But all the other stuff, we did all the like ice and everything ourselves. But
Yes, we had to do beer tab. Like, we had to fucking put it traumatized
ooh,
me.
trying to change a
Yeah.
keg. Oh my God.
Sprayed it all on myself the first time, and I was like, I'm gonna get fired because it's Vegas. Like, they don't fuck around. Like, the best of the best get hired. And
Oh my God.
maybe I can just, and then manager's just like, just go, get back behind the bar. I was like, okay, sorry, bye. That's what you do. If you don't want to ever do something, fuck it up the first time, and
Yes.
they'll never ask you
Yes.
again.
But I'll never forget the first keg I finally like changed on my own. And I was like so proud of myself because I'm like, look, shit didn't fly everywhere. Look, I got it on right. Look, it's working, guys. It's working. But then after that, you're like, I'm a pro. I got this.
Yeah, if you can get it, but just when you look at it, you're like, oh, it makes sense to pull this, and it never goes well.
It
Never.
never goes well.
Yeah.
No.
We had to do it
No.
behind the bar too. We had like a keg behind the bar,
Mhm.
you know, the little ones.
And you
Ugh.
got to pick them up and like grab them out. And it's
Yeah.
like, tink.
Yeah. Yeah. Luckily I worked with 5 really muscular gay men because it was at a gay nightclub. So
Nice.
they took care of all that stuff, and I just worked my magic on speed bar or whatever. I'm really fast, but it's pretty much all I got going for me. You want to have a like long conversation during a slow hour? I'm awkward. I'll do it, but like
That's probably what makes you so cute, though. You're probably like a total moron. You know what I mean? But you're a girl. So it's like, oh, she's so cute. What a sweetheart. Bless her heart.
yeah. Yeah, if they're older, they would always mansplain, which I hate that word, but they would
Oh yeah.
want to teach me like how to form an LLC because I was doing stuff on the side and whatever.
Mhm.
And it's just like I got a lot of really good advice, honestly, from like the top of the top. I mean, you never know who's gonna sit in your bar seat. So
True. Very true.
yeah.
I think I had what's his name from what's that band?
Oh, do you have famous people?
What is his name? Only because he was a bar back there, and this was down in Annapolis. He was a bar back there from Good Charlotte. It was from Good Charlotte. His name was Benjamin something. I forget his last name, but he showed up one night, and I didn't know him from Adam, but then all the owners knew him because they're like, oh, that's such and such. Like he always comes here because this is where he like got his first job, and like they supported his band and all these other things, and so he always comes back every now and then when he's in town. And I was like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
But I think that was as famous as it went. And
Really?
Good Charlotte's not that big.
No, they're big. What about in DC? Do you have any public figures? I feel like they're the only ones that go out.
I mean, I got a picture with Kevin Bacon, but that was not while I was bartending.
Oh, okay.
And that was down in like at the Marine Corps Museum. He was touring there for an upcoming movie. That was with Ashley, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
this was, and I think I was like 19, and she happened to be there, and she called me, woke me up. I think I was cocktailing at that time because I was still I think I was 19.
Yeah.
And she called me. She's like, "Get your ass over here right now." Blah 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 blah. Kevin Bacon's here, and I'm like, okay.
Not all
I got up.
heroes wear capes. That's so nice of her.
And she did. So her and I have a picture of us with Kevin Bacon. So we
Nice.
are 1 degree to bacon, and that's we own that picture. Like anytime somebody drops famous people, we're like Kevin Bacon. Psh,
That's
we're
awesome.
good.
That's awesome.
But I think as far as who is that rapper? What's his name? I have met Scottie Pippen, and we actually call him No Tippin' Pippin.
Then yeah.
There's yeah. He tried to run out on his tab that night too.
He always does. It's his
Go ahead.
thing.
Oh, it is his thing, isn't it?
Mhm.
But who? Oh God, no, is his name Karma? No,
What does he
no.
do? He's a rapper?
He's a rapper, I think. Karma.
Carmen?
Carmen.
What's a song? Do you have a
Or
song?
no, was he a rapper or a box? Oh God, I can't even remember now. But he
Boxer.
spelled it. No, it was something that he spelled with a.
Carmen.
Oh fuck, I can't even remember. Bill Clinton came through as well. And this was when I was bartending at an airport. Best gig ever, actually.
Yeah, it's union.
No.
Oh,
No, it is a corporate level bar, so you have insurance and all that, but your hours are actually normal hours.
yeah, that's
You're
right.
not bartending till 3 a.m.
Yeah.
And the peak hours, it's like working a day job, and you could work the was it
Happy
like
hour?
well, essentially like 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. You could work the 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. or you can work the 2 to 10.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because
That
the
is
bar, that entire airport actually shut down, and it was in DC. So that airport shut down after midnight. Like they, because of the local laws, they couldn't fly out after a certain time because the noise ordinance, because it was like right over housing and everything. So because of that, like we had no reason to stick around.
How many
like
bartenders on each shift?
you would have 2 to 3. It depends on what's going on, but whoever's the mid, they would kind of like swing one way or the other, whether they're coming in early or staying later. And they can choose to stay later. So if there's a bunch of delays, there's a monsoon outside, they could stick around and work, and you're both there till midnight because everybody's delayed.
Yeah.
And that's when you're really pumping it out. But it's the most consistent. You know exactly how much you're gonna make every day. It was never a question. Yeah, like it was always busy. Didn't matter because, and actually it was helpful to work like on a Monday shift because everybody was flying into DC or out or so on and so forth, like a day shift. Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. Sunday, everybody's flying back home.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so I mean, Sundays were packed. Ridiculously packed. So it was the most consistent job I'd ever worked and the most reliable. And you're not nightclubbing it. You're not like puffy eyes at 3 a.m. or crawling into bed. The music's not loud. It's not crazy, and it's, you don't have to like flash your tits to make a buck. Like you just have to show up in that instance and you can look kind of fairly normal.
Really?
In that aspect, yeah.
Like what do you wear? Just khakis or something?
Like a shirt. I would wear a shirt like this, but it would be like short sleeve. But it would, I do like semi low cut. But then you could wear your black leggings and call it a day. Or
that's nice.
Yeah, I mean you could wear whatever you wanted at the time, but it just had to all be black. No big deal.
Yeah,
everything's black. Do you own a bunch of black clothes?
Yeah, I do. Black and nude, and then just your random neon bodysuit of some sort that you're like, what was this for? Probably a holiday.
And then on holidays you're obligated to dress up, or on football, if there's like a football thing going on, you're obligated to wear a jersey or something. And
I was usually ahead of or like in charge of uniforms. It depended. So we would all wear the same thing. There was very rarely football games that we dressed up for unless we worked. It depended on where. I mean, I've worked in a lot of different types of bars, but most of the time it's just your tights, almost opaque kind of like leggings, and they would be skin colored, thigh high socks, gym shoes, or thigh high boots if you want. Most of us wore gym shoes though, because we were there for a while.
yeah.
And then black bodysuit with flannel over your waist, and that was pretty much like the look.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh. God, I'm so thankful. I just got away with just wearing black.
Yeah.
Just black, like nothing too crazy. Like the nightclubs I was at, it was just, just something black at least. That was it. Look sexy, please. And
yeah, for guest bartenders, it doesn't really matter. Just a black cocktail dress or something.
Yeah, it was fun to like dress up, for that kind of stuff. But at the same time, I'm like, God, I couldn't imagine doing this like too much, having to, especially if you have to have your hair down.
You had to have your hair down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I used to set up beauty stations wherever I worked. So I would bring like curling irons, straighteners, dry shampoo, whatever. So, I mean, yeah, you could even wash your hair if you wanted. They have like the on the wall dryer. It's great for
no way.
Yeah, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, it gets so sticky, and it's especially if it's long.
Yeah.
That's one thing. The only thing I like really hated, like, because I loved to wear my hair down, naturally, anyways. But bartending, it just drove me up a wall because it would just get so sticky.
Yeah.
Like from all of the like bottle slinging stuff, and stuff's like or it would touch the bar and get into some type of liquid somewhere, and it's just gross.
If you put on leave-in conditioner, like a spray or something, it works as like a barrier from that stuff. But I didn't learn that until really later, like almost like a week before I stopped bartending.
No way.
Yeah.
No way. I kind of liked the high ponies, doing like a high pony, maybe with like a little puff up in between that. But
yeah.
And that worked well because at least it was like off. You get so sweaty. It was like off my back and
yeah.
Fair enough. What was your best tip ever? Probably like $10,000 if you were in Vegas.
No, but to be like 800, and their tab would be, if they were gambling there, their tab was comped, I believe. I never dealt with comps, but they would 800, but you would end up splitting it with like 5 or 6 bartenders plus bar back 20%. So it wasn't that much when divvied up, but the most I've ever gotten by myself was 1,300.
Damn.
Yeah, it was. I've never gotten 1,300 again. I've gotten hundreds regularly. It just depends, but 1,300. I got it only once.
Wow, that's impressive though. But was that in Vegas?
No, it was actually one of my first gigs.
Really?
Yeah, I guess other people served. It was a guy and a couple of dudes. They served them before, and they tip well, but they tipped me exceptionally well. Like maybe I was accidentally overpouring. I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know why they did that. Because I was so awkward and shy. It was like, looking back on it, I didn't get outgoing until I worked in the city and I was drinking and kind of forced to say hi and make conversation. Yeah.
Do you feel like you're a better bartender when you at least have a shot or two in you?
I can do it either. You want to get me drunk? I'm all for it. You don't want to get me drunk? That's okay too. Yeah,
fair enough. See, it always messed me up. I'm happier. I'm peppier. Like, I'm what you would consider like the social bartender, like the one that, and I get them going when there's a band in, and I'm just like getting everybody rocking to it, and that's my style. my preference is always to be on service bar because then I don't feel the need that I
Talk
have to
to
talk to
anybody.
people. And then
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, this is so zen right now.
Yeah, you're just in the zone and
Yeah,
go.
you're in like robot mode, you know.
I love working the
Um,
well. We call it
oh,
working the well, but yeah.
well, yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
But oh my god, I completely forgot where
Well,
I was going.
wait, what was your biggest tip?
So but if I have like a shot or two or
Oh,
something like that, that would like completely destroy me.
what?
Yeah, like because I'm a lightweight.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I have one shot, I'm probably okay, but I'm gonna be like, oof, okay,
Really? You could take
gotta,
half.
I gotta focus. Well, I'm not a big drinker. Like I
Yeah.
might drink once a week, but
Yeah.
me drinking, my body's like, oh hey, what's this?
Yeah.
This is new again. Hello.
It used to make us more money. That's why we did it, because we could put it on the tabs and stuff. But
Hmm.
I mean, like Patron Cafe sounds disgusting. I had to work from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m., 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. So I was like, I didn't have a break. And so I took that. It was St. Patrick's Day or something. And it gave me a little push without
Little
like your
boost.
heart racing like a Red Bull would. Like, but I think it's disgusting. It doesn't taste good.
Oh,
But
it
you
looks
get
like
in the zone if you're like, if people are very frigid, having one shot might just be the glue that they need, you know?
mhm. Yeah, no, it's very possible. It looks like you had a couple um super chats here that I'm so sorry I missed them. I
I
didn't
didn't know it
realize
would
it.
even pop up for me. Thank you for the super chat. Keep your girl off OnlyFans one shot at a time. Cheers, ladies. Have one for me. Cheers.
Oh, I'll have
Woo.
10 for you. Cheers.
Any difference in bars before and after smoking ceased? Oh yeah. I didn't
Oh my
work
God.
when smoking was allowed, but that was before the housing crash, wasn't it?
Yeah, because I think it was like I remember I was pregnant with my daughter when the smoking ban like really kicked out, especially on the East Coast. Like all of Virginia was shutting it down, Maryland was shutting it down, DC, like they had already been shut down on that concept. There, you have to be like grandfathered in very specifically to be able to allow smoking in your bar, but the difference is actually better. I felt like more people stayed longer
Really?
because because you can like withstand it, you can breathe, you're like everybody's happier. And the smokers, like they just go outside, no big deal, and then they come back in, nobody complains. And this because the smokers are actually smoking less, they're actually inside drinking more because you can't
Really?
take a beer with you when you go outside.
Oh, we could. If we would have like different balconies, sort of,
Mhm.
but they were on the first floor. It was weird, but you had to
Yeah.
but most places you can't bring glass outside.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But because of that, like, and me being pregnant at the time, I was so grateful.
Yeah,
Like,
that's so awesome.
yeah, because like you don't have to, you're not around smoke and all of that stuff. You're not inhaling it, and it's just 10 times better. And you don't wake up smelling like, you smell your hair. It's like,
Yeah.
it still smells like me and not a pack of cigarettes. This is great.
I
So,
have to shower when I get off shift or I will
oh
feel
yeah,
gross.
yeah. Yeah, it gets like super nasty, like with the sweatiness and
I couldn't even get my tights off. They would be like stuck to me. Oh God. Just
ooh,
thinking about it. Cringy.
man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Shiza. So, have you ever dated men who come and see you while you're bartending and have issues with you bartending?
I had one that wanted to keep me like barefoot pregnant in the kitchen and offer to like support me that way, but I loved bartending, so no. I mean, that was the only guy that was weird about it, but he also met me behind the bar. So it was
Mhm.
like and he went out all the time. But other than that, yeah, I mean, some would come in and just like watch people who would talk to me, but I was like friends with a lot of people and just I was known for berating people. So even who I was friends with, like I'm making fun of them. So most of them were like fine with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. From my knowledge, they were probably really jealous, honestly.
Oh gosh,
What about you?
I've had some come in and just like sit there almost every shift. And
Oh no.
yeah, and it was like that only lasted like 3 times of them sitting there for most of the time, and then I'm like, "Listen, like, you're kind of
You're
this
ruining my
is
tips.
yeah, I can't be me with you,
Yeah.
like, I can't do my job, and be a flirt, and, like, you can't do this."
Did they bring
But
it up after shifts? Were they like, "I don't like when you do XYZ?"
no, thankfully, that wasn't an issue, but it was just the idea that they were there. I probably naturally stayed on better behavior.
Yeah.
So it wasn't, they didn't have anything, in front of them,
Yeah.
and if a guy is sitting there watching his girl, like every man at the bar is going to be watching that guy watching his girl because
Oh,
they can
yeah.
see that,
Yeah.
and they're not going to do anything if they see and recognize that. So,
Have you ever caught anybody filming you?
I don't think so.
Pay
That's kind of
attention.
weird.
Pay attention. They're doing
No
it.
way.
Yeah, and you legally can't do anything. I've had a guy throw a bar stool at me when I took his phone. I was like, "You disgusting fuck." Yeah.
That's gross.
They're
Like,
doing it so often. More of them are doing it than not doing it. Pay attention. Pay attention.
so gross, dude. Like, are they getting you while you're
$100
going down
trouble.
deep in the beer cooler? You're bending
Yes.
over in the beer.
Yes.
That's dirty.
Yeah.
That's dirty. At least ask first, I'll at
They
least pose for you, make it good.
they
You
don't they
know?
like it that you don't know.
Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah.
Why?
Because that's what most men will do when they're there.
Oh, the weird men. That's not a gentleman. That's just a weird dude.
Well,
No, that's
sure.
weird.
Gentlemen, I don't think would have their phone out at all, to be honest with you. I'm talking about
Good
like,
point.
yeah,
Yeah.
like those guys can make conversation without being on their phone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah.
Speaking of bartenders and phones, being on their phones.
I hate it. I if I see any of my bartenders just constantly on their phone, I just dismiss them and bring somebody else in because it's so rude
Nice.
to customers. At
Yeah.
least like turn around. If you're going to be on your phone, you're not you don't have a sense of urgency ever, and I just can't work with you personally.
Mm-hmm.
You can come back in on
Absolutely.
like a Monday. Like,
Yeah, I get it if you're like pulling up a certain if somebody's talking about us, if it's slow, only if it's slow, and somebody's like, dude, I want this shot. Somebody made it XYZ, and you're like, let's pull it up. I always like to take my phone specifically in front of the
and
customer
bring
and
it and
do
put
it
it down. Yeah.
so
Yeah.
that it's very clear we're both looking at this, and I'm not just sitting there like scrolling Facebook or something stupid. But that always drove me absolutely up a wall, especially if you're busy or there's stuff that needs to get done or whatever, and somebody's over there like, "Neep, neep, 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 neep."
And then they would they'd huff and puff, get off of it and come up to you just while you're shaking, just like so-and-so texted me, like trying to like make it. I'm like, don't even fucking tell me, dude.
Nope.
I'm the worst person to tell. Like,
Yep.
leave. I'd rather do this by myself. I don't know why we're splitting tips. Like, if you want to be on your phone, you better be freaking good at schmoozing.
Yes.
I have to do all the drinks. I don't have a problem with it, but go bring your phone by them. Okay. Go see
Yeah. Or if they have regulars that they're in communications with and they're like, like if it's a slow day or something, so like a slow night,
yeah.
and you're just like kind of like, man, we need more. We know we're gonna need more like tippers up here, and it's like, ooh, text everybody. Okay, let's all go to our phones and text all the regulars and tell them, or like Insta, whatever. I don't know. And they come flying. Okay, that's working for everybody's advantage here.
Yeah, or if they're
I know.
getting Starbucks or something.
Yeah.
Love them.
Yes.
Love them.
Oh my God. The regulars that bring stuff in.
Yeah.
Those are my favorites because
I know,
they're
that's
like,
awesome.
I know you like a venti chai tea latte, Sarah. I brought one in, and I'm like, oh, praise baby Jesus, you're
What do you need? I got you. My
Or they're like,
contract.
hey, tell me the bar's Starbucks order, you know?
Yeah. And they come in with just stacks and stacks of frappuccinos. Like not
Oh
all heroes
man.
wear capes. Love them.
No, not all at all.
Yeah.
But I know that the guys always liked it when my regulars walked in the door and they would all like high five me and they're like, "Oh, we're making money tonight, guys," you know, because they know they're my tippers,
Yeah.
you know, and they're like, "All right, Sarah, perk those tits up, you know, shake your ass a little. Come on, let's go. Work it, work it."
Yeah. Yeah. I love my bartenders that have high tippers. I'm always like, do
Mhm.
your thing. I'll take care of everything else. No
Yes.
problem. Go
Yes.
over there,
Yes. Go sit with them. Ye
willingly. Like I'm so
yes.
excited.
You're gonna bring in a few $100 just on one person? Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, so how long did you bartend for them? Oh, wait, you did say that. You said 11 years. And then, so what actually brought you like to wanting to do that?
To bartend.
Mm-hmm.
I was working at Twin Peaks and you got graded on your hair, skin, makeup, nails, just got lined up like a cow and you're just like
Wow.
great. Like
No
yeah.
way, really?
And I always was like 10 out of 10. I had platinum blonde hair at the time and it was a Texas chain. And so whenever the DL would come in or something, they're just like, oh, this is like poster child. I was super skinny. And so they eventually were like, after 3 months, something like that, they were like, oh, we want you to bartend. And it was brought to my attention later that you needed to be there working for like 6 months minimum. Like girls
Mhm.
would beg to be behind the bar. So I was very grateful. Like the girls were very mean about it. But then I
Ugh.
ended
Oh,
up getting offered a job in the city. And then I went to go interview, which was weird because it was like 9 p.m. and you had to be all dressed up. I didn't go to a club yet. I was like newly 21. And they were just
oh.
like, we want you to be a bottle service girl. And I was like, I am not going to do that. Bartending or not. And they're just like, oh, okay. And then I get behind the bar and these are, I mean, I've never seen bartenders do like some of the stuff they were doing. It's fast,
Mhm.
just
Oh,
like
yeah.
really outgoing. And at the end of the night, I remember being like, I literally only made $500 out of drinks like in the computer and these bartenders were like 6,000 and I was like
Damn.
I feel like I was moving and dying like
Yeah.
it
Like a
really
3,000 night is like crazy, but like
unheard of.
6,000, I don't know if I could imagine that
And the
one.
drinks were like they were like 12 $8, but they would have these comp tabs and I didn't know like
Mhm.
comp tabs downtown. I mean, you were given like $100 do your thing and I didn't know that people didn't pour things like with the little what do you call it
Just,
measure and I was like how is
the
it so fast.
you're like, 1, 2 I'm a heavy I'm a
I
heavy on
would
the
pour
floor.
it, and then I would put that down, go to pick up the soda like that. I didn't even do it like
You
this
didn't do
yet.
it go both ways?
I didn't do
Or
that
when
for
you
like
pick up water bottles with one hand and then you're squirting with the other, like, that's when that's when you know you're, like, you're intermediate level.
yeah, and I
But
remember
if you can
Luke was just
yeah,
like,
I know, like, pro level is if you can make a Long Island iced tea with just 1 round, you know, of picking up the bottles, then,
yeah.
you know, you're good.
I mean, by the end of it, I was doing tricks and like stunts behind the bar. I mean, we were entertaining, like,
Oh,
but
no way.
you have to work like high volume places nonstop, back to back, no break.
Yeah,
You get to the point where like you're picking up bottles, throwing it to your other hand just naturally
yeah,
for most people back there. So it's one of those things where they're like, how do you do it? I'm like, if you have to think about it, I feel like you'll mess it up. You have to
yes,
do it when you don't have any time. Like that's the
yeah.
best way to learn.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like every bar has a practice bottle,
Oh
you
yeah.
know,
Under
like
the
a plastic practice bottle.
chemistry thing where it's different tubes and different pores. Did you do that?
No, I mean, like a practice bottle for flipping, you know, like
Oh,
they take
just
like a
flip.
plastic bottle, fill it up with water, and you could
Yeah,
just, you know,
yeah.
like practice, you know, flipping stuff around if you wanted. Um, I was never into the flip. I always spin the tin. Like I always like to spin the tin like on my fingers, and then I'm like, "Phoop, poop,"
I'm
But
sure you do some stuff that you don't even know that you're doing. That's probably
possible.
flair. Yeah.
And every bartender has their I call it my popper topper. That's what I've always named it. That's what I've always said it. But your cap opener, your bottle opener.
Key. What is it?
Yeah,
Bar
your
key.
bar key. But it's always been my popper topper. Where's my popper topper? But
never
every bartender spins their popper topper all the time. When they're not doing something,
Yeah.
it's like they just start spinning. It's natural. It's normal. It's like, oh my God, you're bored. Okay. Signal accepted. Let's do something. Like we got to figure this out. It's like the national symbol for bartenders of I run out of shit to do.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I
Mhm.
used to like I learned a trick with those. I was able to stick like I forget. I have really long arms. Like I think it was like 12 Coronas and take the bar key and go whoosh, and they would all like
No way.
yeah.
That's impressive.
It was tricky though. I couldn't get it for a while. I was like, you can open beer bottles where it looks like you're cutting the glass. Count me in. Like I
Oh,
need to
man.
learn.
Yeah, how do you do that? I don't even think I've ever seen that.
This motion sucks. Once you learn
Mhm.
how to do that, you'll never go back. It's like
Really?
so much faster. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I'm
thankfully
drunk.
I don't bartend anymore, but like
Yeah.
I kind of miss it though. Like
Me too.
I miss it a lot. It's like a whole nother world. It's a community. It's a thing. I mean, I did bartend a couple of years ago in the community. So now, like, you know how bartenders know bartenders.
Yeah.
Like you
Yeah.
just, it's a circle of life for us. So now you can't, like, I can't go to another bar without running into another bartender who has come to see me when I was bartending, and things like that. And it's just, and you always pay the respect. They always give you a freebie,
Yeah.
and you always overtip them. Like it's just, it all
Call my
goes right.
mom. I just make sure I'm safe. Like,
Yes, exactly.
yeah, hold my
Like,
purse. One of those. No.
yeah, or can I put my purse behind the bar,
Yeah, exactly.
please?
And they're just like, yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
Love
because they
them.
know that you would have done that for them. It
Yeah.
just, yeah, but you
That's
only do that for certain people. If another girl asks and she's like, "Can I put my purse behind the bar?"
$20.
And you're like,
I just charge them $20.
"Really?
Yeah.
That's kind of genius. I would have never thought of that.
Yeah.
I like the way your mind thinks."
Yeah. Or when they're tipping with card, just stand there. It's my greatest tip. Yeah. As soon as you turn your back, you're not going to get a tip. But if you stand there, oh, yeah, baby. I don't fuck around anymore. I got bills.
Yeah. Can't
Yeah.
pay my bills. Can't pay my
Yeah.
telephone bills.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. What tips do you have? I must know.
Tips?
Yeah. Like what tricks did you do to get bigger tips? Everybody has something.
Oh, I got an ass, baby. I used it.
Oh, see, I actually the ROI on these babies was pretty
Yeah,
good.
I didn't even dare to wear anything low cut tonight because I'm like, there's no amount of match I can match with you.
Oh, well, you're fine.
I'm like, I'm gonna make sure I show that I'm not trying because it's not even close.
Something that I've learned when I've done creative directing or like doing the uniforms and stuff is that at the end of the day, men like to see different body types. Not that it matters, but like the girls that would be like, I have no boobs and try to wear a bra with like an open back bodysuit that we all had to wear. It was like, don't do that. Just like own the natural thing. And it looks so good. You might not feel like it does, but it always looked good. So anytime I hear something that's like, oh, I wouldn't out boob them, I'm like, shut up. Like you look good.
But
Actually like
I'm willing to put money on the idea that I can out ass you. Okay.
Oh, 100%.
Like it's literally if they could sculpt an ass, the perfect ass. I feel like mine would be the one.
Yeah.
That's where I'm gonna because
nice ass for being skinny, like, but nothing that great.
Yeah, mine's like it's like it's not overly, but you God,
It's there.
it's just that perfect amount of bounce, but it's not too much bounce. You know what I mean? But it's also like it's firm, but it's not like it's perfect. It's a good
Yeah.
ad.
Yeah.
It's, you know,
Jesus, $100, okay, for my troubles. Sorry, I'm reading the comments. Jesus, no.
$100 for your troubles. Yeah, I mean, I
Worthless.
think my tricks. I have the gift of gab.
Mm.
Even though I hate people, I'm probably much more comfortable talking to them than you would be, right? Like you feel weird or
Not
whatever.
anymore. Not
Well, maybe
anymore.
not anymore now that you've,
Yeah.
done public speaking a whole lot.
Yeah. I can make conversation with almost anybody now.
Right.
Yeah. But
And I feel like that's the piece where I reel them in, if there is time to talk, if I'm at a slower pace bar or something like that, like that's where I've always made the most is
yeah.
in the most investment, long-term investment to in like customers is with the gift of gab because they know, they understand, and they feel heard, they feel understood. And that's my magic trick is the
Yeah.
gift of gab.
Yeah, that's good. Making
Mhm.
genuine connections. Love it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, we can do the rainbow shot. We can spin tins all and we can like, spin the key and
Yeah.
do little things like that, but at the end of the day, they just wanna be heard.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
You
all they
never
want.
know why they sit down in the bar seat. So
Mhm.
make it a
And
good one.
some of the ones that you don't think are going to need that the most
Yeah.
are the ones that end up needing it the
I
most.
love the miserable fucks. They end up becoming my best friend by the end of it. I'm like, like I got you. They'll say something. I'm like, like I'll mock them, and they're just like, "Did you just-" and I'm like, yes, you need a shot for doing one. Okay.
Did you hold on. You went like fishbowl on me for a second. Say something?
Hello, testing.
Okay, you're back.
Yeah.
Okay, it's good. It just like fishbowled out for a second and then
What is
came back in.
bowling? Just like, "Whoop."
Where it sounds like you're underwater.
Oh no! Oh no, that's
Yeah.
not good.
Yeah, mine does that every now and then too, but I've learned that I can hear it in here too, so I've like learned to
man.
kind of like
Listen
step
for
back.
it.
Yeah.
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 Oh, yeah.
It's weird. Oh shit.
Sorry, there's so many comments. Oh my god.
I know.
It's
Well,
popping.
I've been so focused on the conversation and I'll give you that because not a lot of people can actually have me completely undivided attention. Just ask my mom. She knows damn well that I will do 100 things at once and be having a conversation with 20 people at the same time.
Yeah.
It's very possible. I can do it. She knows it. She understands it. So me being able to actually focus in just on you, and I haven't even looked at the comments. Neo, thankfully, he's in the back. He's pulling them up. Thank you,
Josh.
Neo. You are the star of the night.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. I'm very grateful. I've got such a good it's such a good community. I think is our vinyl community in here representing tonight. I think I see some of them in here. I know we also have the Manosphere crew in here. We've got the what is it? TMV?
TMP or something?
The Vital Message, TVM. The TVM gang is what we call that crew because that whole crew follows along in that little arena. Gosh, there's so many fun names I'm seeing. What an interesting mesh.
I feel like you're like a mom. I feel like you're like you're giving the either the key holder bartender energy, like something where it's like she just walks in like hello and then just takes care of everybody so calmly. You
It's
remind
what
me of
I
this girl
do.
Joanna I used to work with, and she's the same way. Everybody
Well,
has a specific personality behind the bar.
that is what we do as a mom. I am a mom. I have two. And I became a mom by 22. So I was already bartending not long before that. So probably the reason why I enjoyed the service industry so much because you're constantly serving to another human being. So it's
Yeah.
good stuff. I enjoy it. My thought process is if and I'm not even talking just behind the bar, but I'm talking as a person, as a
Mhm.
whole, you know.
Yeah.
You run into people every day, right? A cashier, you go to a restaurant, go to work, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
But you run into people every day, and my theory is if I can't make somebody's day just
A
that
little.
much better,
Yeah.
then what am I doing here?
Yeah. See, that's good energy to have. Most of the bartenders that I would see come and go really were just more miserable than the worst guests you could ever have. I mean, it seemed like they didn't like what they were doing. And listen, I don't like people, but I love them at the same time. It's
Yes.
like literally a love-hate relationship. And
Yes.
I
It's
don't know, I just
mutual.
found it rewarding.
Mhm. Well, and to think of it this way, like
True. The
like
miserable part.
doing kind of like something as simple as listening or as giving somebody a beer or just smiling and making somebody feel seen or heard.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually take that much effort on your end.
Yeah. Just
You
that
know,
alone.
I mean, literally, you just have to smile and just recognize them as a human being. It's
Yeah.
that easy. And being able to do that and just putting that little tidbit of effort, even if you're having a crappy day, bartenders aren't allowed to have crappy days, right? But even if you're having a crappy
Yeah.
day, sometimes just faking that smile for the first 10 minutes,
And then you're
you
good.
you get into your groove and then you make somebody else's day that much better. And you're like, oh my God,
Yeah,
I'm good, guys.
you
I'm good.
forget about what was even wrong. That was what
Yeah.
I loved about it.
Or you hear somebody else telling a sad, terrible, horrible story, and you're like, you know what? My day wasn't that bad.
It's like, okay, we're taking Rumplements. Let's go. Like, it's a rough day. They
I
lost.
got you, baby. Pistols on me. Cop
Yeah,
tab all the way.
I've heard crazy stuff.
Oh my
Crazy.
God. Okay, what's the craziest?
Uh, mm, I probably shouldn't say that. A woman said, oh, I'll never forget in Vegas. There was a woman that came in respectfully, like a really large woman, really large, wearing
Mhm.
a rainbow dress, which do you? Okay, I'm all about it. And started shouting that Jesus was on their way down, like saying some like crazy religious stuff, but they were like either off their meds or something. And then they ended up taking all the drinks and like throwing it around and then just got so angry to the point where like we called the cops, obviously. And it come to find
Damn.
out they were on meth. And that was my first experience of that drug.
What?
But they were like I was by myself. So I was so scared that I
Oh
don't
my
know. It
God.
was the
That's gotta be
craziest
freaky,
probably
man. Especially when you're riding solo. Like,
in
I
Vegas.
mean, I'm assuming you had bouncers and stuff, but
Let them
like,
in. Like
oh my God.
I don't know what Ryan was doing, but like
This
they
is your
let her
public
in.
service public
Oh,
service announcement.
and
Kids, don't do
it
drugs.
it ended up being a dude in a dress. Like when I first saw them, I thought it was a woman, but it ended up being like straight up dude, cross-dressing, do your thing. Okay, do your thing. It's Vegas. I don't care. But I
Yeah.
thought they were gonna punch me because they did that with the drinks. I was like, what's different between me and that cup, you know?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, what is the difference? And it's at that point, you either have to like establish some form of dominance and be like, you're gonna sit your ass down right now, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what the fuck is up, and then we're gonna have a drink, okay, buddy? Or you're like, bouncers, bouncers.
Yeah, I didn't even want to make eye contact with them because their pupils were just like you looked at them and they
Mm.
thought you were a part of their paranoid delusions. It's a very specific type of look. Never again. You
Damn.
just don't want to make eye contact with them. And they were just screaming bloody murder. I hope they're
Wow.
okay because that's one hell of a drug, but hopefully they got
That's a
clean.
lot.
Yeah, I think
That's a
about
lot.
them often. They scared the fuck out of me, but I hope they're okay. Excuse my
Mm.
language. What
But
about you?
really, I mean, I feel like my worst case, I mean, I've had to like fly. They called me Spider Monkey after a point because I would fly over the bar.
Yeah.
Like
Oh yeah.
when you have to like chase somebody down for a card or to give them their card back or to give them their ID. Especially when I was at the airport
Yeah. Oh
because
yeah.
they're gonna fly away.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
my
I was
my like the manager got really irritated at having to mail IDs and stuff
oh yeah.
like after a while. So
I've
I'd
done
like
it on my
spider,
own time. I didn't know
huh?
I could ask that. I used to do it on my own time. They would text me because I used to have a lot of their numbers just in case. And like
Mhm.
they would be like, hey, I left my card there. It's like, yeah, you didn't close out your tab either, King. And he's just like, just add whatever you want. And I'm like, your
Thank
tab
you.
is
I
this.
will.
And then he's like, there was multiple occasions. They're like, can you ship this to where I'm going to be? And I'm just like, is this illegal? I didn't even know it was. It felt illegal at the time.
It's
Not
gonna
gonna lie.
cost you $50.
20. It was 20.
You and your 20, man.
Oh, no. Asking them $100 for my troubles. I can't even do
Okay.
that my own self. Like,
Seriously.
this is before Apple Pay. Now it's like,
Oh, makes sense. That
Yeah.
makes sense. Yeah, because it's like Venmo, bitch. Here's my card.
I couldn't use
Um,
that over. Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. Yeah.
Cash App, Apple Pay, whatever. Send me something because
Yeah.
I'm not coming out of pocket to send you your stupid card that you need because you're gonna be going out of town.
I just hope somebody would do it for me. That's all I had going in my
Well,
head,
and that's how I always thought of it, especially when I spider monkey styled because we had a long bar, and in order to get from behind the bar and out into the airport, you had to go this very long, long, long way around. Ain't nobody got time for that,
Yeah.
especially when there's terminals nearby and you're like, somebody has their license and you're looking up and you're like, I'm watching them go into the terminal, like into
No.
I'm like, no. I've actually I had to have that one of the ladies, what are they called? The flight attendants at the door. I've had to have one of them escort me on because I was like, look, listen, this dude straight up just walked on here. I need to give him his stuff. Like, I was like on a plane, on an airplane while they were all
Ryan
sitting down. I'm like,
Johnson.
yeah, like John Smith. I know you're in here. I just watched you come in here. Where are you?
Sign
And
your
yeah,
tab. Like,
yeah,
turns around.
but the amount of thank yous that you get for that
Yeah.
because it's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like I would have just had to have canceled the card or their driver's license.
Oh no, I always made sure. I would always take the ID and the card. And so it was very rare that they would forget both, but I would always hop over the bar and just find them.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that wouldn't though, unfortunately. I feel like
Really?
less people would do that. Yeah.
I don't know. I go to what you said earlier. Like I would want somebody to do that for me.
Yeah.
And it's not like I'm your local bar, right? I'm at the
airport.
airport. You're
other
either
side.
flying in or flying out, and whatever it is, you need that, especially your
Yeah.
ID if you're flying, because you used your ID to get
Yeah.
into the airport. So when you're going to be flying home, it's going to be a harder time trying to get back.
I don't think
So
I would take their IDs there. I would just take the loss if they ended up walking away.
I feel like there was a reason that they would given them to us for, I forget what it was, but they had like left it, whatever it was. But I remember having an ID in my hand. I'm like, oh shit, this is no bueno.
Yeah.
I went flying.
Yeah.
Bling.
So nice of you, just making your way through the airplane. It's fine. Like Raging
fun,
Tomato
though.
has no chill.
The Raging Tomato has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. I will be co-piloting this plane.
Like, oh my God.
Oh my God, we're going down.
Oh no.
And by the way, there were 5 lemon drops bought for me today. So, good luck.
God. They were probably so grateful.
Oh,
yeah.
And that's how, you just there's no kudos to it. There's no it's just now we can both breathe.
Yeah.
Because if I didn't get this to you, I would have been literally not sleeping tonight.
Yeah.
For your safety, and for your sake.
Yeah.
It would have not felt good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, question to the chat: has everybody, whether you are watching from my stream or from Torsha's stream, have you all gone and hit the like button? Because so far I see 75 viewing. The numbers have kind of teeter-totter between the 70s and 80s. but I want to make sure that everybody has at least done their free. It is free. Their free job. This is your homework, ladies and gentlemen. I am your teacher, and this is your homework. So listen to your teacher. Go hit that little button. It's lit, or hit the dislike button too if you don't like it, or if you think we're a bunch of like stupid people. Fine, you can absolutely 110% hit that dislike button. It does just the same for us. No difference. It all actually works out very well because if enough of you hit the dislike button, it makes us look controversial and it's going to push that algorithm even harder. So, oh, did I just hit 600 subs?
Woo!
No way.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Oh my God. So now we're officially celebrating.
I know. I like want to go get the champagne.
I think you have to do it.
I know. I'm thinking about where I put it. It was in the refrigerator. I don't know who did that, but it'd been in there for a while. I probably would have put it in the
Big
freezer.
bottle. It's kind of big. You're not going to lose it.
Yeah, I know. It's in a
I know
bag
you know
though. It's in like a paper bag. I was like, what?
Mine.
I don't know how we had
So
this.
funny is when I went to grab my Prosecco because I had gone to the liquor store today, obviously for tonight.
Yeah.
And when I was pulling it out of the paper bag upstairs, I was like, maybe I should leave it in the paper bag and like totally do this doobie style, like
You
drink
look
out of
homeless.
the paper.
Or the guy from Little Nicky. Wait, what's the movie?
Yes!
with Adam
Oh
Sandler? The get in the flask, Adrian.
Oh my God, the guy with the tits on his head.
Yeah, I love
That was
that.
the
It's my
That
favorite
was the best
movie.
part. I feel like Little Nicky didn't get as much love as it deserved.
I know.
Just saying.
I love that.
When his face is all sideways and he's talking like this, guys.
Get in the flask, Adrian.
Get in the flask, Adrian.
I used to work with a bartender who did it so well. I wish I could.
Dog.
Funny. Oh my God. I can't believe you know that movie. Nobody ever knows what I'm talking
Oh my God. Adam Sandler. I'm a huge fan of Adam Sandler. I feel like you have to have a like stupid sense of
Yeah.
like you have to have a weird sense of comedy to be able to appreciate
I love that
Adam
movie.
Sandler.
Throw a fat sack of reefer in the mix. Thought I'd spice up the batch.
Oh.
I love it. Popeye's chicken. It was Popeye's.
Get in the hole, Bog.
Get in the
You want to
flask,
go home?
Adrian.
Get in the hole.
I'm done.
When he comes back to hell and it's the big Chewbacca looking guy and then the guy with the titties on his head, he's got the broad tassel things going and he's like the Chewbacca looking guy is like sitting there rubbing him.
Yeah.
And then Mickey falls through the pit of hell and he's like, and they're like, mm-mm.
I love that movie. I'm so glad you knew it. 'Cause, like most of the time I mention that movie, nobody knows, and then I just try to quote it, and they're just like, I'm like, never mind.
Never mind, it's okay.
Oh my God, there's so many people.
Oh, you know what though? One thing I always love about Adam Sandler movies is the soundtrack.
Really?
You may not have the broadest appreciation for it. I mean, being a bartender, you might, but you are a
He
little
knows
bit
nothing about me. Keep going.
you are a little bit on the younger side, right? So,
Yeah.
but I always feel like the music that Adam Sandler like goes out of his way to make sure his music soundtracks are top notch. Like
Yeah.
it's just if you like that kind of music, it's good shit.
I just can't remember what was in there. Like if
Bum,
you
bum,
named
bum,
stuff.
bum,
Oh yeah,
bum.
yeah. No, he
Burning
did.
with the devil.
Yeah,
Oh my
he-
God, classic.
The Wedding Singer. Was he in that one? No,
Oh my
that's
God, yeah, with Drew Barrymore.
that is
Yeah.
him. There was a
Uh-huh.
lot of music
That's
in
where I wanna grow old with you. That song
there.
came out of.
Yeah.
The one I wanna grow old.
Yeah, I love
Or-
that movie.
Yeah, something like that. But it was where he shows up on the airplane and he's like in the
Yeah.
guitar and the love for him and Drew Barrymore became a thing.
He's a nice guy. I met him once when I was bartending. He's like literally the same.
What?
Yeah, he's really nice. Just like chill. He reminds me of my dad, honestly. Just like,
Aw.
hey, how you doing? Like,
Hey. Hey. Oh my God, what was that movie I just watched with him recently? He was a jeweler, like a diamond salesman or something. Like it was a messed up movie. I never expected him to be in a movie like this.
A new one or an old one?
It was recent. Adam Sandler, the jeweler or something. Jeweler. Played a jeweler. Uncut Gems, was that it?
Uncut Gems. Wait, wasn't
Yes.
that what girl said? Uncut Gems. The thing that went viral, Julia Fox. Is that the name of the movie? No wonder.
Yeah, let me look it up and make sure that's it. Uncut Gems. One successful New York. Oh yeah, this is it. With debts mounting and angry collectors closing in, a fast-talking New York City jeweler risks everything in the hope of staying afloat and alive. I'll say this. What do you call it when you spoiler alert? It's a spoiler alert.
Cut her off. I'm just kidding.
Cut her off. We're all getting cut off tonight, right? Spoil. I can't even fucking say the word. Spoil. Why is that a weird word to say?
Spoiler. That's how it sounds.
Spoiler alert, honey.
Spoiler
It's all,
alert.
I can say it in the Jersey style, but
Ew.
like, oh, honey.
Ew. Oh my god. Honey. Wait, I can't do it.
Honey.
Oh my god.
You gotta watch the Hormax long enough so you can get that voice down, okay, honey?
You'll never again. $100 for my troubles. Ew.
Did you know that the Hormaxer was the one who named me?
Did he? He's a nice man.
The raging tomato.
He's a little hormonal, but nice man nonetheless.
You know, I think the Hormaxer on a normal day.
It's probably a fun time. Let's be honest.
Well, I think he would actually be a reasonable conversation. It would actually be a very nice conversation.
Yeah.
But once he gets in that zone, man.
Which
He
one?
gets scary. All of them. The crazy ones. Like he's like the movie Split. Like it's like the ending of Split.
I feel like he's pretty consistent, but maybe I haven't seen him in the beginning of streams. Like I've seen some crazy people. Like he doesn't even meet the halfway mark.
He's not. I don't feel like he's a physical threat, because he's like thousands of miles away, right? Like
1,200 to be exact. Wait, no,
probably less for you than it is for me, but like he's 3,000 miles across the country, right? But I don't feel like he would necessarily be a physical threat, but he would be a scary person to be around.
Just bring your pepper spray.
When he's really, really angry. I don't think he would act on anything.
Yeah.
I think he's just scary. That's all.
He's just a little intense.
Very intense. But
just give him a Benadryl. Don't even tell him. Put it in his drink.
Roofie the fucker, and he'd still he'd come down to normal.
Yeah.
He'd come down to normal. Yeah, no, I do love the Hormaxer.
I do too.
You have to love him, right?
I do, and he talks so much smack about me. I'm like,
yes.
Love him. I love him.
Yes, I did do a speed date with Hormaxer. This is how we met. This is how I got named.
Someone go get him. Where is he?
Yeah,
is he on
somebody page that motherfucker. So anyways, so the Hormaxer, we did a speed date. That's how we met, was on Alex's, speed dating.
Mm-hmm.
And this was the Hormaxer's introduction to playing with fire as well. And I just wasn't I wasn't rolling with what he was saying. And I was just like, does this work for you? And I think it was the next time we were on screen together, he obviously was not coming at it he wasn't happy to see me. I'll put it that way.
So miserable. Hormaxer.
They all, you can't make them all happy and you have to accept that. But I remember him being like, you're You're so fucking red. You're like a tomato on screen. You're an angry tomato. You're the raging tomato.
Why do you do it so good though? Do it again.
Because I'm an East Coaster, honey. I've been around it enough. I
Is
was
that
married.
yours?
I was
That's-
married to a Jersey man.
Oh my god.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, you're the fucking tomato. All right.
So mega.
It's the fucking East Coast out here. This is how they all talk. Jersey Shore, baby. Jersey Shore wasn't a thing because of nothing.
Where is he? I wonder
I
if
don't
he's
know.
right now.
Listen. If you say Hormaxer 3 times, he will appear.
Hormaxer, get your ass over here, okay?
Hormaxer.
Someone go and get it.
Hormaxer. I'm sure somebody will find him. Somebody will let him know. He'll show up. He
Yeah.
will. I haven't seen him in a long time. We've just chosen to. We've had creative differences.
I would love this bridge to be remade while I'm here.
Oh, I would love to have Hormaxer. I really do. I really have had actually some great conversations with Hormaxer.
Yeah.
But like it's his explosive, when he gets angry.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay.
Got to assert dominance early and often.
Wow. I remember doing a New Year's Eve stream, and actually it wasn't like mine and it wasn't Ashley's, but Ashley and I had hijacked Greg's stream. We'd taken over it, and we were somehow Inception streaming with Hormaxer. He was watching us, we were watching him, and we were also on his. I don't know how we were doing it, but it was completely crazy. It was so fun. It was like not this past New Year's, but I think it was the one before.
Yeah.
And it was we just had because it was like the girls are sneaking in on the guys and the guys are sneaking in on the. It was like being on a summer camp or something.
That's so fun.
Mm-hmm. On that note, I actually need to take a tinkle break because I've had.
You broke the seal, everybody.
I have to break the seal. Okay, but I'm also an old bitch, so I'm allowed to break the seal because I've passed 30, and then I passed 35, and I've had 2 children. So as soon as I popped that barrier of having 1 child, let alone 2, we pee all the fact that I've made it this long. It's been what, 2 hours?
Killing it.
That's I deserve a trophy for this one. Just saying. Anyways, I'm going to. Neo, do you want to pop on? Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Yeah. Neo Starling is a very good friend of mine.
Hello.
Neo, this is Torshaa. Torshaa, meet Neo.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
He's I think you're muted, darling. He's been in the backstage. He's been in the backstage. This is my hero, right? So he's been in the backstage for at least the last hour plus. Hanging out just in case I have emergency children services, and he could attend to the stream and do whatever he needed to do. Not all heroes wear capes, as you were saying. Yeah, but Neo's been back here, so I'm going to let you introduce yourself, Neo, to Torshaa, while I just go take a couple minutes to myself, and you guys take it from there. Okay?
Yeah. Go pee, old lady. Do your thing. All right.
I'm an old bitch. Okay.
Hello, Neo.
What's up, Torshaa? How you doing? Nice
I'm
to
good.
meet
How are you?
I'm chilling here, trying a different camera angle because I was sick. I just had the flu recently, and I'm just trying to change things up a bit. I've been in the back end supporting y'all, making sure that the chats pop up and whatnot.
Let's see the other angles. Let's pick it out.
Oh no, this is the only one I have now because I have
got my thing going on.
This is my main camera, but I also have like other webcams that I just don't have set up yet. I'm waiting until I move before I do anything major.
I like the pink. Is it just a pink light bulb or is it
that's an open sign. You know those old school open signs with lights?
Yeah.
You can't see it, but it's on. So that's kind of like reflecting off of my wall.
Yeah.
You can say, yeah.
How long have you been growing your beard?
Honestly, I trimmed it down a couple of days ago. I trim it down at least like twice a month.
Really?
It gets really chaotic. It gets like very long and like mannish.
Oh my god! Do you get it pointed?
Or no, you know what? You want to know what the secret is?
What?
I actually blow dry my beard.
You should. My mother was a hairdresser.
Yeah, it's really good. I do the whole shampoo, conditioner, make
Oh
sure that
yeah.
it's like halfway decent. Tonight, no, I'm just like in bum mode tonight. I'm just hanging out because I had the flu, so I'm recovering. So there's nothing fancy going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just like
How
hanging
you
in here.
feeling?
What was that?
How you feeling?
You know what? I would say I'm about 90% right now.
Like
I'm
a
almost
9
at
out of 10?
100. Just that little extra hair. You know what I'm saying?
Do you do
Just
anything to try? What do you take? Do you take like vodka? Just kidding.
vodka. Actually, I'm a whiskey on the rocks. I like
Oh,
I'll do some Jameson on the rocks.
oh,
That's
my
usually
kind of
my
guy.
drinking experience. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I don't like mixing. I can't do beer and a bunch of other like crap. I like staying with one type of drink the whole night.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
Me
it's
too.
otherwise
Feeling.
it's not a good look.
Were you a former DJ or something?
No,
Were you in the industry? Were you a door guy?
no.
You're
Why would you
giving
say that?
hospitality. You're giving like
I'm
you
a
were
nerd actually. I'm a tech by
okay.
trade. I'm an IT guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
that's what I am. I don't look like it though. I look like a monster in real life. I'm like over 6'1". I'm like
Oh my God.
200 plus
You're a
pounds. Yeah.
tree.
What
You're a
was that?
tree. You're a tree.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
It's all
Yeah.
good. I'm just some dude.
Do you like IT?
No, I don't.
Really?
I have a love-hate relationship with IT. Yeah.
What kind of calls do you get? Is it like you help people with their issues? Like I never know what IT entails. Like is it cybersecurity? Unclear.
I call it putting out fires. That's probably a more accurate way to describe it.
Oh no.
Yeah, you're kind of just like you're getting calls from people all day. It's like everything is wrong. I don't know what to do. And then I kind of like cut them off while they're talking. I kind of wait to hear keywords. I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, you know what? I already know what your problem is. Just shh for a minute, and I'll take care of it for you.
Do you get to see their screen where you like log in on theirs and you're like, oh, this dumb lady didn't do.
Actually, I do remote into their computers fairly often. Yeah.
I can only imagine. Is it actually serious problems or do they just not know how to use a computer? What's the vibe?
Honestly, Torshaa or Torrie, however you want to be called, a good chunk of the time it's just restarting their computer.
I wonder how many people don't do that.
Most
But
people
clearly
don't.
a lot. Why?
You know what? Because that's not always their first inclination. Usually, like you see, us as human beings, we're creatures of habit, right? So, like,
Yeah.
if something goes out of the ordinary for us, our initial reaction is like, "Oh no, the world's blowing up. Something horrible just happened." And
Yeah.
they don't really think, you know what? Let me just hit this restart button real quick and see if that does something.
I feel like
I'm-
that'd be the first thing to do.
You would think so, but again, as I said before, people tend to be creatures of habit, so that's not always the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is what it is.
Did you ever have anybody? Is there ever a myth like, oh, do this and this will work that people will call in being like, I did this and fucked it up? I don't know.
I mean, honestly, I would say the simplest thing would just be to restart whatever you're using. Most of the time, that resolves the issue. But sometimes they'll have like oddball questions, like they want tutorials on how to like work basically. And I'm like, come on now. I'm just gonna go on
ChatGPT.
Google and look this up like you're gonna do.
How long do you have to go to school for that?
You don't.
I thought you did. I thought you had to do like a certificate or something.
Well, getting certifications, the generic entry one is CompTIA A+. That's like the one that everybody gets like when they're doing like entry level IT work. Yeah. But it's not a necessity. Like I started as a Geek Squad agent like way back in the day. And I knew a guy, so he kind of got me in, and then from there I started learning just from hands-on experience, taking computers apart, putting them back together, like data recovery, virus removals, things of that nature. So from there I kind of just like learned.
So you can build computers.
Very much. The computer I'm using now I built from scratch. It's like
Really?
Legos. You just like kind of put them together.
Yeah, I know a few guys that did that in college and they were big gamers. They would have like the water thing circulating. Is it like a water? It would run on water or something.
Oh, I know
don't
that. Yeah, like that, like liquid cooling.
Yeah.
Some people do it. Some that's only like if you want to be like super fancy. It's completely unnecessary, to be honest.
You hear that, Vlad?
I mean, don't get me wrong. Look, if you got
It
the
looks
money
cool.
for it and you can keep up with it, then cool, right?
Yeah.
But it's not a necessity. You know what I'm saying?
Have you ever fixed a preamp before? Are you familiar with the circuit boards?
I know what preamps are, but I've never actually like worked on one.
I broke the USB-C port out of it and I took it apart and I it's literally isolated by itself, and the pins, like pins, or you know what I'm talking about, literally jagged. Like I would have to cauterize a new component piece onto it because you can't put it back together. There's no way. I was like, is that the right word? Cauterize or whatever, with the glue, the hot gun, something of
I
metal.
don't necessarily know if that's the
cauterized
way
to
of
like
saying it.
burn it.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that burning it?
No, that's like soldering.
Oh,
When you're
Oh,
like,
I think
soldering. My
is
apologies.
soldering. I think it is soldering, though. I think you're right. I don't remember. It was either CAU, like cauter or something. I don't know. I remember looking up a tutorial and I was like, yeah, no thanks. I was going to bring it to Geek Squad, but I didn't think they would know how to do it.
no, don't. They won't.
Yeah.
No. Key Squad has very like rudimentary, like super early level access to this type of stuff. Like they're not. You don't go to Geek Squad for like major issues like that. If you need like real hardware repairs, you can't. Geek Squad's not going to do anything for you.
Well, maybe I was thinking maybe one of the guys there is just like a genius and knows how to do it off, like not at work, and I would pay him.
Oh, you'd have to like talk to them on the side or something, because otherwise they'll get in trouble.
Oh,
Yeah,
darn.
they try that often. Like a lot of clients will just like be like, "Hey man, like can you just show me something, in the background?" And then you end up that they end up trying to recruit you on the side. That does happen though.
I feel like every time I go to Best Buy, wait, do they get commission there? I don't think they
No.
do.
Lord,
Yeah.
no.
I've gone there like, do you know XYZ? And they're like, I don't know shit, which I respect. Okay. Getting a job in something you don't know shit about, like, hats off to you. But I couldn't find anybody in Best Buy that knew anything about like cameras. That was wild.
That's because they don't know anything. Like honestly, a lot of the employees in Best Buy, they're very young people. They're just kind of like starting out. They don't really know anything. You got to look for like the old dude or the old chick that's like hanging around in the background, like doing inventory. They're the ones that'll usually know more. But the young cats, they're just there to earn a couple of bucks. They don't really, they're reading like off of the cards on the computer tables and everything like that. Like they don't really know what's what, honestly.
Yeah, they're so friendly though. I'm like, I like Best Buy for that. They're not rude. They're like, let me go look it up. And they're just like Googling.
Yeah, no, it depends. I worked at Best Buy for like 5 years. So yeah, no, they can be pretty friendly.
Yeah.
I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to. I mean, thankfully, I have a brother that knows a lot about laptops and gigabytes and all of that weird stuff. And then also LFA. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but when I decided to go live streaming, I basically reached out to him and I said, "Tell me exactly what I need to buy." And he sent me links of exactly everything I need, from the soundboard to the camera to this to that. And even was so kind enough when I was like plugging everything in and running through it. I was like, okay, now what? Okay, now what? Okay, now what? And then Neo on top of that was so kind to get on with me, do some sound tests and kind of run through everything, because when it comes to technology, I am the plug and play generation. Like we just plug and start playing with buttons until it works.
Yeah.
But like really nailing it down and getting it to specifics. And I'm even more so grateful as well to Self-Made, because he I guess heard my sounds one night and he messaged me. He's like, "Listen, we got to fix your grains. Here's what we need to do this, do that." And I remember like just sending him like a picture of my like grain levels or whatever whatever.
Gain.
I know he knows all of it.
See, I can't even say the words right. But yeah, I'm just a subject of YouTube.
Yeah.
That's because you're a spring chicken, Sarah. You're too young to know how to do these things,
Maybe too young, or just I've just never had any reason to try,
Yeah.
or
well, you're younger than me, so I'll
not by much. Don't act like I'm just.
Don't you see these grays? Like,
Well, thankfully I'm blonde, so you'll never see gray. Like I'll just go white.
Yeah. Redheads don't go gray either. I always wondered if they went white. I don't know though. I don't think I've ever seen a ginger fro. Have you? And an old lady?
My mom's a redhead, but she's more auburn.
Okay.
So I feel like she'll eventually go like that white silvery color or something, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's interesting. I guess I'll tell you in a few years when she eventually does. She has yet to go though, so good for you, Mama. But I feel like if I go, it's going to be like that platinum-y white color, you know. So I'm
Yeah.
not too worried because platinum's in. It's good. We're good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, there's 20-year-olds dyeing their hair gray.
Yeah, there is.
They're
was
they're
one
making it cool.
of
Be
them on
like,
accident.
mine's naturally gray. Like it's gonna work, you know.
Hey,
Yeah,
grays are in. Don't sleep.
I feel like
mama.
grays are like low lights now. Like everybody has some gray in their hair anyway. I think it works.
Gray is used as a pickup line now. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah. Well, for
Oh,
guys, you ladies live in a different world than I do. But I remember
Well,
once being in this bar. It's a really cool like cocktail bar, and I was sitting outside having a drink, and this girl came up to me. Don't know who the hell she is from a hole in the wall, and she legit just like started touching my beard, and was like, "Why is it only gray here, but not like on your sides?" And I was like, "Hello, your name is, like you're just randomly
that's good.
touching me.
well,
Only women can get away with that. I swear. Let a guy go up to you and be like, "Why do you only have highlights here on this side of your hair, not the other?" It would be
but
like, okay.
see, like salt and pepper on a guy is so hot. I mean, I don't know about you, Tori, but I've dated a lot of, I've always dated older.
Me too.
My ex-husband was like 16 years older than me, so
Mm.
I've got a hankering for the salt and pepper.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always dated older. I don't know if they had gray or not. I just don't really notice that shit, unfortunately. Maybe I would if it was like 2 streaks down the beard, kind of like that,
Yeah.
but I don't know.
There you go, Neo.
It looks purposeful, not gonna lie.
It does actually. I will say that it looks like he actually like colored it on
Yeah.
No,
going for
actually,
like
it just kind of grows that way. It's so strange. I'm a
It's
mess right
cool.
now though. Like I didn't, I've been sick all week, so I didn't even like give myself. I usually cut my own hair and like shape myself up to try to look halfway decent. But
Pretty lined up.
well, no, it's been like this for a few weeks. Trust me. Like if I was 100%, I would have went Dominican style and like started cutting my own hair because I usually do.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I just wasn't up for it today. So
You'll look good. You'll look
thank
good. Killing it.
thank you, my dear. Appreciate
I
that.
give Neo a lot of credit for just for showing up for me tonight. That was really helpful for all the reasons, and I know you're still in recovery mode, and you poor thing. I feel like, has it been a week now?
It's been about a week since I lost my mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was it like? Was it just the regular flu?
It was a regular flu, but I didn't know what it was yet, and it was probably the worst body aches I ever had in my entire life.
Really?
I don't know how y'all shower, but usually when I get out of the shower, I have a tendency of like I throw my towel on my back and I kind of do this,
Yeah.
and I tried doing that, and it felt like someone was like had like a bear claw and was just like going like this to my back.
Burned.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was so bad, and then I ended up taking a bunch of Theraflu. I had a crazy fever dream where I was like hallucinating. It was really bad.
I wonder, and the body aches that sounds like you pinched a nerve.
No, I didn't pinch a nerve. That
Okay.
was straight up just from being sick.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's insane.
And when I coughed, it was weird because every cough, usually like when I'm sick, my chest would hurt. But
Yeah.
it was my chest, my stomach, and my back simultaneously. Like
Oh,
if they were trying to being pushed out.
yeah.
Actually, no, I didn't have COVID. I haven't gotten COVID once, believe it or not. I did 2 COVID tests and they were both negative. And then I did a flu test with my doctor and that one came back positive. So, yeah.
Dang.
Wow. How can you be in New York and not catch COVID ever?
You know why? Because I don't know. I don't mean to sound arrogant, but I always say this to my friends as a joke, where I'm like, oh, I'm just genetically superior to you, like
Fucking New Yorkers. It's like, goddamn.
we're just exposed to everything. I will go bar hopping.
All.
Makes sense,
You ladies were
actually.
talking about going to bars and stuff. I would
Yeah.
go bar hopping like all over the place. I would go to the gym, then bar hopping, and I was fine. And then one day my body just decided to, tell me to just chill for a little bit.
It said no. Not
Yeah,
today,
yeah.
son. Not
No.
today.
It's funny.
It is.
And
What it
you know what's even funnier is that Neo doesn't have an accent like a strong New York accent.
Yeah,
I could
he
pretend to
does.
have one.
I would have never thought he was from New York.
I think maybe I don't think you sound East Coast. Maybe I'd have to listen to you more.
Yo soy Latino, por eso.
Ah.
Cerveza, por favor.
Oh Lord.
All I know.
Dame una
And, like,
cerveza, por favor.
mi amor.
Champagne, por favor. Oh, Shiza. So, what I'm going to do, all right, chat, listen up. Listen wisely. I'm going to drop the StreamYard link, but I know y'all are crazy to come on and be able to talk to Torshaa. All right. She's a beautiful young lady, and all the simps are about to show up. All right. Simp army, mound up. But
Should I go get another beer?
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, you totally should. Hey, you know, Sarah, very interesting before you bring everybody on board.
Mhm.
Torshaa actually spent the whole time asking me questions, right?
I saw that. Yeah.
That's really cool. That means that she had a genuine fellas, let this be a lesson to you, okay? She had a genuine interest in getting to know me as a human being. I think, you know, she's very sweet.
No,
That's all I
she
got.
definitely is. I've always liked watching Torshaa, to be quite honest. She's she's like very as awkward as she likes to think she is, right? She's a very good host. She's a very good conversationalist. She can actually sit and talk by herself to herself, you know, in an aspect. So yeah, absolutely. I enjoy tuning in and listening. Sometimes I have to catch you afterwards. I can't always tune in. I don't always tune in, but when I do, I'll sit and like you can keep my attention for
Really?
sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna sub to your channel. You're pretty cool to talk to.
Yes.
What's up? Okay.
So even more so, ladies and gentlemen, before I drop the StreamYard link, if you have not gone and subscribed to any of the 3 people on screen, you're not allowed to come on panel. Okay. So even more so, you need to go subscribe, go hit the like button. All right. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. If you're here and you clicked a button to be able to watch this, then you are certainly capable of clicking a button to hit the like or subscribe. So go do that. In the meanwhile, I'm going to drop the StreamYard, but simps beware. If you're simping too hard and you're bothering Torshaa, I will kick your butts right back off.
I'll
Be
kick
my-
him off. You're good. Oh God.
And
Yeah,
if
William's
Torshaa,
gonna be the first one.
I think you might have to drop it in your
I can't actually, or can I?
it's
Yeah,
the
I
same
can.
link I sent you if you want to use that. But if you want to drop it in yours, you're more than welcome to. I don't mind if people are coming from either. Oh, pardon me for just a second. I've got a little one going.
Oh no. Yeah, we're gonna get some people here. And for Torshaa, you're also streaming right now too, right? Like,
yeah, I just posted it in the chat, and the mods are also doing it.
got it. For anyone in Torshaa's community, I'm gonna shamelessly plug myself very quickly. My name is Neil Starling. I have a podcast where I talk about lessons I wish I knew when I was younger. It's called Big Brother Neo's Podcast. That's all I got.
Why don't you do Daddy?
Daddy?
Yeah, the stuff your dad
Daddy.
never taught you.
Well, no, because not, you know, I like to come from things from more of a different perspective, you know, like a big brother or uncle, you know, like someone that's not necessarily your dad.
Yeah.
That's the perspective I kind of like to, I mean,
Well,
you
it's
can
more
say dad,
best
I guess.
friend like. Yeah, it's not as like authoritarian or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure I look like a dad, but you know, yeah, sure.
What was your most recent video about?
Well, I did a skit video, but my latest like actual video, I had a podcast with this singer. His name is Alex. He's from a band called Lolux, and we just kind of sat in my living room, and you know, we just hit the record button.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah,
Those
I'm still
are
a
always
small channel. I'm not like a huge channel by any stretch. I'm not like a Red Pillar or anything like that. I would say like I'm like Red Pill adjacent. Like I know who everybody is in this community, but I wouldn't consider myself that much of a, you know, that type of channel.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're not big yet. You will be.
That's
You
what she
will
said.
be. Do you have any ideas of what you want to do coming up? New shows?
I have a couple of topics that I just kind of like write on my phone whenever the urge hits me, because I work a lot. I'm always busy. I do a lot of stuff. So for me, this is more like a hobby for me, but I would
Yeah.
like to grow it into something eventually.
Yeah.
But you know, it's fun. I just do it for fun right now.
Yeah. It's legit.
Yeah. No,
Sorry
totally.
about that, guys. My youngest decided to wake up and
good?
wake up with a no, my youngest.
Oh, okay.
He's good. He's good. He just woke up crying. So that happens every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
Every now and then. So, all right. So Master Yoda is in the backstage. So I'm just going to confirm that that's him. You bear with me for just a second. Master Yoda, is that you, my friend?
Yes, yeah, it's just right. Yep. Can you hear me?
All right. Welcome aboard, my friend. And I'm going to, while you introduce yourself, because Torshaa may or may not be familiar with you, but if you want to introduce yourself, because we have other viewers as well, and just take a second.
I like
Yep.
that.
Well, so yeah, I go by the name of Master Yoda. I'm from Australia, as you can tell from the accent. I'm part of the Black Pill community. We believe that the most important thing the number thing that women attract to is a man's looks.
Mhm.
That's what. I have my own channel, and I started just to provide comfort and reassurance to dating challenge men that their lack of luck with the ladies is not their fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's me.
Woo! That's
So,
awesome. So wait, do you made a channel? Did I hear that right?
Yeah. I'm making videos since October 2022.
What was your most recent video about?
No, I made one this morning. I was doing a reaction to a PUA video.
Oh God, which
I was
PUA?
he goes by the name of Denmo. He's from Canada. He's Canadian.
Huh? Yeah, I don't know if
And,
I know who that is.
Yeah, no. One of my subscribers recommended I do a reaction to it. So, it was my longest video. Actually, it went just under 3 hours. So
Oh, really?
it was a
Dang.
marathon one. Yeah.
Was he creepy or was he like Riz God? What was the vibe?
Yeah, he was. I mean, most of these PUAs
Really?
are creeps. No, they are creeps. And they teach men to be even more creepier.
Do
That's
it.
ironic. That's the ironic thing. Yeah, the stuff they teach is it's insanity. It's mad. I made a video called "Why PUA in Game is a Mental Illness."
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Why?
it is.
Why?
Because the stuff they teach is insanity. They teach men to cold approach women without that woman giving you the green light to do so.
I was
That's
cold
just-
approached and ended up dating the guy.
Yeah, but you have to find him attractive. Then you must have given him the choosing signals. Did you give him choosing signals? Did you find him attractive, physically attractive?
He's not conventionally attractive.
Yeah, but he had to part. I mean, I don't know what this guy looks like, but he had to have been at least passably attractive.
Maybe.
There you go. I mean, what would happen if he was short, ugly, and creepy looking? You probably
Well,
told
he
him.
was 5'7". He was on the skinnier side. Had
Okay.
long red hair.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. A lot of people would say that's probably not attractive, but I thought he was attractive. I dated
know,
somebody who
okay.
was shorter than me. So I don't know. Height's not really a thing. I know a lot of people say it is. I don't really notice it.
Yeah. I feel.
Yeah, I
No,
think the
we just-
biggest thing is probably weight. Like weight would probably be, you don't have to be ripped, but something about like it's just different lifestyles. I don't know if we would mesh, but it's not like I wouldn't date somebody who was heavier, but I feel like weight's the biggest one. I don't know.
Oh, you need to be in shape as a guy. Absolutely. Yeah. But no,
Wait, what?
as a man, you need to be in good physical shape. You need to exercise regularly. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I think you just at least need to be able to keep up,
Yeah.
with the pace. And that depends on the girl too. Like if she's a person where she may, like Torshaa is obviously a nice slender female and she's beautiful. I don't know if you work out, Tori, but in any event, you could probably, go for a walk right? And you could, you could take on a reasonable like 2 or 3 mile hike, something to that
Yeah.
pace. And if you were dating a guy that maybe has like a dad bod style, but he can still keep up with that, and he may not be like Mr. Six Pack and 30-inch biceps, but he is reasonably fit.
Yeah.
You could still find yourself attracted to him, and I assume.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much.
If you bear with me for just a second, I've got 2 more guests in the backstage. I'm going to go ahead and bring them on. So we've got David Donnelly and we've got Sean Weiland. Just as long as everybody's respectful to our guests and to each other, everybody can stay on and have a good time. Sean, do you want to just take a minute to introduce yourself, and then David, you can go after that, because of course we have a lot of new viewers and a lot of new people.
Yeah, sure. I guess real quick, I've been on Torrie's channel a few times, one of the mods, and yeah, I was just enjoying the chat. I don't know if I have that much to cover.
Hi, Sean.
Hey.
This should be good. I don't know.
And to you, David.
Oh, hi, Torrie. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Cool. And yeah, I come in because it's just fascinating. I'm English. I just find some of the subjects just amazing to watch.
Yeah.
It's but I really enjoyed tonight so far, because I think working in a bar sounds very similar actually to being in a band, and also before I was in a band for a living, I worked at HMV, which is like UK sort of Tower Records. It was
cool. Sorry, my mic was up so high. Wait, that's so sick.
Oh God, some of the customer stories,
Really?
let other people talk anyway. But if you want a customer story or two, they're just hysterical. I can't believe, like, the general public hand it to you on a plate sometimes.
Give us a story. I want to know.
Oh, okay, right. Well, okay. Well, one of my favorites was, there was a guy that used to come in quite regularly to HMV. This is an HMV story, and I saw him come through the doors. Now, he's a blind fella, and he used to come in with his dog and his, and his stick and everything, and that. It was always good. I'd go and find out the CDs or vinyl that he wanted. That was fantastic. But this time, I saw him from a distance, and he had his dark glasses on and everything and stuff. And I said to my who was on the till with me, I said, "Charlie, mate, you're gonna have to deal with this," because I was just starting to go already, and I had to just leg it into the sort of country and western and just hide there, because I know it. I hope it doesn't come across as mean. I'm not a mean guy, but this guy was coming towards me, and he was wearing. There's a place in Norwich where I live called Aylsham, just a little village. He's wearing a T-shirt that said Aylsham Archery Club.
Sorry, he's blind.
Yeah, I know. And it just caught me. It just caught me wrong. No. And then my other favorite, I think, was this guy that came in and said that he'd had some sort of flood or a house fire or something, but he was trying to replace his collection. I said, "Oh, that's a shame, It's,
yeah."
I said, "Oh, the one I really want." He says an album called Wet Patch, and I thought, with my sense of humor, I thought, if there's an album called Wet Patch, I need to see the artwork, And so I get on the old HMV computer and pop it in, and there's just nothing coming up. And he says, and he gets a bit stroppy, He's like, "Look, how can that be? It was a million seller, sold millions and millions. It was a number one." And I went, "Okay, okay." Let's do a bit of 20 questions and You what? Sorry.
Is it like a porn video or something?
No, it's a CD.
Oh, right, it's
a CD that he wanted. No, definitely.
And I
said, okay. So I said, right, male or female? And he went, female. And I said, right, okay. What sort of thing? He said, well, quite soft and what have you. I think she's Irish and what have you. And I said, do you mean Enya's watermark? Is that what you mean?
Wait, what did he call it? Wet Patch?
Wet Patch, yeah.
Oh my god!
It was Enya's watermark, is what he was after.
Oh my god!
And the last one that I remember is a guy coming up. If you've never heard the Norfolk accent where I live, it's kind of sweet because it just sounds so dumb. It's where, you know, it's a sort of Norfolk is a farming community, and I had this guy come up to me, and he said, "Hello, boy. Have you got any Joni Mitchell?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "Have you got anything else by Joni Mitchell?" And he went, "No." I said, "Right, well, probably the Blue album, because that's the one I would have thought you start with if it's Joni Mitchell." So I took him to the section, and he picked it up and he looked at it, and he looked really just confused. I said, "Is that not right?" He goes, "No." He said, "No, Joni Mitchell's a bloke." And I went, "Well,
what does bloke mean again?
a man."
Oh, God.
Sorry, you know. He goes, "Yeah, Joni Mitchell's a guy. She's a man, you know." And I went, No. I mean, she may not be, you know, Sasha Grey, but she's not, you know, she's Joni Mitchell.
I feel about Tracy Chapman.
And then he said,
I never knew if Tracy Chapman was a guy or a girl.
I still don't
recently.
know. Girl or guy?
No, it's a girl.
I thought okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
maybe.
it is a girl. I had to confirm it. I had to Google it.
Yeah. And so basically, this guy, what he was after, he said, no, he says French with it's a French bloke with synthesizers. And I said, "Do you mean Jean-Michel Jarre? Is that what you mean?"
It's completely different.
So he thought Joni Mitchell was Jean-Michel Jarre is what he wanted.
I don't know who the second person is. Is this like a DJ?
Sorry,
the second guy or whoever it was. No, the other one. Wait, yeah,
Jean-Michel.
Yeah,
the French one.
Jean-Michel Jarre, he's the French guy with the synthesizer that lights up entire. He did like Destination Houston, where he I think I'm showing my age slightly.
No, okay. Let me allow a cross feed here. So Torshaa, David Donnelly represents what's known as the vinyl community in YouTube, and I have somehow crossed paths with the vinyl community, and now they are tapping into my live stream. So now we have the Manosphere meets the vinyl community, and so if David is talking to other vinyl community members, they know exactly what he's talking about. But we, as not only females and young females, don't know what he's talking about because we just weren't there, but we're also not in that community as well.
I'm sorry.
I needed a song. I might know who they are.
Oh yeah, no, you were Jean-Michel Jarre. He had a song called he's an instrumental, but it's called Oxygen is a very famous one.
Can you remember the beat?
Sorry?
Beat? Can you like sing it?
Yeah, it's an instrumental. It goes down, 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 ding, 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 down, 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 down. But what he's famous for is putting on concerts in city centres and lighting the buildings and putting TV screens and stuff down an entire skyscraper. Wow. He did it in Houston, did it in Paris. He's done some amazing.
Floyd does that, or like David Gilmour, Roger Waters. Don't they do the big CT thing?
Yeah, it's a really big show. I mean, I saw the one in Paris where he was on top of La Défense. The stage was on La Défense, and the whole of the Champs-Élysées was lit up with all these cinema screens hanging off these skyscrapers and stuff. It was like, and they called it Paris, a city in concert, and it really was. It was amazing. Wow. But yeah, this is what the guy wanted. He thought it was Joni Mitchell.
And it was not. Let me go ahead and I'm going to screen up again because we have another one backstage. It's not cammed up. So Ian, I'm going to add you in. If you can just voice confirm and make sure you're not a weird person trying to show weird body parts.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Was this French synthesizer man also behind Air?
No, he's just he's the son of Maurice Jarre, who was a very, very famous soundtrack composer. But no, they're French as well, aren't they? Did Virgin Suicides? Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're actually touring here in the States. Are redoing Moon Safari? I might try to catch them.
Yeah, that was their big one, wasn't it? That was their big one. Yeah.
Hey everybody! Very quickly before anyone else goes on, I just wanted to say cheers to all of you.
Cheers.
This is a special shot glass that came from India, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, I got it from. You see a little elephant on it? I don't know if you can see it.
Very nice.
But cheers to all of you.
Is the trunk facing upwards or downwards?
Down.
Don't take a shot from that drink
What are
or
you
from
talking
that.
about?
Or you will die.
If the trunk of the elephant is facing down, it's bad luck. If the trunk of the elephant is facing up, it's good luck.
Take it
No,
upside.
this was given to me from some really good people. And one of my
Are with
Neo,
karma upon
Neo,
you.
is your trunk facing upwards, Neo?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right
Gonna
now,
represent
that's
something.
it. Right now it's not facing up.
Live on the edge. Okay, you'll be fine.
So maybe I guess when you take the shot, it's facing up then.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you know what? There you go. That makes sense.
I'm
So,
gonna go with that one. So cheers, everybody.
Yep,
If
cheers,
you have a
everybody.
water, if you have a tea, if you have a soda, if you have a drink, I hope everybody at home, everybody watching, all of our chatters, because the chat always wins. Cheers to you, because without you, we couldn't be here right now doing this. So cheers to the sip and stream.
Here we are.
No soundboard. I need to set up my soundboard.
yeah, set it up,
sound
Sarah. Stop
effect.
being lazy.
I know. I need you, Neo.
Neo. No chill.
I need you.
I'll
Neo.
help you if you need to. You
I
can, You
do.
can add custom ones actually on there.
It has like the presets, but it never like I can push it and it looks like it's actually doing something right now, but it's not. Even if I like play with
Do
the
you
volume
have
on it.
do you have a roadcaster? What do you use?
Yeah,
Make sure
Roadcaster Pro.
the two last two whatever are all the way or midway half up because it probably isn't coming out of it.
Yeah, it's the last one. It's midway. That's considered unity. So you just put it up to that line and it should be okay.
It should play the. There you go. I'll hit it again. Get it to stop.
Were you able to hear something?
It's coming in crazy hot though.
I was saying you can
Yeah, you gotta
hit
lower it a
the
little bit.
button again
Oh.
and it'll stop it.
Oh, so if I do
So it'll light up and then
that
just
makes
hit-
noise?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
cricket.
it's
That's the
crickets.
cricket one. Yeah.
Oh my god. That's all I needed to do. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
All right, I'll shut up now. Everybody else can talk.
Y'all are geniuses. Thank you, Torsha. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
I had no idea that's all I had to do.
Yeah, I know it can get overwhelming. You're like, oh no. There's a lot of
man.
stuff to do on that or that it has.
Okay, so we got a lot of new people chiming in. So I know Taper, you popped on. Sean, you already did something. Ian, so Taper, Ian, and Mistress Star. If you guys just want to introduce yourself, that's what her name is. Mistress Star.
Hi. How's
I'ma
everybody
own it.
doing?
Hello, hello.
Chilling.
Better
good.
now that you're here.
All good.
I'm a mod for Torsha.
I have seen you over on Torsha's live chat, and I've seen you pop on.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
You as well. Welcome to this side of town.
Thank you. I figured I'd add to the girls tonight
Yes.
Bring us some
because
much
it's
needed
turning into a
discipline.
sausage fest.
Oh,
So,
Yeah,
you know.
thank you. Appreciate that.
You put one for every one girl you put on screen, you'll end up with 6 dudes every time. So
Oh, really?
yeah,
I
it's
just
just,
learned something.
Let's try for a bit of balance, you know. It should be good.
just some. So let me actually balance it out and move the non-cameras down. I'm going to move the ladies up. Sorry, gentlemen. God, look, see, men are coming in. All right, we are officially a full panel.
Hi, gentlemen.
Hi,
That's like a
Leroy.
Sports Center.
Hello.
All right, so let me go ahead and I want to kind of kick it off with Sean. If you want to just give a quick wait, did you already give an intro? I think you. Yes, you
Yeah.
did.
Yeah. from
My
Torsha.
apologies. So Star, if you want to go, then Leroy, then David, then or not David, then Taper, then Ian. Everybody else, I believe, has introduced themselves. But if we can all kind of have a meeting of the minds and merge it all between each other, and I'll leave it to you, Miss Star.
I walked away. So, what am I introducing myself in general?
Just a quick synopsis of who you are, where you come from, or
I used to be in the
whatever.
entertainment industry. I was a professional dancer, and I did some acting and print modeling, and I was a musician.
Nice. So
That's
you're
it?
you feel very comfortable on screen.
I'm pretty comfortable. Yeah.
Easy peasy. Leroy?
How you doing? I'm Leroy. I'm just here to stress test my ideas against some people that may or may not disagree. and try and get some different opinions. So yeah, up for a debate,
You're wrong.
chat, whatever we want. Fuck you, bro. But yeah, whatever, man. Let's do it.
Everything you say is wrong. Yeah.
Leroy, you have to tune into my Mod Mondays because that will be the point of contention of all that. Like that'll be on Mod Mondays. Tonight is sipping stream, so you need to be drinking and talking about whatever stupid things you feel like
I'm
talking
a
about.
disagreeable bitch. I would love to.
I cannot speak for Torshaa, but
Yeah, let's
tonight
argue.
is. I mean, I'm sure if we all come to, a topic
Honor.
that we're disagreeing on, then yes, Leroy, you have at it because I have seen you on Speakeasy and you can go toe to toe very well.
Yeah. Well, even just to get different point of views, like I'm happy enough, or if we're just going to extrapolate some ideas, I think that's sick as well,
Absolutely.
I'm always down for that.
Always.
Yeah, cool.
Taper, would you like to introduce yourself? Because you are the cross between the vinyl community and the manosphere. You're what made it happen. So,
well, I'd like to, first off, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'd like to give you some of that credit too, Sarah. You've done a lot of work and a lot of groundbreaking in my, my explosion here in the vinyl community. So I do thank you. But no, my name is William. I'm from the vinyl community. I run a channel called Pumping Vinyl. So hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. I don't think my plugs usually result in a lot of subs, but hey, maybe this time around it'll change. But anyway, I'm gonna be real honest. I got my drink here tonight. To enjoy here with the panel. I'm drinking a Southern Mule. So this is basically like
Kentucky
Southern Comfort with club soda and lime. So
Yeah,
no ginger beer.
yep. No ginger beer. That's what I got. But
Fair enough. And Ian.
Hey, I'm Ian. I'm 24 and trying to enter the entertainment industry. I was a little bit interested in the title of the stream being "We Are All Shut Off" or "Shut Out."
We're all cut off.
Yeah,
it's my side.
I do have some ideas about that, and would like to hear other opinions.
Well, I mean, typically, if you walk into a bar and you're already shit-faced slammed, you're all cut off. So, I mean, and probably by the end of this stream, we're all going to be cut off anyways, because I'm already more than a half a. Oh shit! I've got one glass left after that. That's
it goes
sad.
quickly. It really does.
You get about 4 glasses for a bottle, and it breaks my heart every time when I see that last one pour out. So,
Pull out the box wine.
Huh?
I said, pull out the box wine.
Oh God. Well, see, I just don't keep a lot of stuff in the house. Like if I want something, I have to go get it. I mean, I have like some gin, and a few like whiskeys, bourbons, whatever, but they're not things that I would just choose to go and drink while I'm streaming, or, it would have to like
grabs Prosecco instead.
Right.
Like, oh.
But I mean, it would be a little, I don't know. It's just not, I have to be in the mood for that, to be able to have it, or be sitting out on the, back patio on a summer night or something and just sitting there by myself. That's a by myself kind of drink. But Prosecco, yeah.
You
But I
just
wouldn't
can
like,
sit there and pour it. You don't have to make a whole cocktail and stuff.
yeah, you just hop and pour, man.
Next to you ladies, though, I'm such a lightweight. Absolute lightweight. I think it's just because I can't drink a lot of the time because of what I do, and I think we did a show in Austin on an American tour. We did a show that was sponsored by Jägermeister.
Oh no!
And the first thing they did was give us a whole load of Jägermeister key rings and just loads of stuff and an enormous bottle of Jägermeister.
Yeah.
And I'd never had it, and so I thought, I'll have a little check out of this, and I thought, that's nice. It's a bit like cough syrup or something, isn't it? Sort of
It's
thing.
like licorice.
So luckily, I kind of stopped there just because we were doing stuff. But our bass player after the gig, he just carried on drinking his. And the following day, I've never felt such sympathy for a human being in my life. It was
Give him
Austin.
an IV.
It was
Just wait
Austin.
until he
Like,
finds out about Malort.
so hot. Oh, that poor guy. You know, he just we couldn't get a word out of him for about till mid-afternoon. You know, unless it was like, kill me now.
Oh, no.
You know?
So, question to everybody on panel, and we can start at the top and work our way down. But I want to know, you all have to have a favorite bartender, I'm going to assume. So my question to you is, why are they your favorite bartender? Give it a second to think about.
That's
Neil,
easy.
I'll let you go first, and then we'll move around.
I already got it. So I cannot be fooled by hot women that are bartenders because I actually look at the drink that's poured to me, not the breast size. And I've noticed there's this tiny little dude. His name is Benny. He's this Mexican cat. He's like the main bartender at this like really crappy dive bar that I go to, and I like him the best because every time I walk into the bar, he like says what's up to me right away, and he already like pours a drink. Like he already knows what I want every time, and he always fills it to the top. He gives you what's called lagniappe. It's like as a Louisiana term for like a little something extra.
Yeah.
So he always kind of like tops it off, and because of that, Benny, I know you're not watching this, but you're the real MVP, man.
Not all heroes wear capes. That's our theme for the night.
They're all heroes. I guess my favorite bartender is Nino. He's a tree. Love him. He taught me everything I know. So he taught me how to be calm when people who are wasted don't realize there is actually alcohol in their drink. And I don't know why I have to remake it, but fine. He told me how to be calm. So I love him. I go to him.
Do you know the trick, though, to getting them to think that they're getting a strong drink, especially if you have somebody who says it?
In the straw.
Yeah. So you do know the trick. Never mind.
He saw me make it, and I
I'm not
literally was
special.
pouring it in front of him, and then he's like, "There's no alcohol." I was like, "You're fucking blind."
Well, they're gonna say that every time just because they want a freebie, but
It was my first customer, and I was a cunt. And then ever since I went up to Nino, he went right up to them, and he was like, "What could I get for you?" And in that moment, I was just like,
Harry is so nice.
"Yeah," and I never got mad again. So.
Yeah,
It was
it's not
a learning
worth
moment.
it. Like mentally, it's not worth it. You're just like, okay, fine. You dump it, you make another.
Yeah.
And I've had people, if they say it's snotty enough,
Yeah.
I would put let's pretend they want a Long Island iced tea. I'll put all of the individual shots in shot glasses that go into the drink in front of them. And then I'll give them the glass full of the Coke with the, like the mixers in it. And I'll pour their ice in and everything's on the side. And I'll say, now you can see what's going in. You can make it yourself from here.
I would just spray them with the gun. I'm just
Yeah. I mean, but I like them to see it. And it's like, mess with me again and see what happens. Now you'll never ask for that again. All right, Sean, your favorite bartender. Why?
I will give a shout out to my friend Patrice. Being a bartender is not that deep. I've been a bartender. Having a great rack and giving comps and a sympathetic ear goes a long way. I think there's not a lot to it, and that's part of the charm, is that you're just there to relax for, a simple time.
Fair enough. Miss Star.
I would say Torrie is my favorite bartender. She made the best mojito next to my aunt, who's from Cuba.
Oh.
God damn.
Cubano.
And mojitos and all that muddling, baby. That goes a long way.
I
It
love
does,
it when
doesn't
they
it?
order it.
Elbow grease in that one.
Can I ask a question real quick? Because this came up before. Both of you worked through that period when mojitos were like the hot item. That was. Do you have any war stories with that? Because suddenly everybody wanting to make back-to-back muddled drinks was just kind of a gauntlet.
I love making them. I worked
Yeah.
at a place.
Really?
that made them. Yeah, you can order any drink. I enjoy making it, and I'll do it fast. So.
And I'd say like my specialties are martinis. Like that's where my golden goose is. Especially like the chocolate when you're drizzling it around and making things pretty. I love to make things pretty. So when somebody does ask for a specialty drink that I get to make the glass pretty and put all the like fruits and stuff on, like I go above and beyond. I will stop an entire bar to make a pretty drink.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, yeah.
I love it. It's so fun.
Mm-hmm. Leroy, favorite bartender, why?
I don't really drink, but my favorite person to bring me a beverage would be my missus because she's sick
Aw.
and I don't want to deal with any other women.
Aw, I love that.
How
Beautiful.
sweet that is.
Is she sitting right next to you? Blink twice.
Blink
Oh,
twice.
she's probably watching and listening. You know,
Blink
I've got
twice.
a gun to my head here. You know. No.
Cattle prod.
I don't really drink or anything like that. And if I was to drink, I wouldn't go out. So I would. Just
I
ask
love
my missus
making
to get it for me.
non-alcoholic drinks. Come on.
Yeah, they're much cheaper to just sit in the house, so I wouldn't pay
That's
someone
true.
to give
Yeah,
me a
I agree.
smoothie, you know
I
what I mean?
agree. And if she's somebody you're deeply in love with and she's serving you with a drink and a smile, then how much better can that get? You know,
Yeah, I don't want some random bird doing that. Yeah,
a random bird, random.
exactly.
David, favorite bartender? Why?
Again, odd one out because I don't really go to bars or pubs and stuff unless it's someone's birthday, and then it's
Or
just
unless
where
you're
they've
performing
chosen.
there, right?
Well, this is what I'm saying. Is like because of touring and stuff. It's almost it's. I don't really want to go out when I come home. I want to be quite quiet and just chill out and sit in the garden and just decompress for a bit from all the madness. However, we play in 2014. We played a show in Leeds at the New Roscoe, and there was a bar lady there who was sort of assigned to look after us and sort of sort our drinks out and come to the dressing room and all that. And she was funny as hell, all hell. She was brilliant. She just straight away, she had my sense of humor and stuff like that, and that was great. And then after the gig, she a couple of days later, she sent me a Facebook request, and we'd been friends for ages and ages. And then over COVID, we sort of talked to each other on Zoom a lot more and stuff. And I eventually went down to visit her, and I'd say she's a really cool friend now, like a really close friend. So just on that alone, that is my favorite bartender, but not because of the drinks so much or how she made them, but she was just like, she's a really cool
She
cool woman.
maintained
Funny, yeah.
a conversation and relationship almost with you.
Yeah. But when I do go out for a drink, I'm served by the person who's doing the serving. I don't do a regular. I haven't got a regular place, as it were. I tend to come
So
home and then
not a
earn it
regular.
myself, in here because the studio's upstairs, as you know. So
Right.
it's not like I even have to go to work. It's
Yeah. God, that'd be so nice. Well, I mean, I guess my stuff's in the basement, so it works for me.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is like my studio, so the kids know like I'm going downstairs and they're like, "Oh, mommy's gonna go do YouTube, as my son likes to say, YouTube."
And as you know as well, it's like it's 11 minutes past 4 in the morning, but it's like I'm the boss, so I'll go back when I'm ready.
That's so convenient. Taper,
What's
favorite
up?
bartender?
My favorite
Why?
bartender. My favorite bartender is probably myself because I don't trust anyone else to make my drinks.
Really?
Tell me you have trust.
The irony is he also roofies himself. So
Is that a good?
William, how many enemies have you got that you have to worry about who's making your drink?
I hear that question all too much. But I don't know. I have seen some dirty bartenders like stick their dirty fingers right on
I've
top
seen
of
that too. Yeah.
Ooh,
Well, if they do the straw thing, they're not technically, but it still looks gross. I don't like doing that in front of people.
No, I've seen a bartender take his thumb and put it like right into a shot, like right in front of customers and everything.
Ew, that's disgusting. You should call him out so he stops.
Oh no,
Paper, I know your favorite. I know your favorite bartender.
Call him out, but he's got his ways. But I guess he's been doing it for like 15, 20 years. So
Doesn't matter.
yeah,
Ugh.
no twist in his arm. But honestly, I didn't mean to give the whole arrogant, conceited answer there. But probably my old homie.
You did.
Being sanitary, like now you're evil. Like what?
That kind of
No.
makes sense, though.
Yeah.
I know Taper's favorite is Dave the pickup artist.
Oh, Dave the pickup artist.
Yeah.
He's my favorite pickup artist, but I don't know if he's a bartender. But shout out to Dave the pickup artist. Okay, so I got an old homie. I'm just gonna say his initials, EZ. He'd probably be my inspiration for being a bartender, but I don't really have a regular bar that I go to anymore. So, and I got a mild bartending experience. I love making and mixing drinks, and I don't know. I always thought I had a good personality for it. So, love the bartending scene for sure. Would love to get back into it.
Fair enough. Ian, favorite bartender? Why?
It's been 3 years since I've seen him, so I'll just tell you why the qualities. He was very calm and non-nonsense when he needed to be. We could always trust him. I was actually the bar back at that bar, and he would, if there was ever a problem, we could trust him to resolve it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Master Yoda, favorite bartender? Master Yoda, are you still with us? I know.
Sorry, I missed that. Sorry, was that? Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Your favorite bartender. Why are they your favorite bartender?
Well, it's not really an issue for me because I don't drink. So I don't drink alcohol. So
Who serves you the water the best?
I said I don't drink, so I'm not a drinker.
Fair enough. Fair
It's
enough.
not an issue for me.
Yeah, I'd say my favorite, I call him Dilly Dilly. His name's Dylan. But Dilly Dilly always has my back. It's like I could be in a fully packed bar that night across the room, and I just raise my hand and I'm like, Dilly Dilly. And he's like, Sarah, I got you. And by the time I get back across towards the bar and in front of it, there's exactly what I'm looking for. If you've never had a strawberry lemonade shot, I highly recommend you try one. It's very delicious. It's lemon vodka, strawberry puree, some triple sec, a little bit of Sprite to give it some bubble fizz. It's absolutely delicious and rewarding. Try those. They're easy to go down too. So Dilly Dilly, he owns it. But yeah. Does anybody have like a worst, like the terrible experience with whether it's a server, a bartender, cocktail waitress? Does anybody have like a story from hell on that?
I wouldn't say. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody else can go first. I talk a lot. No one? Okay. I guess it's me. I do have there was this one particular situation one time. There's this bar a few blocks from where I live, and there was this lady, she was bartending, and I walked in because I saw two friends of mine there. Like, you can see through the glass, it's very easy to see who's in there. So I walked in to say hi to them, and I was like, hey, screw it, let me get a beverage while I'm here. And I asked the lady, hey man, just Jameson on the rocks, keep it simple. And she was like, yeah, I got you right now. And then she just like went off and started talking to like 3 other people in the back. And I didn't think of it too much because I'm just conversating with my friends as I'm waiting for this drink to be given to me. And then I remember feeling very upset because she just completely forgot about me and she started serving other people. And I was like, hey, you forgot my drink. And she was like, oh, I'm sorry, darling, I got you right now. And then she just went off and started talking to more people. So in my mind, I'm like, I must have slighted you in some kind of way, maybe in like a past life I picked on you or something. There had to be some sequence of events that led you to be this rude bartender that can't even have the decency and the common courtesy to just pour me a simple drink that doesn't require any kind of actual creativity. It's as simple as like putting some ice on a cup and then pouring a glass. And so I tell my friends, hey, you know what? I'm just gonna leave because this lady's a little bit of an airhead. She's kind of just like ignoring my existence. And that was the only time I like genuinely really felt upset at a bartender.
Really?
Yeah.
That's really not that bad though. I mean,
it's not, but I don't usually have trouble because like I was telling Tori earlier, I'm like 6'1", like 200 plus pounds. It's a little hard to miss me when you see me at a bar. So I don't really have a problem with people serving me. But when you acknowledge me multiple times and then you still don't bring me a drink and you willfully like ignore me and start going to other people, it's a little disrespectful. You know what I mean?
Maybe she was waiting on Jameson bottles. That's the only thing I could think of.
No, it was right
takes
there.
a long time.
I saw it. It was right there.
We're waiting on dishes. Have you ever had to wait on glasses to come back?
Open up.
No, she was a drunk bartender. That's what it is. She was wasted because she was like zigzagging like across the bar. You could tell that she had like one too many, which I also think is very unprofessional. It's okay to have 1 or 2 here and there when you're bartending, but she was as wasted as like one of the patrons that would be there. You know what I mean?
Oh shit! Yeah, that makes a little bit of a difference then.
Was it a young woman?
Yeah, she was pretty young. I would say she was like maybe like early 20s. Yeah, she looks pretty young.
It was probably me that night at the bar that I was decided I was going to quit anyways.
Nah, man. I like in my head, I didn't say it out loud, but I had like the worst names for this lady. And you know, again, it's like I get it. You know, you're in a stressful environment. There's a lot of people that you're serving and whatnot, but it looks like her peoples were there. You know how like sometimes like you bring your friends and they're just like kind of hanging out at the bar with you. That's what it felt like, you know. So she just like completely forgot, and you know, I just left. I went to my crappy dive bar, and Benny took care of me right away, so it was fine.
That has triggered the thought of a fun one, which is when I was a lot younger, about I don't know, 18, 19, something like that. I was with my first proper girlfriend, but it was the sort of height of the goth thing, and as you know, I was just during the work I was doing with the Cure, so I was looking very. It was all crimped hair and eyeliner and all that sort of stuff. But we went up to the bar, and I ordered a couple of drinks and stuff. The guy gave them to us, and as we turned away to go, he went, "Thanks, ladies." So I must have looked. We must have looked quite similar. I think she had black crimped hair and eyeliner. I had black crimped hair and eyeliner, but I did. It didn't warrant. Thanks, ladies. But there you go.
Well, maybe it was dark.
Maybe I just looked like a bit of a girl.
Yeah,
it was very feminine.
Maybe.
Hold on a sec. Oh,
I'm trying to give you.
Pardon me, Mother Tomato.
I'm trying to give you a sense of, you know.
Thanks. There you go. That's the back of the album at the time.
Oh, fair enough. All right, fair assessment. But the Adam's apple gives it away, though. You know.
You look like a lost boy there.
Yeah.
It was the 80s.
What is everybody's favorite drink? I mean, mine is obviously Prosecco. Neil?
Jack or Jameson on the rocks. I'm simple.
Fair enough. Tori?
Jameson or 1942 tequila.
Wow. Go hard or go home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She ain't messing around, man. Sean?
Nika coffee grain whiskey.
Oh.
Never heard of that one.
Hold on.
Any of the Japanese whiskeys are usually pretty good for me.
Oh, like a Sakai? Like, you like that style stuff too? Or
like Yamazaki or Hibiki, but they had to stop doing Hibiki because of the whiskey shortage, the Japanese whiskey shortage.
Oh, wow. That was a thing. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. Mistress Star?
I don't drink a lot, but when I do, it's margarita.
Oh, nice. Goes for gold. Leroy?
I like iced water.
Nice. Easy. David?
So a slice of lemon, or is that pushing the boat out?
No.
I was going to ask, without lemon?
Plain water. Just plain ice water.
If it's going to be a long night, it's like someone's birthday, and it's going to go a few hours and that, I'll have a pint of cider and, you know, maybe 2 pints of cider or something like that. Like that's the apple drink, that sort of thing. But it's not. If it's like, oh, let's just quickly nip into here and stuff. I like Disaronno. Is that how you say it? Disaronno.
Disaronno.
Yeah, that sort of thing. So yeah, if it's a more of a let's just get in and go for it, that's the sort of thing I'll have. But if it's nice, you know, if it's a sunny afternoon, sat in a pub garden somewhere talking to friends and that, I'll have a pint of cider, pear cider or apple cider. I don't mind. Fair
enough. Taper.
Yeah. So real quick, I do want to say I probably want to jump off here because I got to get on the road here early in the morning. But I hate to cheat, but honestly, a mule is like, especially on a hot summer day when you get a nice chill, one of them tin glasses, that's like really a good go-to for me. I'm going to say I hate making them, but I love drinking them. Bloody Marys. Especially with like a nice...
I like Bloody Marys also.
Yeah.
Bacon in them, like a stick of bacon and a pickle.
But don't make it a whole forest. People go nuts with that. There's like a sausage and, you know,
egg.
Yeah.
It's like a whole... Really, when you think about it.
But have you have bacon flavored vodka in your Bloody Mary?
Oh, that I have not tried. So
try that one.
Yeah,
try that one.
Okay, I don't know about flavored vodka.
I was going to say that too. Yeah, flavored vodka is a little sketch.
Pretty questionable because the bar that I worked at had this deal with this really cheap vodka company where they got a good deal, but they had to have all this flavored vodka, and I just thought it was kind of weird and tacky. But yeah, I don't know. Hey, before I jump off, I'm gonna be real honest. I'm like any guy on this panel. Torshaa, would you like to have a speed date before I jump off?
A speed date?
Yeah, would that does that sound like your thing?
Here? Do
Or,
it.
We can schedule it another time if you want.
You want to do it, Tori?
Like on whose
Like right
channel?
now? No, like right now.
Do it now. I don't know if you want to do that. I'm like a professional shit tester.
Yes,
I
she
really
is.
test them. Alex has
well,
on
I realize
channel.
that itself is a shit test.
Let's see what we got.
And
Go
Tori.
ahead and shit test the hell out of it.
Okay, shit.
All right. What's
Hello.
up, Torshaa? I heard Neo
You didn't
say,
even let me answer. Jesus. Nothing. How are you?
You're a shit tester, I can tell. I'm doing well.
Good. Yeah, I am.
Well,
What were you saying?
I noticed that Neo said that you were kind of asking the questions, and I have a lot of questions for you. First off, I noticed your choice of beer, PBR. That's quite interesting for a former bartender.
Yeah, it's all I had here.
Okay, well, fair
Yeah,
enough.
it tastes like shit.
See, like I thought bartenders kind of had to be snobby with their beer.
No, we drink Corona, honestly.
Okay.
That's like all bartenders drink.
I gotcha. So no, like before I bartended, I was not snobby about my beer at all. Like I could go to the, up at the convenience store and just grab like whatever 6-pack or whatever. But after I started bartending, I really got into IPAs, and I really got into, especially like.
I could tell. You're like a Lagunitas.
You think I look like a beer snob or something?
Yeah, a little bit. I bet you're the guy that starts talking about hops to somebody who doesn't give a fuck.
There you go. I think you figured me. I do have that look on my face. I used to live in Seattle, which is like basically.
Oh no, that's a double whammy.
What's up with that? No, I mean.
You guys bike everywhere. Is that Seattle? Seattle? Yeah.
There
The
you go.
air's nice. That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
I dated a guy from Seattle. He was a dick.
Oh really? Well,
Yeah.
I've heard that a time or two about me, but I like to think like I'm honest, and I hate bullshitting people and giving.
There they go, assholes just hiding behind the honesty thing. It's like, learn some fucking manners.
Oh, okay. Well, I
How would you feel?
Just for myself, but no, I mean, out in Seattle, like IPA capital of the world, that's where I got hooked, and then I came.
Nobody actually likes the taste of IPAs. They just pretend to.
No, here's what it is. It's an acquired taste. Trust me.
No, it's
and
not.
Something about an IPA that gets you a little bit more buzz, and especially like if you've been working hard all day, like if you've been moving stuff, or like if you have to move, or you work a job where you're lifting a lot of stuff and you get off work, like having an IPA for some reason, it just like it hits you right. I don't know. It's an acquired taste.
You got your thing that you like.
Yeah. No, we all. I mean, you got PBR. See, I can't.
If I were to get a beer, it'd be either Corona or something like. Fuck.
Okay. See,
another light one.
You like all the pissy beers, Corona, PBR.
Go ahead, keep going. I'll give you some time.
Okay.
Here, I'm listening. Keep going.
Those are the only two that I know.
Oh, that's all you want to say? You just want to? You're negging me right now. Do you think that works?
I might.
I hate guys that try to make me feel like shit in order to slide in. You can't be confident and like perk me up a bit. Like, why do you have to make me feel shitty about myself?
Are you shit testing me?
No.
I was just nudging you a little bit. I wouldn't take it too personal.
Oh, here we go. Here's my apology without the sorry.
Very sarcastic apology, I must say. But anyway, we don't need to get all sarcastic. I do want to get.
Oh, did I hurt your feelings? You got
no,
it.
No, not at all.
You're
I'm not
feeling it.
I'm very thick skinned, unlike what Sarah might have told you. I don't know if she's told you anything, about me. First off, I did want to ask you. So you about 12,000 subs or so, because I did sort of look into you a little bit.
Yeah, I think I actually just hit 12,800.
Okay, well, congratulations, and
Thank you.
I'm sorry I have to say congratulations, Sarah, who hit 600.
Woo!
So anyway, I know Sarah, doesn't want me to talk about myself as much, but I did want to ask you. So I'm sitting like, just over 400 subs. Let me ask you, I live in the Midwest, and I see you're kind of a Midwest person yourself.
Are you trying to collab or something in person?
I was maybe, we could collab, but I was thinking maybe more, if this speed date goes really well, maybe we could turn it into I could come out there, we could turn the speed date into maybe a real date.
I'm insane. I'm a bitch. I'm moody in the morning. I have no hobbies, and I.
Sounds like my type.
All right, get that out on the table.
That's a yes.
I have a great relationship with my father. I have that going for me.
Hey, I don't. So opposites.
Oh shit!
I like you, Torshaa. I'm sub to you, by the way.
I'll sub to you back.
All right. Well, you might unsub me, but I'll hit you up on Instagram.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Good job. Killing it.
Sarah,
You're muted, Sarah.
I just reminded myself, I have to push that button. So we're going to start with you, Torshaa.
Oh, no.
Would you?
Oh, we do that shit.
Oh, we're going to do it. Why not? We're going to go Alex style.
No.
Would you go on a second date with William?
I don't like when men insult me. I hate it.
Okay.
I hate it so much.
Why?
It's a no for me because I have low self-esteem.
Oh, baby.
I just don't like it.
Passive aggressive insults.
It makes me feel bad about myself, and then I feel like you have to insult me in order to talk confidently. Like, why do you? And it's not just you; it's like a common thing that guys.
So
do.
it's nagging. You don't like nagging.
Yeah, like really don't like it.
Torshaa, I just want to throw this out there. I mean, we are talking about your beer taste, so it really shouldn't be that personal. I mean, after all, didn't you say something similar about IPAs? I'm just throwing that out.
Yeah, but you're a man. You're supposed to take it on the chin.
I know.
You're a man.
I expect you to get on your knee and apologize profusely. It's not going to.
I'm going to say
crawl and beg. Says the mistress.
What did you say?
No, real quick. One more thing before I jump off. I know what you just said was part of your shit test, but I'll go ahead.
Bold of you to assume that. Keep going.
No, okay. I'm going to hit you up on Instagram because I know if you sub to my channel, you're going to unsub me.
So she is not going to respond on Instagram.
I feel personally attacked. What the fuck?
Sub to the channel. It's all good. If you don't respond, it's all good. I'm not, like I said, I got thick skin. Ask Sarah. So we're good.
No, you don't.
It's lovely chatting with you, Torshaa.
You did well. You did well.
I didn't see any of it, and I can tell he didn't do well. I don't know why you're laughing.
Just by her response.
I thought you did well.
Gives me credit. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Everybody took a potty break at that moment, so nobody was watching.
Lie to yourself. You're not trying to lie to me.
Everybody knew that once we come back, as soon as Torshaa was quiet, as soon as I asked the question, I already know where this is going, so I don't even have to know.
Really?
You took a potty break.
Okay.
Watching on your cell phones.
If you had to pause before you gave a yes or no, it's already gonna be a no, right?
That's not fair.
If it's not a fuck yes, then it's got to be a fuck no.
Is it ever a fuck yes? Let's be honest. Is it ever a fuck yes?
Yes.
Vehemently disagree.
I've done enough.
Genuine burning desire. Is that what you're saying?
Why do you disagree?
I'm gonna go with Torshaa. I don't think you can't have a fuck yes on a speed date, and I think the closest you
sure you can. What?
Yeah,
but would she? How would you?
So you're just never attractive enough to get a fuck yes ever.
Oh, come on.
I don't know your personalities.
Are you gonna take that from the bald guy? Get back at him.
I'm bald of choice, love. My hair. I've got a full head of
that's
hair
what they
if I
all
left it.
say. Whatever. You don't have to be
give a
rude.
fuck. I'm not
You don't have to
rude.
be
I'm being
rude.
honest.
That's not honest. It's just
He's a
rude.
grown man.
So are you.
You should
and look
know
at what
how
you're
attractive
doing.
you are.
Huh?
You should know how attractive he is. Come on.
Yeah, he is attractive. I just don't like it.
I don't think he's a bad-looking guy by any means. I'd put
I'm
him
not saying that either.
More personality thing.
I hate when guys gaslight. Leroy.
Yeah, you're
Not
married.
Leroy.
What are you doing here?
Gaslighting.
Yeah, aren't you married?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm not married. No.
Oh,
I thought you were. I thought you bring you your
said
water.
Yeah.
Yeah, my
Oh,
missus,
so he lied.
No, I've got her right here beside me. I call her my missus because I don't like saying girlfriend. It sounds very childish, and I think.
Well, you're
partner is
taken.
gay.
You shouldn't be here.
Why?
Childish coming from.
Well, but he
With
did
love.
say that he did say that, you know, his favorite drink would be just water. So obviously he's not a big drinker, so he wouldn't go to a bar. So showing up on a sip and stream panel would actually make sense because he gets the bar environment to a degree with the bar banter, but without having to actually go to a bar and drink water. Like
Yeah,
a
it's funny.
weirdo.
The first time I try a bit of banter, you'll take it dead serious. It's a real
No, it's
shame.
fun.
Oh,
Well,
now you're gonna
I've
back
already-
out on it. Come on,
I've
own
already-
it.
I've already
Oh,
experienced your banter,
I'm-
Leroy, with the
You know exactly what I'm like.
I
Comes in
I
amogging
know what you're
or whatever, trying to take over. I know what you're doing.
Well,
this
what do you
is
think
why I
I'm
like
doing?
Torshaa so much.
I love
She's gonna
men.
What do you think I'm doing?
I just
Oh,
know what
no.
you're doing. You come
Yeah,
in.
tell
you-
me.
Yeah, I will. Okay, don't be hormonal. Just relax. It's all good here. Okay, it's all good. Men will usually, when a guy doesn't make the or stick the landing, they try to come in and be sassy and insult the guy. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Do you think I'm being sassy?
It's giving bitch.
Beta bitch.
Come on, you have
Thank
to
you.
respond to that. Come on.
I don't think I'm giving bitch vibes at all, man. I think I was being real with the dude there with a wee sly
Really?
man joke. And obviously your effeminate nature just can't grab to that. I'm
Oh.
sorry.
A feminine nature grabbed a lot. Wait,
I'm
what?
sorry.
What did you say?
I don't think your effeminate nature kind of grasped onto what I was saying. It was sort of like back where I'm from. It's
Where are you
we
from?
take the fucking piss out of each other a lot. In fact, that's pretty much all we do.
Oh, really?
110%.
British, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Like
really?
cunt where
Which
I'm
part?
from means friend. I'm from Northern Ireland, which is
Oh,
a
okay.
particularly rough part then. So yeah, that's our shit, man.
Did I hurt your feelings?
No, you asked for an explanation and I gave you one.
I hear you. It just sounds pretty pressed. It's just
Really?
a stream. Yeah.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
It's okay. I'll be good.
So I don't know anything about you. Tell me. Who are you? What do you do? I gave my intro. I didn't see yours.
I gave my intro.
I know, but I'm saying I came late, so I didn't hear your intro. Can you tell me a bit?
I don't have an intro. Just a bartender with an opinion.
All right, sick. What sort of views do you have?
What are we doing right now? I don't
I
like
don't
to talk
know.
to
They put us
people
in a
that are
one-on-one,
mean.
so
You can be
it's just me and
honest.
you.
I just don't like when people are mean to me.
Well, I was
When
gonna
was I
let
mean to
this.
you?
I figured you guys needed to talk this out.
When was I
right?
mean?
Your
So I-
humor, because you said it that I can't pick up on your humor. Well, I can't, and it comes off as kind of an asshole, cocksucker, if I'm really specific.
I'll let you guys work.
Yeah, hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't said anything mean about you, and you've just
Yeah,
insulted me.
actually, you did, and I didn't understand what you were saying.
Well, then how
The
did you know I
feminine
said
nature
anything
or
mean?
something?
You are effeminate. A woman is effeminate.
Yeah, but you said that I couldn't pick up on what you're saying because I have feminine nature.
Yes. Is that
So
an
you're
insult?
sexist. Yes, it is.
Why is that an insult?
You're telling me I'm stupid.
No,
I
I'm
just don't
saying you
like
did. I'm saying that you wouldn't have picked up on the same humor as maybe a gentleman would have. That's a statement. And it's not really an insult.
Okay.
Even now, I think you're being very effeminate because you're getting upset over
I'm not upset.
just statements. Okay, love. Okay.
Don't gaslight me and don't tell me how I
Well,
feel.
why would you insult me then if you're
I'm
not
not-
in any way worked
What
up?
was insulting? Can you be more specific? What did I say that was insulting? I thought you were rude. You said you were honest. I think you're rude.
Well, again, just an opinion then, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. My opinion doesn't matter.
Good to hear.
You got this. Don't be upset. You look really mad. I'm uncomfortable.
You should see me, mad. Like this would be my eyebrows.
I feel
My
like
voice is probably a
I
lot
feel
more
like
raised.
you're not the type that would go unhinged and like throwing shit. I just wouldn't want to make you mad. And I
I
feel
don't
like
think you
I
should try and make anyone mad.
If you both want, I can make you both happy and laugh right now. We can solve this problem real quick.
All I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2 of your Patreon. 'Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
There you go. Everybody loves a good dog, and when a good dog is watching and two other dogs hump, it just makes everybody smile. So if you're not smiling after that, then you are weird, and you should probably remove yourself at this time.
I smiled for 2 seconds.
What?
It was
Oh,
my
you've also already seen that one before, probably too, Neo. But I just love that little clip, like the song and the dog, and it's just cute. But it's
You were trying to defuse the tension.
I was diffusing the tension while adding sexual tension. Based Oracle, welcome,
What's
my
up?
friend.
How are
Hey,
you?
what's up,
Welcome,
Tori?
welcome.
What's
What's up,
up?
Sarah?
Please feel free to introduce yourself to the viewers because not everybody knows you. So take a minute
Why?
or so.
Whoa! You're gonna insult me right off the rip?
I love this man's accent. I love it. Keep talking.
Right off the rip.
Right off the rip.
No, I'm just here, observer. Actually, one of your followers or fans, something, told me to come over, so figured I'd
One of
check it
mine?
out. And then I saw Tori was here. Man, double.
She's
You
like,
got double whammy.
this bitch.
So what are you doing? Is this like well, I saw I just hopped in when that very awkward dude was
Don't
doing
talk
some
shit
kind
about Normie, okay?
No, I meant that
Y'all are
respectfully.
making me want to go out with him now, even though I was like, he's kind of a dick.
She's gonna do it just to shut you all up.
I mean, I don't know if he was a dick. I thought he was rather socially awkward.
I just
but-
don't like the negs. I don't do well with them.
Right.
It triggers me every time. Yeah. I'm unhinged.
We know.
Yeah, we know. We know.
It's the red hair.
I don't know. Something about it.
Well,
just really...
I hear you. To be put on the defensive, it feels disingenuous, right? Like you're trying to get an edge on
Purposely
something.
make you feel bad. Like, oh, this bitch is. Let's try to knock her down. It's like,
Honestly, listen, speed dates are a little awkward to begin with because it's not really an intimate setting. You have a bunch of people watching you, so you're not really getting to know each other. It's almost like an entertainment match. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's a little difficult to get like a genuine reaction out of somebody in this type of environment, I would say.
yeah, I agree.
So based Oracle.
Yes.
So this is a sip and stream. So essentially the idea, Tori and I, we were both bartenders at one point in our lives. So we.
Me too, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah,
welcome
now
to
there's
the
3.
club. Now there's 3.
I got
and-
fired though. You probably didn't.
Oh no. What'd you do?
Well, I worked at a country club. I was very young, and I basically found the members to be assholes. Even the ones I sold weed to for way too much money. Yeah, they would complain about me and then buy weed after out of their Porsches. And it didn't go very well. Eventually, the manager's like, look, we got to let you go. The guys hate you. And he's like, look, they're fucking assholes, but, it is what it is. And I said, yeah, I knew this was coming. So then I did the only logical thing that one could do. I joined the Marine Corps.
Hoorah, devil dog.
Right.
Crayon eater.
Thank you for your service.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hats off.
Was it just as fulfilling as being a bartender?
It was very,
Trick question.
very different. Yeah, I mean, it was different. But bartending is a hard gig, to be honest. I mean, I did the course, right, the whole bartender in New York, and I learned to make drinks. I really just wanted to make Long Island's.
They now put it all in one bottle, so it's nice.
Ooh, I don't like that. No.
Do they really?
premix.
Is that a thing now?
Scary
Mhm.
thought.
Yeah. It's pretty convenient, but
Yeah, I mean, trade-off.
yeah.
So, how are all of you doing tonight? I actually was just on with Glenn.
Oh,
damn.
Glenn Lawrence.
Glenn Lawrence. Yes.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Somebody told me I should have him on for an interview and I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's pretty based in reality. I think he has a good objective intention with what he does, and
Nice guy.
I never really.
Really nice.
I've seen him around over the years. I never really conversed with him. I just kind of got back into YouTube. I know Tori and I did a little thing a few months ago. I was kind of dipping my feet in, and at this point, I'm here to stay. So, yeah.
Yeah, let's go, man.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So, what is your drink of choice, Based Oracle?
Usually whiskey. I mean, not tonight. I don't have a drink, but
Marines always drink what?
Right.
I'm telling you.
It's a good
Jack and
choice.
Coke.
the stereotypes are true. Bring
No, this is what
stereotypes
I
back.
say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's true though.
Oh,
Thank
look, Neo's got one for you. Got a whole
I bought
bottle.
one
Oh,
from India.
is that gentleman? Or
This
not
is
gentleman? Single barrel.
Single barrel, 100.
Single
proof.
barrel.
Yeah.
Nice.
My boy came from India and he brought this all the way from over there, so that was pretty nice of him.
Nice.
Very nice.
What does based oracle mean, please? Where does it come from?
Yeah. So to me, based is grounded in reality.
Fair enough.
As much as one could be. I'm not saying that I am, but I'm fucking grounded. So it means grounded in reality. And oracle, you could perceive that different ways, but without, kind of long story short, is just being able to perceptualize what is going on in reality. So it's just a grounded space.
Right.
Meant to be helpful to others, people who interact, viewership, and just getting into diverse topics, whether it's men, women, somewhat of politics, other things, but really strengthening man. I see that as our biggest problem in the world. Society is weak men. And I'm not saying there's a weak man and a strong man and it's a binary and I'm strong man and you should do what I'm saying. I'm saying that we have a weak man syndrome in society. And the further we chip away at that and build men better, stronger, which goes towards children, the next generation, the better things will be in general.
When you
That's
say
not
weak men, because my idea, I don't know, it could be an English-American divide, but
Sure.
you said weak men to me, I think of, domestic abusers and pieces of shit.
that
Pieces of
absolutely.
Pieces of
Yeah.
shit like that, it's like they're not men.
I agreed.
I don't know what they are, but no, and is that the name of your channel, Based Oracle?
Yes, sir.
I shall check you out.
I have a question.
Go for it.
For like the gentleman who doesn't know who Torshaa is and other people who may not, why don't you tell them like your favorite show that you have been on, or the ones with Rollo Tomasi, Fresh and Fit. Like introduce yourself so they know who you are.
Me?
Yes, you.
I'm just Tori. I have a YouTube channel and I make content about
And
cooking.
what shows have you been on? Fresh and Fit, Jubilee, and
Been on Jubilee. I've been on Rollo's stream.
You're on Jubilee?
Yeah, I was.
Oh, what'd you do on there?
It was anti-feminists against feminists.
Did you win?
I gave like the selective service sort of answer. That was like mine about how women aren't drafted. Now they are. But been on, me and Rollo worked together. Who else have I worked with?
Michael Sartain.
Michael Sartain. Love him.
Yeah, that bish. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Making friends.
Who else? I'm blanking.
Somebody in the chat said Red Pill Lions.
Red Pill Lions. Worked with Donovan briefly. I feel like Valuetainment.
Oh, cool. PBD.
So you've made the rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how long have you been doing this?
3 years.
Nice.
Outstanding.
So that's something I have to look forward to. So that 3 years from now, I can come on another channel and be introduced and be like, oh yeah, I've been on blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And so you are now my my idol for the YouTube.
The
Cheers.
clout resume.
Oh my
Clout
God.
resume.
There
But
we go.
isn't that even just like having a job? Like you want to have those things that you can put down on the resume, right? And
I've
if
never thought
you're
about it.
yeah, if you're on YouTube, it's the same concept. If you can get somebody to show up on your channel, or you can show up on somebody else's channel, or if you can get somebody to comment or show up in your live feed or things like that. Yeah, people call it clout chasing, but isn't that the same as a job? Like, you want that credibility. You want to be able to name drop. You want to be able to have those credentials to stand out. And in YouTube, it's the same concept. I want to, I want to be able to say, yes, I go on 100,000 plus subscriber channels. I want to be able to say that.
I think the
Because-
difference, though, is are you generating your own content and voice that merits that, or are you doing it just to say, like, name dropping, right?
Yeah,
I think
I
that's
don't
the
like
distinction.
No, I agree with your difference. Yeah, that's a strong difference. And I think that, this, to me, I look at this as like a part-time job, right? So the more networking I can do and the more I can get around, the more I find that it opens more doors and creates new opportunities, right? It's not just a matter of being able to say, oh, I was on such and such's channel, so now you should listen to me. Like, that's not how that works.
It's in that voice specifically, right?
Right. Exactly like that. But I think that you have to be able to be your own person too. You have to be able to make your own channel and grow on your own. And you're utilizing stepping stones to your advantage. But if you can't create the content yourself, if you can't host your own show, if you can't have your own topics and talking points and discussions, then what are you worth?
Right.
Yeah,
if it's an equal value exchange, I think that's the key. Yeah.
There is a very large difference in that. Like, I can't just say, oh, I went on such and such. That would be what I would consider to be like, and I'm not putting them down, but like the OnlyFans girls that go on Fresh and Fit, they can say I went on Fresh and Fit, but they can't say, oh, I discussed the manosphere and red pill talking points and I debate this on a regular basis. Like, no, that's just a piece like that they were able to do, just like getting on the cover of Vogue if you're, a celebrity. It's a very broad difference.
Hey, Sarah, honestly, you know what, to Torsha's credit, I've been moderating the whole night, right? You know this already. So
yes, I'm very aware. I'm just letting you do it.
No, but like to Torsha's credit, she actually not once mentioned that she was on any of these shows.
Nope.
I briefly cyber stalked you once Sarah told me that she was going to have you on, because I didn't know who was on, so I wanted to know who you were. So I did see that you were on some of these shows, but I think it does say a lot about someone that's willing to go on a channel and not, I guess, like, mention their credentials prior to like where they've been, and just sort of make their own identity. That really speaks a lot to the individual that's speaking at this particular moment. So shout outs to everybody here. Whatever channels you're coming from, whatever messages you're trying to like portray to the world, we're all networking here. And Sarah, I met her a while back at like a LFA's community, and she's done a really good job of sort of, getting all these people together and like networking with each other. You know what I mean? So like, there are some of you that I've never seen or heard of before until I started like working with Sarah. So I think it's good that we can all sort of do this, like whether we agree with each other or not, we can sort of get together and have these ideas, and just sort of have these conversations with each other. So I think that's really important.
Based.
And
So
I don't think
you and Sarah are really good. You and Sarah are really good communicators. Because I feel really thicky, when I come along, when I didn't know what the hell was going on.
Can we stop complimenting Tori? Where's that dude that was negging her?
Oh,
Let's
I
bring
thought
him
he was
back.
talking to me.
Complimenting Sarah.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were talking to Neo, honestly.
Sarah Neo Starling.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I assumed. But Neo, I actually foresee a series for you and me, like the Girl Talk Guy Talk that we did. I thought after I rewatched it, I was like, wow, that was actually a really great conversation, and the conversations that should be had in this space and the way we had it. Because it gave two different perspectives, like a female and a male perspective, and we weren't hating each other, we weren't Frank Castling each other, we weren't making, like derogatory comments and things like that, and it was actually a good, productive conversation. And then we opened the panel, and it went from there as well. But here's the one thing that I do pride myself in is having kind of the open panel concept, but also being a bridge between different people of different channels and channel statuses. So going from having Alex from Playing with Fire, LFA, to a small channel that has like 30 subscribers, like anybody and everybody has a voice. And I do believe in that. And I feel like I've created a space where all of these people can have a meeting of the minds, no matter how big or small you are, because we all still have voices nonetheless. So that's kind of where my channel direction is going. And that's what I pride myself in. And hopefully, I hope and I pray that I do a good job in doing that, and everybody feels welcomed and has the variety level and the talking points and so on and so forth. So,
yeah, word.
Word.
Good stuff. And shout outs to all of you, man. Seriously, this has been a lot of fun. Actually, I'm a little tipsy, which is funny because I was sick all week, right? So I didn't have any beverages, but I've had about like 5 of these little elephants here. The sour did not like the glass for some reason, but
congratulations.
It is what it is. No, but this is really fun. You know what I mean? Because I dove into the red pill like back in 2017, and although I did find some value from some of the content, I did realize that ultimately it wasn't for me, or at least the very extreme end of it. You know what I'm saying? And I believe that there is valuable information that you can gain from it, but like kind of make it your own. You know, don't just have like false idols. You're not like worshiping anyone. You know, we're all individuals, and I can say one thing that I think we're lacking now. I don't know how old most of you are here. I'm 40, so I'm probably a little older than some of you. I know David. I know you're an exception.
You're too kind.
No, but I will say this, right? So like, when I was growing up, right, we didn't have like these like pseudo father internet figures. We had, I grew up with like Boy Meets World, like Mr. Feeney or like Carl Winslow. And we had these, like Bob Ross, with just a painting. So we had these like figures to kind of like look up to when we were kids, especially like I came from a single mother household. But I genuinely believe that we don't really have those kind of figures like in more of like a pure form. They're more salacious now. So it's difficult to really get, that information that you want, which is why when I make content, I try to make it like very practical, very basic, like things I just wish I knew when I was younger, because I think practical information is some of the best things you can give to somebody.
So on that point, one thing I want to point out is it seems to me we have a lot of superheroes, pseudo superheroes. I wouldn't actually define them as that, but that young men in particular are looking up to as a god of sorts. And I think it's been particularly damaging depending on what people they are that they're following. Because attention and clout has become the ultimate god, and whoever's transcending that seems to get the following that then supports that. And it's a very bad thing overall for society. So unfortunately, there's a lot of kind of quote-unquote superheroes out there. Yet, what I would preach to men, if I was to preach regarding this, is don't have one. It must be you. If it's not you, then you're fucked up, right? And it's a big difference between a mentor or somebody guiding you, leading you, versus holding them on a pedestal.
I agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
Facts, man. I agree. Make it your own. I always say take the lessons that you can get some real value out of and just eject the rest. I talked about this in a video of mine where, you have like black pill, blue pill, red pill. You can eventually overdose on taking so many pills. You don't want to do that to yourself. You know what I mean? Like, get what you really need out of something, but then move on. And like Based Oracle was saying, just kind of like make it your own. Be your own person. Don't be a lapdog. Don't like worship false idols. These people, exactly. A lot of them have very salacious content, and without it, they don't really get that following, so to speak. But if you know your salt, if you know what you're worth, then just tread carefully in this space, I would say.
This is something that Ryan Stone brings up a lot too, and that I've also discussed with a lot of guys, Jay Burden and Orrin McIntyre and King Pilled and them. Go out and actually try to do this stuff. Don't be a theory cell where you're just so wrapped up in everybody's advice. Go get some experiences and find out what advice actually aligns with reality and what doesn't.
I agree.
And I like 2 months ago, I'd never heard of the whole red pill, blue pill, black pill, purple pill, and all that sort of stuff. It's I suppose I survived this long not knowing what it was, but it has been quite fascinating, and it's just made me rethink. I haven't changed, but it's interesting to know that some people are really passionate about these things. And can I just say, now that Mr. Star is back, we haven't asked you. You said you were a musician, which immediately made my ears prick up and what have you. And can we hear a bit about you?
Are you talking to me? I walked off for a second.
Mr.
Oh,
Star.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm a bass player and a singer and a songwriter. I've been in the studio and I've recorded before.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Because a lot of my favorite musicians that I've worked with have been female musicians, and so I wondered whether you were saying singer on it. But yeah, bass players, female bass players have a real strut. They're really good. They're really good.
They do have a real strut with their little hats and whatnot. I don't wear a hat though, so.
No, no. But I mean, the best bass player I've ever played with was a girl called. Oh, well, her real name is Emily Harding, but she was known as Jezebel Phoenix.
Cool name.
That's a great stage name, isn't it? And I don't know what it was, but because I played several instruments, but in the band with her, I was the drummer, and you need to lock in with the bass player, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
This sort of thing. And I've never known anyone just be dead on it. For whatever I was doing, she would somehow do a push, or she would,
Yeah, they used to call me the metronome because I was a dancer first, right? So I'm always.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And
unwavering. I'll drive people crazy, and I'll be like, "Hey, you're dragging. Pick it up."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Whiplash, J.K. Simmons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean. They said that you're needed, so you need to come down for a minute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they need you in the mod space for a few minutes.
All right.
So do you play live?
Get to work.
I haven't played live in a while because I have baby. Otherwise, yes, I do.
I avoided that particular.
So the child thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. So did I for a long time.
Did you avoid it, or did it avoid you?
I avoided it.
Yeah.
I was asking him, but
I'm sorry. I couldn't tell.
It's all good.
An absolutely conscious decision from when I was quite young. Really, I looked at my two parents, who are wonderful people, absolutely marvelous, and I grew up with three sisters, and I just looked at the work involved, and I thought, if I want to go and do this thing that I want to do, that it's kind of my thing. Where's everyone gone?
I just wanted to make sure. Self, is that you?
Yeah, Daddy's here.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
But yeah,
Nice
I just knew that I believe that, and I'm sure you all do, that if you're going to bring a child into the world and stuff, that's your priority. It's got to be, it's got to be the thing that you do. And I just had to be honest enough to just think, this looks too much effort, in terms of, I knew I wasn't very intelligent. I was crap at school. I was just hopeless. But I was really good at this music thing, and I could play drums, and I could play bass, I could play keyboards, I could play this, and I don't think it's talent. It's just that I was really interested in it, and the instruments were already in my house. My dad played piano and drums, and my mum tangled away on this sort of thing. So I wasn't into sports, and I wasn't into all that sort of stuff. So I was good at that. So I went for what I was good for, and so I knew that. But I've had some fantastic relationships. I mean, some real crackers, and just brilliant.
Some real what? You said crackers?
Crackers?
Crackers, yeah. Oh, sorry, that doesn't mean the same over here. That means really brilliant.
That was kind of racist, David, but it's all right.
I'm insulted.
He's British. Cut him some slack.
Oh, okay,
They
that's
say
right.
other
British
things.
cannot be racist.
No, I just suddenly remembered cracker means something completely different over there, doesn't it? But over here, if you're a cracker,
Sorry, nobody like white people.
Yeah, you can be a cracker and be good looking.
Yeah, if you're a cracker, I think you're really good looking. You're fun. You're interesting. You're funny. You got your own thing going on. You're not dull. You got all that sort of stuff. That's a cracker.
So, Dave, can I ask you a question?
You can.
Now, being a musician, would you say that like mathematics comes into the equation?
That what comes into it?
Mathematics.
Mathematics. Well, I suppose only in the case of sort of counting bars when you're in the middle of a song and you're trying to think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, and all that sort of stuff. Is that what you meant as of the actual mathematics of 8 bars, 16
Yeah,
bars?
because you gotta know where the breakdown is. You gotta know when something's gonna come in.
There is a bit of that.
There's also intervals. There's mathematics in the intervals.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like highly musical people are usually highly mathematical. I was kind of gauging that off you, but based Oracle, I really want to come up here for you, brother.
What up?
So, like, what got you? Are you like a self-identifying red pillar, or what? You know?
No. Well. So, I'm an individual. No, look. Red pill space. I would distinguish between what I would consider red pill. I look more at the matrix, right? The truth versus the comfortable lies. So in that sense, sure, I'm a red pillar, but I have big discrepancies with red pillars such as Fresh and Fit, Rollo Tomasi in several ways, which I've pointed out recently. And I kind of look at it, I know this wasn't your question, but I'm going to say it anyways, that there's too many people with high power, high status, using that power without good discretion for their followers, for their base. So I would say abuse of power in regards. So I don't identify with any clan or tribe, just being grounded.
Well, this
That's
sounds
the
weird,
goal.
but you sound like a black pillar because like those guys are like totally about the truth and like, not wanting to follow anyone or always questioning everything. Everything is not a monolithic. It's moving.
I think his point was he didn't want to be categorized or labeled.
I got that.
I don't. Well, it's not even what I want. I don't self-label or categorize. If somebody else wants to, that's fine. I've had plenty of debates where, all the women hate my ideals, all the men hate my ideals at the same time, or the feminists hate it and the red pillars hate it. And I think a lot of times the truth, I mean, it's corny, but the truth is in the middle, right? At times. And determining what that is seems to elude people, and or they don't find it to be particularly monetizing. It's not always sensational.
Yeah, very true. I just have like one thing to say before I go. Hey, everyone! I pretty much watch everyone here. I'm kind of a ghost behind the scenes of a lot of people, but I got to give it up to the women in the manosphere. I called this about a year and a half ago that there's going to be more women here, and you guys got it the roughest, and I have to give it to you there. And I'm not simping. I'm not being a beta. So anyone down in the chat talking smack, say what you're gonna.
It's entry as
every
keeping.
Don't worry about the chat. Don't worry about
I don't give a shit about the chat, really. But here's the thing, man. These girls get it worse than the guys do, and I get trolled all the time. I love it. I love trolling, right? A lot of people know who I am. So here's the thing, like, you guys get rage baited on so much, like you're a feminist, you're past the wall, you're this, you're that. You guys get it way worse than half these weak men that I see that come into this space. Now, how do you guys feel about that?
Well, I mean, if you just own it and roll with it, like, just like my name, the Raging Tomato, like the Raging Tomato, you're so fucking red, you're raging, I mean, if you can't own it, then you don't belong here, right? If you don't have thick skin and you can't just roll with the punches, like, I remember I went on Smash TV once, I was drinking and it sounded like a good idea at the time.
Oh no, that's where I come from.
But I rolled with it, and I had such a good time. They kept saying I looked like the Grinch, funny story, I actually played the Grinch in a middle school play. So I was like, oh, I've got a laugh and everything. It goes with it. I've got the green eyes, like it works, But a lot of the men in this space I found, like they will test you to see if you can hang. And so long as you're able to roll with the punches, then they let you in, and then you're cool. And then they're like, oh yeah, no, Sarah, she's cool. She's all right. Let her, she's fine. And then there are some that they just want to hate you just to hate you, which you have to like, I mean, that's in normal life too, except these people in the real world aren't willing to, say it out loud or to your face, or they wouldn't approach you in the grocery store and be like, you're a fucking post-wall hoe, whereas the internet trolls, like they have the power of the keyboard and they can hide behind a screen. And, you just have to recognize that there's a vast difference between that. So I don't know. Torshaa, Miss Star, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I just yell back at them and tell them they have a small dick. I don't know.
Yeah, got a
That's what's
small
up.
penis, honey.
I kind of think opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one.
Everyone's got one.
Facts. All right, so I'm gonna jump out of here, guys. Man, you guys like answer that good. Dude, glad meeting everybody. I like the tech guy up here, and Base Oracle. You better get off Duncan's Wi-Fi. You got to buy a drink while you're there. The Irish guy that's looking angry, man. Stop being a cunt. Peace out, guys.
Peace.
So Sarah, we did a verbal combat, whatever, a little while back, and you seem very calm and cool and collected and grounded, especially for a woman. Respectfully, nicely. Yeah. So with that
what
said,
an amazing compliment.
with that said, I'm just
For a
wondering.
woman.
Well, no, you didn't hear the rest yet. It's not a
Yeah,
compliment.
go ahead. Go ahead.
So my question
They always
is,
never finish. Keep going.
yeah.
Go.
So, what's your crazy side like? I mean, you seem like you'd be
she's
kind
a
of
redhead.
self-reflected, right? Do you get crazy, or is this you?
I think
I feel like this is a good version of me. I mean, obviously, this is public, right? So we want to be mindful. Just like your work version of you is not the same as your home version of you, right?
I mean, I don't know. I guess you'd have to ask the people around me, but
Right.
I don't think there'd be very much of a difference.
But there would be a difference, right? If somebody
yeah.
if somebody pissed you off at work, you're not going to be like, "You're a fucking moron. What is wrong with you?" Right?
You'd be surprised, but yeah, I know what you mean. Obviously, through social awareness surroundings, we need to know where we are. Right now, I'm on your channel, right? I'm not on my channel. So I might be more tempered in some ways.
Right.
With that said, just like with your work analogy. So I'm just wondering, where does the crazy reside?
Well,
Karaoke.
but you're also not my boyfriend, so you'd never see the wild side.
Ah,
And I
gotcha.
don't mean crazy as in like psycho crazy. I mean like that's where the wild side resides.
Right.
That was my guess.
Does that
Yeah,
answer
no,
the question?
I get it, right? You have like a buffer outside of the intimacy of a partner.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, the partner going to pay.
In a good way. I've
good
never
way.
had any complaints.
Good payment.
I've never seen a panel as packed as this.
I neither have. Like I've never had a panel as packed as this. To be quite honest.
Whoa!
Packing.
Emperor of masculinity. Holy.
This is Tarif. Tarif, if you want to take a moment to just introduce yourself to the viewers and to the panel, the floor is yours, my friend.
I'm from the Facebook manosphere and like the manosphere and Facebook, but I came into the PWF sphere and YouTube, and now I'm on my own, like doing my own thing, I guess.
Did Alex boot you?
No, I booted myself.
Okay.
But I don't have anything against them. I have
You
some
don't?
criticism. I have some criticisms against them, but like I
Okay.
don't hate them. I guess I don't
No,
hate
you
anyone.
shouldn't hate, but all right. What criticisms do you have, Emperor?
I think I don't want to offend Sarah, but
No, she won't be offended. Just say it.
I won't. I
Oh,
won't.
okay.
Alex is his own man. He can defend himself. He's a big boy.
I mean, not very well, but
I'm a
yeah, he
red
could.
pillar, so I think he's quite blue-pilled in his ideas. So
He's not red pill enough.
Okay, so I'm left and he's right. Therefore, I don't like him. I'm asking specifically: is there something you could point out?
oh yeah, like he thinks that like I believe that he has no offense, but I think he objectively has low standards for himself, and like
Well, hold on.
he should
You think he objectively? Wouldn't that be subjective?
he thinks like twos are like sixes or sevens. So
Okay, so you think that he is misevaluating the value of the women that he messes with, or whatever
yeah,
he does?
physiognomy is like an objective science. So
Oh,
like
okay.
facial appearances and like how someone looks is like quite objective in my opinion.
Oh, interesting. Are you going to rate the ladies on the panel then?
Oh God.
No. Well, I'm just. I
Please
mean,
do. I love being
Science.
rated.
Here,
It's
I'll rate
like that-
myself. I'm a 0. Let's go there.
No, I'll claim a 6. I think I'm a good solid 6, right? Like I can get dressed up very, very nice. But you
Right.
know, waking up in the morning, it's a little rough. You know, it can be a little rough.
I'm gonna give Mistress Star a good 9, and I'm gonna say that because you remind me of my 7th grade teacher, who I was really attracted to.
Where's my ruler? Wait,
Just
I have
off
one
the
of
strength
these.
of you having a similar appearance, you're getting a solid ass 9 just off of that, because that was my first crush as a young adolescent child.
All right, I'm gonna take it, sir. Thank you.
Neo,
very much.
no
That was
more
kind.
drinks. You're cut off.
No, I'm good. Trust me.
I also have
I am fully aware of who I
criticisms-
am.
I also have
I gave my
Joking.
justification. No, I think the ladies here are attractive. Yeah,
No,
come
I do
on.
too. Yeah, and look, I don't even rate women. I mean, I did when I was younger, but I really don't. This is gonna sound corny, but I just look at things as the character is more important to me. in
You're
many
right, but if you were
terms.
going off of initial interaction, right? Like, let's say, for example, you're on a dating app, or if you just see somebody on the streets, right? You can't see someone's personality, right? So you're gonna initially look at what their appearance shows them to be. You know, now-
To your point, though, you can tell a little bit. I mean, you can get signs, for instance, what they're wearing. I mean, that's going to give you a hint. Maybe if they have designer or not, or who they're around, right? There are hints to get an idea
that is
of
subjective.
who somebody is.
That is subjective
I
because
agree
it
is.
depends on whether or not you're a fashionista and you really care about what they're wearing. A lot of men, most men particularly, I would say, don't really care much as long as they find the women attractive. But if you're from like a higher like socioeconomic, background, and you have like a very like high fashion eye, that might
As a
factor in
man?
little more for you.
As
Well,
a man?
no, because you said
You
what
might
they're
be
wearing.
gay
right?
if that's the case.
No,
Nothing
no,
wrong
it
with
depends.
that, but I mean,
It depends, right? Like, okay, what do you mean by what they're wearing? Like, are they scantily clad, or are they just like, a hoodie and like, sweatpants kind of deal?
well, even that could be an indicator. But right, they're wearing very little, right, compared to more conservative.
Okay,
Is
so
that
if they're
not?
wearing very little, does that like bring their rating down for you based off of like their dressing style for you? Or?
Once again, I'm not rating. I'm just talking about that these can give you hints as to someone's personality. We're judging from the first second,
Okay.
right? Just naturally.
Understood. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I have something for you. I'm a preacher's daughter.
It says it on her name.
And I'm actually dressed pretty conservative. Just I got really big tatas, but past that,
No, that's genetic.
it's kind of
So,
like
you can't help it.
if you show a little top, you got to be more conservative at the bottom. That used to be the golden rule, or vice versa.
The rule is you can only show one asset at a time, right?
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
it's either going to be top or bottom, or so on and so forth. If you're showing the waist, you can't show the butt or the boobs. If you're showing the boobs, you can't show the waist or the butt. Like pick one, that's it. Then you're not a hoe.
I mean, I look at it like this. Like if I'm dating you, that's gonna play a factor. But if you're just someone I'm running into in the street, right? I'm gonna see what I see. Again, if I don't have any actual real interaction with you, I can only see so much of your personality. I can make an inference based off of what you're wearing on what kind of person you are, but appearances can be deceiving. You could be wearing an extremely low cut top with big like tatas, but then you're probably like a regular like conservative person in your day-to-day life. Maybe I don't know. I just think it varies based off of like who you are as a person. I don't think your dressing style necessarily dictates that, but if you're dating someone, I can see your standards being a little different. For example, I have a girlfriend, and I wouldn't want her dressed scantily clad in public. Like I'd want her to do that for me.
Sure.
But if it's a stranger and you don't know who they are, I don't really think it matters, to be honest.
Well, I wouldn't wear this to the grocery store. This is
You
kind of
sure?
like it's kind of like stage wear, right?
Yeah.
But what
Part of
if that
performance.
stranger? What if that stranger then became, say, your other half? Would you try and change her and say, by the way, I liked what you were wearing when we met, but if you could just, polar neck jumper it and stick some jeans on, I'd be grateful.
I've had men do that.
I mean, that seems crazy.
No, that's a good question, David. I wouldn't try to change who the person is, but when you're in a relationship, there are expectations on both sides, so you kind of have to compromise when you are with a partner. You don't just fully like if you're just casually dating, then yeah, accept them as they are. But you would have standards just like they would have a certain standard for you as well. You know what I mean? Like if you're at the bar with the fellas every night, you know, they might want you to slow that down a bit because, you know, you're committed now. So they might have an expectation of you coming home at a decent hour of the night or vice versa. So in that term, yeah, you're going to have expectations of your partner. But if you're just meeting them, like I said, you just ran into them, or if it's like a casual thing, I don't really think it matters personally until you actually really get involved with that person.
So I got a question on that.
I think it actually comes down to more of the behavior, maybe not necessarily the way somebody dresses, because I think anybody can dress a certain way, whether she looks like a hoe or he looks like a pimp, you know, like Mac Daddy flexing baller. I think it all comes down to the like how he's acting towards her. So if he or she is out flirting with everybody else at the bar while they're with you and you are in an established relationship, I think that is a bigger problem than if she wore, you know, a shirt like for instance what Mistress Star is wearing tonight. I think is very lovely. You know, but not all men would be okay if she walked out the door like that if she was their girlfriend. But what they're not acknowledging is the fact that she is actually dressing up for them. She wants to impress him. She wants to like be the prize on the arm. You know, she wants to say like, I look good and this is my man. And I want him to feel good knowing that I'm the woman walking around and all of these other men are staring at me, but I'm on his arm.
Yeah.
So I
Hold
think
on
it's a
second.
behavior thing though. If she goes around talking to all the guys and flirting, that's a problem. But if she is like clung to her man and she's on his arm and she's letting everybody in the room know like I'm with this dude, whether she looks like this or not, I think that's the defining factor.
I think this is girl logic. No disrespect, Sarah. And the reason I say that is because if you are in a committed relationship and you decide to go out with your partner, the guy realistically is not going to want you to be like very revealing, just in general as a rule, I would say, because if you're going around flirting with men and you're also scantily clad at the same time, you're not really scantily clad because you want to be that way for your man. You're doing that to get attention. You know what I mean? Like if you're with someone, you don't have to do that. I'm sorry?
What if it makes the women feel good about themselves?
I get that. I get that. But if you know that you dressing a certain way is going to attract a certain amount of attention and then you start entertaining it, then that's like a different story. But I feel like
when she entertained the attention, but okay, and like, can we make sure that we're defining the same thing? Like I'm viewing this as Mistress Star is walking out the door with a pair of jeans and her the top, the blouse that she's wearing tonight, and you guys are going to the local pub together and she's clung to you. I think she looks beautiful. I think she looks absolutely gorgeous. The only thing she has going on that is scandalous per se would be, you know, she's got a lot of cleavage, which is obviously very natural. That's not on purpose. She just so happens to be wearing a V-shaped top that is going to show and amplify that even more. Right? If I wore that same exact shirt, nobody would have a problem with it because I don't have titties to show.
Well, hold on, Sarah. Mistress did acknowledge early on that it's performative. Like the outfit that she has on is performative.
Yes.
She wouldn't dress like that normally. She already stated that early on.
She wouldn't go to the grocery store as well. That's what she specified.
True,
but I'm saying you guys you're taking her out tonight. You guys have been boyfriend, girlfriend for a year. You're going out for dinner and drinks and karaoke this evening, and this is what she's wearing: this beautiful blouse and a pair of jeans. Would you have a problem?
Well, again, like I said, like you can dress however you want. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, you know, I obviously don't control you. You're your own person, right? But I would say that when you are in a committed relationship, you kind of set boundaries and rules for each other. You know what I mean? Like it's not like you're
From
just
day one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, again, if you're just casually dating, you know, you don't plan on taking each other seriously, dress however you want. I don't give a crap, honestly, personally. You know what I mean? But the way you would have an expectation of me, inevitably, I would also have that of you. And I think partners, you know, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever you want to call it, right? We kind of naturally give each other those like indirect boundaries, you know, whether we say it or not. And again, Mistress, this is like performative for her. I don't know you in real life, obviously, so I don't know how you are normally. So I want to give you that credit. You know what I mean? I don't want to like, you know, talk. I'm not talking crap about anybody. And Sarah, you're my friend, by the way. I want you to know I'm not really fighting with
I
Sarah.
know. We always have good discussions. I'm
No,
not
no, you're
upset.
fine.
So
Yeah,
I got a
yeah.
question
Talking
for
about it.
Neo. Am I saying it right? Neo.
Yeah, yeah, Neo,
Star?
yeah.
So you talked about compromising on both sides, correct?
Yeah.
And the example, I know it was just an example, but you said, for instance, if the man is out drinking several times a week or whatever, and now he's in a relationship, what I got out of that is that you're saying perhaps he will compromise and not go out as much. So I have a question to that, but do I have that correct?
I think it would depend on whether or not your girlfriend has like an issue with it. You know, like if she's like, hey, honey,
Right.
you know, I know we met this way, but you kind of go out every night. You know, do you have to go out every night? And maybe, hey, spend some time with me, and vice versa. You know, because if you met your girl at a bar, the statistical likelihood of her being of similar ilk to you is very likely. So the same way you wouldn't want her out and about every single night, she also wouldn't want you out and about every night. So you compromise with each other. That's what relationships are.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm just trying to dig deeper into the compromise on both sides thing. So, do you think it would then be appropriate, perhaps, for the man to compromise in that way and say, okay, I'm not going to go out as much because you don't want me to?
I think if you are I think if you're in a relationship of consequence and you really care about your partner and they really care about you, you kind of naturally impose those limitations on yourself.
Well, that's actually what I was going to get to is, don't you think it'd actually be more in the frame of yourself for you, even with no girlfriend, to say, hey, I shouldn't be just going out and drinking several times a week because I could be doing something productive for me, growth, whatever the case. So I guess my contention, if I had one, was that he should not be compromising for her. He should be doing this for himself, whether or not she exists. And that she should want to be with somebody who would do it for him and not for her. Not to take away from your point, I'm just dissecting it a little bit.
I wanted to riff on that a little bit too. Both of you have brought up, this is a topic I brought up on other channels of what I've been calling the attention economy versus the real economy. That especially with the rise of social media, influencers, people are very preoccupied with how other people see them, reputation management, personal branding, and all their value comes externally. And I think there's a massive underdevelopment of internal value. So Neil, when you're talking about, what is everybody else going to think? When I'm out with my girl, I never think about any of that. What other guys think in the room doesn't matter, unless it's something really embarrassing, like she's doing something that's clearly, not
reflecting
appropriate
poorly on you. I mean,
right. But, what are other guys going to think about what she's wearing? Like, that's not even a thought in my mind. And something I know I've talked about on Torrie's channel is kind of this perception that guys go out and are always, comparing themselves in terms of status. And I think that's bizarre as well. When I'm out in a crowd, I'm not looking at everybody else like their competition. I'm out doing my own thing. Like, I've got my own agenda going on. And this idea that people lack a cohesive internal self, I think that's the bigger problem going on.
Okay, I agree with what you said, Sean. And if I can provide an anecdotal example, this was a previous relationship I was in. So me and this girl, we were talking, but we weren't actually together yet at this time, right? And she had this top, right, that I wasn't a fan of, and not because it was like revealing, but because there was going to be like an inevitable like wardrobe malfunction. You know what I mean? Like she constantly told me how like, oh, it doesn't like really stay on her properly. It kind of like moves around. And I told her, well, maybe you should wear something different so that doesn't happen. So we fast forward, we're in the backyard in some bar, we're all having drinks, having a good time. And she starts dancing to this song that somebody played on their radio, and her like boobs popped out in front of everybody. Yo, seriously, no, it was so funny.
I believe you.
Yeah, like her boobs just like popped out, and then she like, put it away very quickly. And then I obviously was like, oh Lord. And all the guys kind of looked at me like, oh, we know that's not your girlfriend, but we know that's the girl you're dating, right? So
but I think if you have a strong sense of self in that scenario, it should be more that you're worried for her, right?
Well, no,
not, oh, what are the guys going to think about me that I came with her?
No, Sean, you're right. I actually was worried for her. I told her straight up, I don't want you to put yourself in a compromising position. I didn't care that she wore the top. But the
or that pasties exist. That's you don't have to wear a bra, but you can at least cover your nips.
She didn't have no pasties at this moment, bro. But I will say this though.
If you all could hold off for just a second, I just want to voice confirm Riggs and make sure Riggs, is that you?
No, yeah, it's me.
Yeah,
It's
okay,
me.
thank you.
Yeah. So what up, Riggs? So I'll say this, right? The whole point of that story was just to reiterate the fact that she acknowledged a flaw in her wardrobe, and she voiced her concern to me, and I agreed with her, but she still did it anyway. And even though it still happened, we talked it out. It was fine. It wasn't a big deal. I wasn't like, I'm not a crazy like psycho. You know what I mean? Like, it happens. I get it. But after that, she stopped wearing the top, and not because I told her that I didn't like her top. It was a fine looking top. It just wasn't a top that you should be like moving around to. You know what I mean?
Well, and I can understand if it's a top that is going to have a Janet Jackson moment, at the Super Bowl and pop out and things happen. Like, I can understand that. That actually makes sense to me. But I think if Miss Starr decided to go out tonight with her man, and they went and grabbed dinner and they grabbed drinks and they did some karaoke tonight, I think she would look marvelous. And I think that any man would be proud to have her on his arm tonight.
I agree.
But I also think, to me, it's like behavior and intention. That's the point. Is she dressing up to flaunt in front of other people? And is she going around talking to other men? And is she going around shoving her tits in other people's faces? Or is she just going out because she wants to look good for her man? Because, as Andrew Tate would say, status. The status. Okay, it's the status of having that beautiful girl on their arms, and I think that every woman wants to look good to make her man look better, right? And that's why she wears the heels. That's why she wears a beautiful V-neck like what she's wearing, and that's why she wears a short dress that makes her butt look bigger, because she wants everybody to know that this man has a beautiful woman on his arms. She wants to make him look good, feel good. But again, behavior of her comes with that play. If she's
behavior is more important than how you dress.
Exactly.
100%. Like, I don't care if your titties are half hanging out. Okay, they're gonna be hanging out. Well, even if I see a girl and they have their big old titties covered up, I'm still thinking about them. I don't have to see them. So as long as my girl acts accordingly, I'm cool with that. As long as you're respectful towards me, I don't give a shit what you're wearing. Period.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's fair. Again, personally, I don't have an issue with what you wear, but if you know that what you're wearing is compromising to yourself and you're aware, you've identified this flaw in your wardrobe, you know what I mean? Maybe wear something accordingly. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying look, I don't want my girl to look like a slut, obviously. You know what I'm saying? And as long as she looks decent to the public and she's like a little revealing, that's fine. I don't care. But have that respect for yourself. Have that respect for your partner. Just like they wouldn't want me flirting with 100 girls throughout the night. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be chill. I'm going to be like, okay, you're my woman. I'm with you. And I want the world to know that you're with me. You know what I mean? Right. And because I have that level of respect for the person I'm with.
I have a question.
Absolutely.
Can I ask a question? I'd like to know what Torsha's opinion on this.
I was just going to say, Torsha, you received
Torsha.
Is requesting your opinion.
I'm listening. So far I haven't heard anything that was justifiable at all. If you're dating a woman and you're trying to question whether or not her outfit is okay, the question is, why'd you fucking start dating her? That's my question.
You knew what you signed up for.
It's a boundary thing that I think guys have a really hard time doing in the initial stages of a relationship because they don't want to fuck it up. But if you know that you don't like a girl that has some titties, in a V-neck, don't date her. But the issue is that men will give attention to those girls. Until you stop giving attention there, I don't think you should have a say on the matter, honestly. With love.
Or that is the say.
I know girls that have boyfriends, they're not really trying to do that. They do that when they're pissed at you. So I don't know. That's my take.
Okay, but what, Torsha, to add to your point, What if you yourself acknowledge that the outfit that you're wearing has the potential for like a wardrobe malfunction?
Right.
What is she wearing?
No, it was just a top. It was a regular top, but
Okay.
her cleavage, right?
Mhm.
Was wiggling around in there a bit. And then it literally popped out in front of everybody.
Still sounds like a you problem.
But all right. Hear me out though.
Mhm.
It probably is a me problem. You're probably right about that. But I will say this: if the woman that I'm dating tells me that that their outfit has the potential to pop out, and I say, hey, like if that's the case, then just throw something else on. I don't care what you're wearing, but make sure you put something on where you're not going to have that incident happen.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if she doesn't listen, she kind of sounds stupid.
Well, we're not dating anymore. I'll tell you that much.
Women don't want to be told shit either.
Come on, like she's like, my tit's gonna pop out, and you're like, why don't you put a jacket on? And she's like, no, like she sounds insane. Like I feel like this is just a hypothetical. Just
It's not. It was real life. I'm giving you an anecdote.
Oh, it's a bitch.
The date. I think that's the difference, right, Tori?
It's a real dumb bitch.
Yeah.
This really happened. I'm not like making this up.
I have exes that loved when I dressed sexy, and then I had other ones that preferred that I didn't. And luckily, they all said it ahead of time. But they also met me at the bar, so I don't know. It just feels a little archaic. I don't like it.
Hey, look, I have a live and let live philosophy. Do you? I don't care. You know what I mean? But don't tell me that this could happen and then it happens and then you don't expect me to have a reaction to it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, people aren't okay with women's nipples right now. I don't think that would be appropriate.
I'm okay with women's nipples. Hey, look, if
They're
you're
not
not
even, they're not even okay with a woman breastfeeding her child in
That's
public.
true.
Come on, let's be
Like
serious.
it sounds like a them problem with that
So
one.
I know this
men,
is a
men only like titties when they're like hanging out and flaunted.
No.
And anything outside of that, then it's like wrong or something like
Well,
that.
no,
I don't
one of the top porn searches is actually sucking on her titties or something like that. So men like their mommies. They just don't like to see their girlfriend doing it. Yeah.
That's exactly my point. They love it. They love to look at them. They love it when a girl is wearing them. But when it comes to their situation, their status, their girlfriend, it's like, no, put that shit away, because they know that men actually like it, and they know that other men are going to be.
Well, the things you like, other people like too.
Justice
And I
for
think
the
that's the side
titties.
of that.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
I really want to run something past
titty justice.
all of you. All of you.
Titties.
No, not like that.
How's everyone's day going?
Hold on, what's David got?
Well, it's because obviously I don't know, maybe it's because of the life I did the job and all that sort of stuff. But again, it's a weird thing. But my last girlfriend and still my friend is. Well, I've been out with two famous women in my time, and this isn't me bragging or anything. I've got to tell you that to tell you the story. But it's like, as you know, Sarah, my last girlfriend was a Playboy.
She was hot.
You know, and what have you. And so, but the thing is, not only did she do Playboy, but she also did a lot of lads magazines, which is like the sort of, you know, football, beer, blah, blah, blah. And here she is with a free poster of my other half. And also, sometimes when we were out, she also did things like Men Only and Maxim videos and stuff, which meant it's sometimes her completely naked or dressed as a schoolgirl or something, stripping off and then doing a bit of solo work, if you know what I mean. I'm trying to stay within the boundaries here.
Yeah. Thank you.
But the thing is, people would sometimes come up to her and go, "Oh, I'm going, can I have a picture with you?" and all that sort of stuff and that. And I think that's brilliant. It's so exciting but equally, they're probably a fan of hers because she was professionally gorgeous for 20 years and they've probably knocked one out to her, But that's okay because she's mine. And the thing is, I've lost a lot of girlfriends over the last, say, like 20 years of being in the music industry and stuff because, they'll come to a gig and we always have this thing of after the gig, you've got to go out and meet people or you sign stuff or people say, can I have a picture with you? And so many girls, they don't understand that's my job. And I understood it was her job to be hot and to attract guys, and they'd buy her calendar and the DVD and all that sort of stuff. I've got them. I showed it to you the other day, Sarah. But it's just, I don't know.
What was your question for us?
Well, it's just the fact that you're worried about a bit of cleavage and stuff, whereas I went out with somebody quite happily that everyone's even seen her velvet TARDIS.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did she flirt with a lot of guys, or was she on your arm?
She was on my arm when it was me being on my arm, but when she's at work and stuff,
Yeah.
she's doing nightclub personal appearances and signing little, sort of postcards of herself.
Did you find a difference between women that were at that level of hot, where they're getting paid for modeling and stuff, versus a woman who's more on the average side? And if you did, what differences were there in terms of how they talk to men specifically?
Well, obviously the last one that I was talking about, she had, it's quite confident because, you would be, wouldn't you? And she'd moan about sometimes she'd sort of say, "Oh, look at my thighs," it's like, again, it's but I don't know.
Because a lot of people think the hotter the girl is, the bitchier she is, the more slutty she is.
Really wonderful, really, really cute and well. I mean, she sort of fell into modeling accidentally, and
She probably didn't even realize how beautiful she was.
no, a lot of them don't. A lot of them
And
don't.
the pictures you showed, my goodness, she was gorgeous.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, you
gorgeous.
don't have to be like that all the time. I managed to just quickly get a picture up, right?
Gonna bring it up.
So,
hell yeah.
No, I'm just going to show you the difference, right? So that's her being a professional, all right?
Oh, she's blonde. Or is that a wig?
That's a wig.
Oh, it's a wig. It's
And,
like raging tomato.
and that's her at home, just in a dressing gown with her glasses on, no makeup,
Wow.
that sort of
Yeah.
thing.
That's cool.
I love that one. That's the one I was in love with.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I really liked the other one and all.
David.
Yeah.
Are you quality modder on Ashley's Discord?
Am I a what on Ashley's Discord?
Oh, never mind.
No, it's all right. No, I know who Ashley is, just through Sarah, because I watch on sometimes Sarah's stuff. But
Right.
no, I don't. I'm not a moderator. I mean, my channel's not really even a sort of YouTube channel, if you like. It's where I store videos I'm in, live gigs, because a lot of the stuff that I do is on TV, or that sort of thing. And I like to store it. For me, my YouTube channel is quite selfish, really. I just like checking out some stuff. I think, oh, that festival in Belgium we did. Oh, I've put a clip of that on my YouTube. And if other
Could
people
you
want
link that?
and if people want to have a look at it, that's brilliant, But if they don't, I don't mind. It's not everyone's cup of tea.
Well, and allow me to elaborate again that David is representing the vinyl community in this panel. So I've kind of become somehow, I don't even know how I did it, but I've become
I know
a
how you did it.
bridge. I don't know. I got invited to a panel once and then it happened. But I've become a bridge between the vinyl community and the manosphere, which are two very different groups, totally different talking points. They're over there showing their vinyls. David, if you have any, you want to just pop up for a second, that's cool. And then we can give them a sample of what the vinyl community does. But the vinyl community is basically there you go. That's his vinyl collection. And
Nice.
yeah, and they they collect and then they show them off. They talk about them, or if they had a new buy this week, they bring them up and they talk about it, or they talk about the different types of prints. I've learned a lot from them. There are actually different style of prints from different countries and different things. And, so he's here kind of as a newbie to this concept, the manosphere, and he's trying to understand it and partake in it. And I think he's doing a great job for being what we would consider a normie in this environment.
But I've always said that tour managers that I've had, the best ones are always the women, female tour managers, because they just don't fuck about. Whereas blokes, if there's a problem, a bloke will try and find any way of solving it without telling anyone there's a problem. Whereas female tour managers will go, right, okay, everybody, I fucked something up on the schedule. We're all gonna have to we're all gonna. But again, I go back to Joe. Oh, sorry, Joe. The other girlfriend and stuff. despite all the Playboy stuff and all that, do you know what my proudest moment was? Because I'm a vinyl lover and what have you. She got her own slip mat.
Nice.
Oh, that's nice.
So
Nice.
I put my records on that. That's cool, isn't it? Having your own slip mat
Yeah.
as part of your merch.
That's
That's
sexy.
cool.
And see, she took an interest in what you were interested in, and she made it part of her world too. And
And also,
that,
has everybody heard of the band Blur?
Yeah, of course.
yeah.
Do you know the song, he lives in a house, a very, very big house in the country?
Sounds
Country House,
familiar.
it's called. Right. Well, she's the nurse in the video.
No
cool.
way.
Like a
There's
slutty nurse. I love that. I love that for her.
Sexy.
It used to be sexy then. It would be sexy
yeah.
nurse.
Oh, sorry. But like
Slutty
the
nurse,
role
slutty-
play costume, I think that's fun.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, she was because in that was her peak time of being famous and stuff, and so there's this that was like Blur were the biggest band along with Oasis at the time, and they would all try to outdo each other with videos. So if you look at the Country House video, you'll see that there's a woman running around in a nurse's outfit.
I so will after this. I love that.
Same. Would you mind putting your link so some of us could go to your channel later?
Oh, I did drop it
Oh, you
earlier. I'll
did?
go ahead. I'll go ahead and drop it again.
Yeah,
Thank
Actually,
you. I appreciate that.
Yep, I'll drop it in the chat.
It's just David Donnelly spelt like it is. It's a bit of a weird second name. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a
And-
debate
and-
with Alex on Tuesday. Oh, sorry.
You have a debate with Alex?
Yeah.
Nice. On Tuesday, you said? What
Yeah,
time?
8 p.m. on Ashley's channel.
Okay.
What are you going to
Wherever
debate?
he goes. The debate is on like certain criticisms and accusations I made against him.
So it's not a debate; it's more of like a
An
expose.
interrogation.
A jury.
A grievance.
Yeah. Like I had some criticisms against him. I made several videos against him recently. So he's like, okay, I want to address those in a debate or discussion or whatever. Yeah.
Which are centered upon him thinking that 2s are 7s.
I have like 21 points actually.
21. Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay, can we hear one?
Okay. One of the points is why he doesn't have a conventional education and why he chose PUA. Another one is like
Well, hold on. Those are questions. What's the point?
Yeah.
oh,
Who cares if you didn't have formal education and what's wrong with PUA?
I mean, I do agree with that, but
Yeah.
what would be the point of contention? Are you suggesting he should have a college degree, or I'm just trying to
Make
understand?
him more credentialed, yeah.
Well, who
Okay.
gives a fuck about credential?
Based.
Well, it
And he
really
also-
helps to give like authority and
What authority? He has a YouTube
like-
channel.
well,
Zombies.
he's an instructor as well on PUA, so
What do you mean
Like-
he's an
Well,
instructor?
he
People
teaches
pay him?
social skills.
yeah. Like you can learn the same things in a sex ed class. I mean,
Okay, no, I agree with you, but people are
Really?
volunteering to
sex
give
ed?
their money to him, right? So where is the discrepancy?
I
This is
think
free
Alex is
market.
doing God's work, honestly.
Do you?
I mean,
I
Yeah,
think
some
Alex
of
is.
those live streams where people are really shy and they're getting like a chance to get feedback on it. He's the
Yeah.
only one that's actually trying to help these men.
And
with
he's not a dick to them. He's helpful. He gives
Yeah.
guidance. He gives honest feedback. He lets people come on there and try to shoot their shot, whether they know what they're doing or not. He's very open to anybody coming on there and at least trying. And he always gives points for trying. Right.
Right.
And he gives very constructive criticism. And it's very, it may not feel positive in the moment when you're taking it, but it is positive to help you do better.
Yeah,
You know,
like after 6 months, I went back on there and they had the same guys, and oh my God, the improvement was insane. It was like in that moment that I was like, damn, Alex is kind of one of the only ones that I see, at least, trying to really push the guys to do something, because otherwise it's just rage bait.
So, well, hold on. What were they better at? Like, for instance,
They looked more confident, and before you laughed, they sat up straighter. They made jokes. They were able to be in the present moment, as opposed to before they kept trying to pull things and stumble on their words. They would be like, "Oh, so you're a bartender." And you're like, "Yes, sir. I'm a bartender." But then, like, fast forward, they would be like, "Oh, I checked out your channel. I thought I do you still bartend?" And like they remembered that shit. You know, like it was a lot more fluid. I'm telling you. Well, yeah, because
they're actually able to have a conversation, and now it's just pinpointing like little things versus like overall you're socially unacceptable.
Yeah.
Okay. So he improved their social presence or social abilities, skills.
Just the ability to have a conversation.
I would say with people that lacked or had no social skills in the beginning or picked up on social cues, like very, like I would say below average in terms of their ability to talk to people. Now they're easily like above average.
So I think that's a bad thing, by the way.
Well, I don't give a fuck.
Yes, you do. Here's why. So
I always wanted to
if we're to take the binary, right, of man being the same man, but his social skills improved, and that's all. That's all.
No, this is a man way of thinking. Just because you don't pick up on social
Yes,
skills.
I'm a man thinking like a man.
Hold on. Shh. You guys don't pick up on the nuances. Women do. This is strictly a woman thing. And I know this for a fact because when I say be confident, you guys laugh at it. You're like, what the fuck is that? Like you have to put it in an equation. So don't tell me that made no sense. It does. You just don't see it. Son of a bitch.
Should we mansplain to the man?
Confidence comes from competency.
We always fight.
That's the way I've always looked at it.
Yes. Yeah.
I made a video about that a while back where it's just like the only way you could truly have like actual confidence in whatever you're doing in your life is to have actual practice in the matter. You know what I mean? You don't become a good musician without practicing your craft, you know, your kung fu, so to speak, so to say.
True.
You have to really like get into these things so that you can be comfortable in doing them. So even if it's talking to a woman, you know, just something as simple as having a social circle that you hang around makes you appear less creepy. You're not that like random guy by himself at the end of the bar. You know what I mean? You're somebody that has people that are around them that socially validate who this person is. And just you practicing, just having conversations or whatever your craft is, you know, if you're a mechanic, you know, you're repairing cars, you know, you might bust a couple of cars in the beginning, right? Which is horrible. But the more you work on cars, you begin to gain confidence in it. And then you become a better mechanic. And I think that goes into like any aspect of life.
May I add something to that?
Yeah.
Don't be a theory self.
Let me add to that. So going from entertainment industry to running a company and having to learn sales and all that type of stuff, it's called fake it till you make it, baby.
That's really all it is, honestly.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I find guys can't do that. They can't do it the same.
I look at it like this, right? So, Tori, we had this conversation earlier. Like, I do IT for a living, right?
Yeah.
When I started this particular job that I'm in right now, I had a good base understanding of IT, but there will be times where I'd have to put someone on hold and figure out the problem. I have to Google search it. You know what I mean? Because we don't know everything by default. There are things we have to learn, you know, on the job as we go on. Yeah. We're not perfect. We're flawed human beings, and we're going to be flawed. But acknowledging that and working to improve yourself is what gives you that confidence to do these said things later on.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Imagine the time before we had YouTube and stuff where you could get together on a live stream like this and practice. Before you tell the guys you need to go out and talk to women, like in this day and age without internet, let's say, men are not going to do that. It's like there's more anxiety, the women are meaner. Like there's so many factors that it's such a valuable platform. And I feel like
but
I don't know.
But we also have to recognize more people dated within just their community versus
I'm just saying that men wouldn't, like if we took the men here now and put them back in the day, they still wouldn't have the confidence to just go out and approach women.
I would.
Like a new set of men being competitive.
That's true. We are competitive, but you know what? You can't take that away from us, Tori. Like that's just the nature of human beings.
I know, but I feel like all I'm saying is that I think one of the, like, we should use what we have now as tools instead of complaining. Like I hate rage bait content, but I don't know.
I agree with you. I actually do as well, which is why I don't make that type of content.
Yeah.
I think it's important just to look, whether I said some things you agreed with tonight or not, That's besides
Right.
the point. You know, the idea is that if you want to build confidence, you have to actually get out there and practice. You can't just like red pill masturbate all day.
Exposure therapy. It's the same as public speaking.
Yeah.
Uh,
Exactly.
So Tarif, do you have a better point to go after Alex than
Yes,
those
yes.
ones? He doesn't have a college degree, and
Follow up with John Anthony lifestyle. Why he even associated with him in the first place? John Anthony lifestyle is dark triad. He's a scammer, and he dated trans women. So, which is a bad look on him. So,
sure, but what
Are
is
you
that?
debating John Anthony?
I'm wondering why he associated with John Anthony in the first
I mean,
place.
so you're asking about something he did in hindsight? I mean,
yeah.
So
this is a wonderment.
Tarif, on that concept, could somebody ask me why I associate with you?
Oh shit!
Damn.
You're on my panel, and this is not your first time. I don't know Sean very well. I don't know Mr. Star very well. I don't even know who the fuck Ian is, and he hasn't said 2 words all night. Could somebody come at me and say, "Well, you associated with these people. They were on your panel."
It's giving snowflake. Like,
Well,
just
if you associate with good people,
I'll
it's
say
a good
this
look.
even more so. Torsha is very red pill oriented. This is
Right.
my first time having her on my channel, gratefully. And I think prior to this, it was her and I together on speed dating with Alex.
Yeah.
Actually, one time prior to this. Could somebody say that I associated with her and therefore her values define me?
Well, remember what I was saying before too about worrying about other guys' opinions. Who gives a shit?
Agreed.
I
But
mean,
let's hear
do your own
They
thing.
flock together.
Do they, Tarif? So
I don't think
I'm a single mom, Tarif. If you venture down the rabbit
psychology-
hole that you venture down, then you should not be talking to me at all.
Shit.
Well, if you associate with
Well,
good people, it's a good
hold
look.
on. Answer to that. Because if you want to talk about this is a big issue I have, because I love to network and I love to associate with a lot of different people. Okay. And I have a very welcoming, open arms concept to any and everybody, whether we agree or disagree, doesn't matter. The point is that we can all get on and have a good conversation. And I think Alex is very similar to that style as well.
Right.
And I think him and John Anthony may have been good friends at one point, or even kind of partners and associates in one way, but I could very well use that same definition for everybody on this panel right now.
Right.
Because we are all partners right now. We are all associates. We're all on a panel and we're talking, conversations. We're having discussions about things. I think that's a good definition of an associate, correct?
Right. Well,
Okay.
it depends on the character of the people you're associating with, right?
How do you know my character?
but it
What if
doesn't.
your character shit,
The
Tarif?
question-
I don't.
The question is whether he adopts the same lifestyle that you disagree with, and if he doesn't, there's no there's nothing to go off of.
Right.
And some people do
psychology,
bad.
you are. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, like there's good people that sometimes do bad shit. Like you can't control another person's actions, but you can speak out against what you don't agree with, and I think he does do that.
Yeah, not everybody in Epstein's little black book was actually involved with what was going on that island. He also just collected famous people.
So, Tarif, do you want the truth? Do you want the truth, Tarif?
What is it? Sure.
Do you want? Okay. You're coming off a bit like a kind of scorned ex-girlfriend. Like, I want answers to this and that, and why did you associate with him and her, and how come you don't have a college degree? It seems kind of not Emperor of Masculinity-ish.
What?
You mad, bro?
Let me woman-splain this for you. You sound like a whiny bitch.
Because there's no correct answer to your questions. There's nothing that's going to make you feel like it was justified. Because if he says, I was friends with him in the past, you're like, well, so what? It's like, well, sometimes people can't just go back in the future or back in the past and change something. So there's really nothing. It's like, I'm sorry, my actions affect somebody online.
Okay, you know what, Tarif, I actually want to run something by you. I don't want to attack you. You seem like a really nice guy. I will say this instead. So when you go to Alex with these criticisms, right?
Right.
do you have a prescription to counteract his prescriptions, or are you just this is really important, believe it or not, because when
Good
you're
faith or
dating
bad
somebody,
faith?
you don't
A
want to just
counter-argument?
judge them off of what they're doing. You actually
Right.
want to have like a counter prescription. Like what would you think would be a better way of going about what he does?
Like a better solution.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't overrate girls that I've been with, I guess. I would just be honest about the rating of the girls I've been with, and if the girls I've been with are low quality, then I would strive to go for a high quality woman, I guess, instead of cope about these girls being high quality when they're low quality.
But how do you define low quality? Because I can give you an example, right? So my girlfriend, I love her with all my heart and soul. Sarah knows how much I love my girl. We talk about this all the time.
Mhm.
In the manosphere would probably consider my girl like to be like low value based off of their standards. But to me, she gives me value outside of the fact that I know she's very attractive. She gives me value in different ways, but the manosphere wouldn't view it that way. So is beauty subjective to you, or is there like an objective standard to beauty for you?
It's
got an equation.
objective, but it's subjective in like the range.
Actually, let me
In the
ask you a
insert.
different question, Tarif. How
Right.
many girlfriends have you had in the
I was
last
gonna ask
3
that.
years?
Oh, that's a good question. I've only been with like 2 girlfriends. Yeah.
What do you mean,
And
like?
and for how long?
That's an estimate.
The first one maybe 2 years. The second one maybe just a few months. Yeah.
Okay, and what would you and how many dates outside of that have you been on in the last let's just say year?
None. Like
Okay.
maybe the past year. Yeah.
So, who are you
Right.
to come at Alex, who has had a long-term girlfriend, and not only that, but he can attract females to his stage per se, to come on for speed dating, and he can attract people to come in, like beautiful women like Torshaa, for instance, to come on and have conversations, debates, so on and so forth. So if you were running full 10 stunners like supermodel Victoria's Secret women left and right, then I think you would have a very fair argument here.
Right.
But who are you?
And the
Well,
girls watch the
The
channel.
previous girl, the first girl I was with was a 6, and Nadi's a 2. So there's that.
Well, hold on.
Let's see a
But
picture.
that's a 2 according to you, but you are a man who has only in the last 3 years had 2 girlfriends, right? And
Right.
I'm not even gonna ask you for their ratings or for pictures or anything like that
Right.
because I'm not
I
gonna
will.
do that to a young lady. But I'm not going to presume she's going to be a 6 or above. I think
not
is that a
likely.
fair assessment?
My first girl?
That you were with for 2 years? I'm not going to assume she's a 6 or up.
Prove it.
Oh, she's definitely a 6. Like
Okay.
Let's
So,
see.
definitely a 6.
you're saying she was above a 6.
Well, like, let's assume that what you're saying is right. How do you
Right.
think it would make his girlfriends or whatever feel if they watched him, say, on a video that's going to be up arguably forever, calling them low value and ugly? Like, girls have feelings. I know sometimes we see them and it's
Right.
tits and ass, but we get very emotional and we would
True.
we could ruin their reputation over that, right? So
Right.
maybe, like, before you think he's trying to flex, ask yourself how the other girl would feel. Because I would start some shit over that. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying.
And let's see a picture.
I'm not a dating coach, but I
What do you
can get
mean?
more
Really?
So if you're not a dating coach, then what right
fuck?
do you have to call out another dating coach? If you don't
That's
do
fair,
you
but
know what it takes to be a dating coach? Are you giving out good advice?
I
Have
can
you had
attract. Oh,
successful
sorry.
dates to be able to call that out?
I can attract more attractive women than Alex for sure. Yeah.
Then you should
Okay.
work with him. Like,
Bro,
why
I
don't
do
you
not.
offer, like,
Instead of
you know what I
dating it,
mean?
offer him advice.
Yeah, give him advice. I think that would actually, if you want to bring that up, I would offer a solution for sure.
What about
Neo
you
was saying.
would attract better women than Alex? I'm just curious, and I don't vouch for Alex in any way, shape, or form, but I'm really curious. What about you would just objectively attract better women than Alex? Right? You think very
smart.
highly of yourself. Let's hear.
I'm smart. I'm good charactered. I'm
You're
tall. I'm
smart? That's
handsome.
debatable.
Where'd you go to school?
Well, I did well in school, so
What'd you study?
That means nothing to me.
I'm a biology major now.
Okay,
Oh, yeah?
that's cool.
What are you planning on going? Are you going to get your master's? Are you going to med school? What's your vibe?
Med school, yeah.
What do you want to do?
Doctor, yeah. Surgeon.
What kind?
Neurosurgeon.
Oh, shit. Not the brain. Oh, okay. You're one of those. You're like, you have to be some sort of like antisocial dark triad yourself, which is why you can actually tell when John Anthony lifestyle is in your words. So I'd be very careful before you point fingers unless your fingers are clean, surgeon.
So
To
Sarah,
be-
could we get Tarif in a one-on-one here? Let's see him. I want to learn. I want to learn how to pick up women and such. So can we see Tarif in action? Very curious.
With Tori, Star, or Sarah?
I mean, let Sarah do Sarah's thing.
Well, Tarif, we've already speed dated several times, have we not?
Yeah.
Who would you like
should
to
be
speed
easy
date
then.
tonight? And let me ask the ladies first. Would you be okay, Torsha or Miss Star, speed dating with Tarif tonight?
I'll pass for today. I'm
Oh,
just
fair
a
enough.
mod.
Fair
I'll
enough.
use that excuse.
Torsha, are you willing to be the victim?
I'll do it. I just
Yes.
brace
Thank you,
yourself,
Tori.
Sarah.
Here we go, Tori.
I'm supposed to be getting back to the
Yeah, she's the pro. Let the pro
I'm the
do it.
professional shit tester, everybody. Cheers. Here we go.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
That's
How's your
awkward.
day? Oh, sorry.
I don't care. I don't like talking about mundane shit. Tell me your traumas.
My traumas?
Yeah.
Okay, can I just be blunt about it?
I mean, yeah, but I was blunt. Go.
Okay,
Actually, no. I don't want to make it depressing. We can talk about it at a different time. Tell me a joke.
knock knock.
Who's there?
Alex.
Alex who?
Exactly. No, I'm just kidding.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
It's me, bitch. That was horrible. Okay, try again. Give me a new one. Before I walk away. Very bold of you to talk shit to a dating coach. Were there other points you were going to bring up, or were those the only ones? I'm actually curious.
To be honest, people have been requesting me to debate Alex, and because he's been talking smack about me on Greg's streams.
Was he?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
I didn't really respond to it, but after some time, he joked around, insulted, snide remarks and snarky remarks. I finally responded to him.
Yeah.
And then he's like, he made that, he had Natalia make a parody on her channel about me, about that time when that Natty came to Greg's live stream and was backstage and was exposing all these things, and he made a parody about that. And
Well, wait. So it's not a debate and it's not criticism. You're going to roast his ass. That's different. I approve of that, but you gotta get it. You gotta get it deeper if you're gonna do that, because that stuff. It's like, okay, and
right, yeah, you could make a fair point. Absolutely.
I think you could get him where it hurts.
Get him where it hurts.
I don't think that's gonna hurt him. Sorry, Alex.
Damn brutal.
Yeah, what did he say about you exactly? Was there one specific thing that triggered you? I get triggered all the time, so I don't say that in a bad way.
I don't know. He's like.
So then, why go up there? Why give him the?
He's like, wait, you're a nobody, and he said I won't be able to become a doctor because I'm just some dumb imbecile.
Oh shit. Okay. What year are you in?
Second year, third year.
Did you start orgo yet, or no? Is that third year? Organic
What's
chemistry?
that? Oh, I didn't start that yet. No.
Oh, okay. Usually if people pass that, they're probably smart. Like
Yeah,
that's a hard class.
I passed chemistry definitely in
Yeah.
the university. Yeah.
Yeah, organic chemistry, another animal. Okay. Another animal
Absolutely.
is brutal. But
Chemistry, I love chemistry personally. So
yeah. Yeah, I liked chemistry. Organic chemistry though gave me nightmares that I still have.
Damn.
But why does it bother you what some YouTuber that doesn't have dating coach or doesn't have formal education says about you? Who cares? He didn't go to school.
True, but people have been requesting this.
Oh, so are you
audience.
being peer pressured? Is that what you're
Yeah,
doing?
yeah.
Or are you peer pressured or do you actually want to do it?
Both.
You do. Is this going to negatively affect what you are doing in school?
No, I'm taking the semester off.
But when you apply for medical school, right, you have to do interviews.
Right.
Be very careful.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm looking out for you. Like I feel like they're gonna end up putting your photo into like Google and trying to see if you were ever on anything. I'm just saying. Okay. Don't want to mess
Actually,
it up.
someone contacted my university.
Yep.
Tygel,
Yeah, they do that. That's fine.
Yeah, like someone contacted Ashley's workplace, I think, once.
Yeah, see, they'll do that.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, is it worth it? I feel like Alex, if I had to guess, he's gonna be like, and so like nothing phases this man. Okay.
Damn, yeah, that's true.
I don't know if it's worth it. I'm just looking out for you as somebody who was also in school. But
that's true,
yeah. Maybe talk to him privately. Have you ever thought about doing that?
I did. I talked to him on Instagram. Man.
Did you come at him or were you being genuine?
I just talked about him about like the debate and the details about the debate. Yeah, that's it.
I think you should talk to him off camera. I would hate to see your school stuff be at risk.
Yeah.
Torshaa.
Hey, that knock joke was a heater. I'm gonna keep it a buck. The delivery was on point. I liked the pause, and you were like, exactly. That was a solid to me.
I didn't get
the
it.
one to say it.
I didn't like it.
It was basically like Alex is a nobody. Yeah, 100%. And he delivered it solid. So
I didn't pick up on it.
Hats off to you. I thought it was a banger.
I don't like when guys put down other guys, though. I think it's unattractive. I don't know. Maybe Sarah disagrees.
Here's the question I'm going to ask you, Torshaa. Would you go on a second date with Tarif?
No, because I don't like men that put down other men.
That's not why, though. That's not why.
Actually, here's another piece to it, Tarif, and Alex has actually spoken to this. You don't want to spend the entire 5 minutes that you have with a woman talking about another man.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And you spent the entirety talking about another man. You should have been talking about you and Torshaa.
Right.
See, I'm
right.
Put him in
How about this, Tarif? Can I just be blunt?
Sure, absolutely.
No, that's you. Tori, can I just be blunt?
Me? Don't.
Asking permission.
Oh,
right,
yeah.
just to speak with her.
Okay, what's up?
Do you think that was very
Did he say
emperor masculine? Yeah, I took
that?
notes.
I don't even remember.
It was unmemorable.
You took notes? It was unmemorable. Well, you fucking remembered it. God damn.
So let's ask Tarif, honestly. I mean, I think you seem like a nice guy, but with that said, how do you think that went for a date? I mean, you're the one proclaiming you would do so much better than Alex. So how do you think that interaction went?
I thought it was like mediocre to okay. Like,
You are fucking delusional.
I don't know. I like the tea. Fucking.
I'm delusional.
So mad.
Okay.
Hey guys, can I just interject very quickly?
Yeah, we need Father Neo.
Father Neo.
Father
No,
Neo.
actually, I'm just headed out of here, and I just wanted to, say my goodbye spiel to everybody.
Bye.
Sarah, thanks for having me on again, and Tori, it was nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
Tarif, good luck on your debate.
Thank you
David,
so much. Thank you.
David, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Ian, I didn't really get to know you much, but I hope everything is well with you. Mr. Star, you stay awesome as well.
Thank you, sir. You
Base
too.
Oracle, it was good having a good back and forth with you.
Yeah.
Riggs, keeping it a buck like always, 100%. And Sean, it was good to talk to you as well. So I just wanted to say that I hope everybody is doing well, and just take care of yourselves out there, man. Stay awesome. That's all I got.
Yeah. Get well soon, man.
Have a good night.
I have something I want to interject. So it's a topic changer for all of you red pillars up there. So
let's go.
what do you do to bridge the gap between men and women today? Go.
I don't understand. To
do you
bridge,
mean,
what do
Yoga?
I do to bridge the gap?
Yeah, what are your suggestions on how to bridge the gap between the getting away from each other? How are you
Go
going to bridge the gap
outside.
between the two sexes,
Go
between men and
outside,
women?
touch grass.
Oh, do you mean like how do we fix families? Like
Yeah,
type
how are you guys going to fix all the issues that you guys are complaining about?
Well, I'm not red pillar, but yeah, I would say it has to start with men leading by example. Well, let me back up. Men are already leading by example, but very poorly societally, and therefore we have said society, the said condition of women and children, therefore family. So a lot of promoting of negativity, what I would call negativity, I think PUA is negativity. I think if you are nervous to go talk to a woman, you should not go talk to her. If what it takes is you learning pickup game and how you can game her, I think that's very weak sauce. So in a nutshell, we need men to become stronger for society and families to become stronger. Now, how do we do that? That's another discussion. I can leave it there.
So men have to get stronger to bring men and women together.
I feel like women need to be nicer, but men also need to have empathy for women. That's my final answer. Women need to be more approachable. Enough with the fuck you, fuck off, right?
I disagree.
But at the same time, I think men lack empathy for women to such a high degree that it's really making women not want to converse with them. I speak from the bitches side. Okay, I come in peace.
I think that's a fair point. There has to be something missing, right? Where there's some kind of divide that's going on.
Yeah.
At least on
women don't trust men
grand
because
scale.
most men are weak.
Well, most men don't trust women. I think it goes both
Yeah.
ways.
I mean,
sorry. My biology professor once told me that women, back then, they preferred like before the 90s and before, they preferred like alpha males, but now they're like preferring like, how do I say, like beta male
feminine,
archetypes.
because
if
we're
that
all
ma-
on birth control, and
Yeah,
it
yeah.
changes the way you perceive men, and you actually prefer men that are more feminine looking. They've done studies on it.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So maybe you will do better, Tarif.
You wrong for that one, dog.
All right, I'm
You
done.
wrong
I'm
for
done.
that one. You wrong for that one.
I have to go. I can hear people in the background. So everybody take care.
Bye, Star.
Bye.
Bye, Star.
Bye.
I know I'm
Yeah.
gonna have to get out of here with my dogs so far.
No
They've only
worries.
All right.
been a little
I'm
bit.
taking
Hey,
off
Riggs,
as
how are
well.
you?
We're all bailing then. That's what
No,
happens.
no hard feelings, Tarif. I hope you do well on your journey. I
Thank
think
you
you have
so
a little
much.
bit more digging and healing, strengthening to do. But hey, with that said, thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Tori, always nice to see you.
Yeah.
Ian, I don't know what you're doing. If you're just a facade, if you exist, that's all good. Sean,
I'm a hologram.
appreciate the back and forth. Oh, he here. All right. Riggs, what up? David, I'll probably see you
Last
again.
call, baby.
All right. Have a good one.
Speaking of last call, we have another person in the backstage, Stone Balls. I kind of like saying your name. Is that you?
Yes.
All right, just making sure you're not a weirdo that's gonna like throw some weird stuff on screen.
I'm on a torshaa.
Stone's cool. He's based.
Cool. I just like your name, Stone Balls.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, sorry. She's being unruly right now.
Not again.
Hey, Riggs, how are you?
Quick question. Everybody was talking, I was trying to get in a little earlier, but everybody was talking about men shouldn't have a say-so in what women wear.
We could just hold on. We could just make sound clips off your dog. Like,
It's so loud.
Hush.
oh no, dogs are welcome here. I like dogs. Dogs are good. I'd
We love
prefer
dogs.
if everybody just had dogs and all the dogs just made weird, funny noises on stream. I'd be more content with that than talking to actual
Yeah.
people. So cheers to your dog.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
But he wanted
Does
to bring something up about women dressing provocatively or something.
yeah.
Yeah.
Does anybody here think that their partner should just be disrespectful or ignore the other partner's feelings at all?
I think the other partner should state ahead of time and put their boundaries out there stone before they start dating a woman who dressed like that before.
I agree with you. But if I show up and I meet somebody for the first time and these boundaries are established, that's not being controlling.
No, not at all. I think boundaries are valuable, but like a lot of times guys will go out with the girl that dresses provocatively, start dating her and be confused why she wears that later on. I mean, it's like you got to say it up front or don't give attention to those women and go for the nice librarian girl. But the truth of the matter is men don't want that girl. So
That would be comparable to like if a guy meets a girl in a strip club and she's a stripper,
Yeah.
and then he expects her to stop stripping once she becomes his girlfriend.
Yeah.
And it's
Right.
like,
And in my opinion, that's just
matter.
illusion.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's an idiot.
or a model
You
in a
knew
mag.
what she was doing.
Or a model or celebrity, porn star, OnlyFans girl, even with YouTube. I recently was in a mild relationship and it got to a point where he wasn't like telling me to stop, but he was having a hard time accepting the idea that it was very time consuming. And I basically let him know and I said, listen, like this is a part-time job. This is something that could potentially bring income for me.
Yeah.
And that's going to come first. So if this is an issue, bye.
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
straight up, hands down, because when you met me, you already knew, like within date number 1 or 2, that this is what I did. You had already been able to preview. You already knew my channel name. You were able to go and sample everything. And if this is all of a suddenly an issue for you, it's not going to happen because this is something that provides income. It's supplemental. And it's something for my children, and that's how I view it. And if you're not going to be on board with that and you're going to have an issue, like this is an issue,
When you're more
Right.
of a man than the man you're with. That's why it ended.
Well, you can't have
Fuck
these
you, Riggs.
discussions
Stop.
3
Well,
months into the relationship. This needs
Right.
to be talked about early. I
Yeah.
would 100% agree with that. And I don't think enough people are.
But you know why they don't, Stone? Because they wouldn't get laid if they did.
Agreed.
Yeah. So they have no incentive to do it. So then they try to wiggle it in later. Like, no, bitch, do it early.
Yeah.
But don't you think
you've
it's
got
also
to establish. Go
don't you
ahead,
think
go ahead.
there's a kind of I think I'm just very simplistic, but I mean, a lot of people did say to me in that last relationship, doesn't it bother you and all that sort of stuff? Does it bother you, guys? And I said, well, no, because she loves me for a reason.
Yeah.
Right.
She's not with me just because I'm someone who can carry the shopping at him.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm there for a reason. And so I never really thought about that kind of like, oh, she better sort of, have a better top or I used to just think, oh, wow, that's my fucking girlfriend.
Yeah, I think sometimes guys assume that the girl's gonna try to get with a better guy and like find them while she's in a slutty dress
Yeah, I
downtown.
mean, if she gave
but-
me that vibe, it'd be that. But I'll
Yeah.
give it to her. She was really into me, and it's just it's and our perspective. I said to you, Sarah, didn't I, that being in a mid-level band when you're touring, particularly abroad, it's the closest the bloke's ever going to know what it feels like to be an attractive woman.
Right. And I think you have to recognize if you met that person and whatever it is that they're doing or how they dress or who they are is who they are in that moment when you meet them, like you already are signing up for that and you have to accept that bill. Right. Whereas I could understand if she was a librarian, very conservative, like never dressed like crazy prior to that. And then all of a sudden, 5 years in, she walks out, she's got her tits hanging out, her ass hanging out. She's like, I don't look, baby. And you're like, who? No, wait, hold up. Hold up. This isn't what I signed up for. Then I totally understand that. That's reasonable. But I think that if you meet somebody and they already have something going on, and they're already doing things, or they're a bartender, or they're a YouTuber, or they're a porn star, or a stripper, or all of the crazy stuff that men complain about. I think if they're already doing that, like, you either accept it or you don't.
Totally.
And if you don't accept it, then you cannot date them. Please don't date them. There's
I agree
plenty of other
100%.
men out there who will.
I mean,
and I'm not
a
saying that.
lot of British women that I went out with, they don't like it. It looks really glitzy and cool on the outside and stuff, and then again, it's like, oh, I've got to go to the States for 5 weeks, and it's like, oh, right, so there's got to be a lot of trust there as well. I'm a good guy. I don't mess about, and but it is. I understand it's difficult. While I'm away, as pictures pop up on Facebook with me with my arms around sort of two people smiling and stuff. It's because they bought a ticket and they've asked to have a picture. It's it's like, and like I say, I've had that weird experience in Canada we were talking about, where that girl asked for a picture and then just as her took it, she shoved her hands down my trousers.
Oh my god. That is assault.
Yeah, but I mean, the joke was on her though, Torrie, because I basically had just done an hour and a half gig in leather trousers, sat on the table. It must have been like a tureen of pate in there.
Oh my
an inferno.
It wasn't my best. It wasn't my best.
That wasn't my best.
Now you really know what it feels like to be a woman.
That's a bit rude. Imagine if I did that to Debbie Harry or something.
Bro, that's assault. That's insane.
Assault, brother.
But yeah, I just wonder, it's like I say, this has been an absolutely brilliant one tonight. I mean, I should have gone about 2 hours ago. I've got to finish this mix.
I know. You're like at what, like 5 minutes? No, you're like going into, it's sunlight there now, isn't it?
It's literally light now, but I've got to go and...
David, do you have time for one more question? That's what I'm staying for.
Yeah. By the way, just Shane Nolan, whoever you are. Yeah, you're right. It was her.
It was her.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait.
Just really quick. I'm in school for audio engineering myself. And has your experience with women audio engineers also been top class, would you say?
Yeah, definitely. Erin Tompkinson, she was the one that did the last sort of 3 David Bowie albums, engineer. She's Tony Visconti's engineer. She's amazing. Liz Glover, really, really good. And I've just forgotten the name of the woman, but there's the Alex Lahi album and the Dream Wife album is a female producer.
Loved that.
Who are fantastic. And I'm always up for learning from, I produced a single by this girl who's 16 years old. She was a new artist being given to me by the record company to try and do her stuff. And I learned so much off her because I'm older, so I'm stuck in my ways. It's like, so I'd play a guitar track and she'd go, Dane, that's a bit 80s. And she goes, that sounds a bit 80s sort of thing.
But
and
that's
so
the best time.
So I'd go through all these patch changes of the guitar, and she'd go, that one, I really like that one. And I said, you sure? Yeah. And then when I do it, I put the thing down, and I just realised it sat in the track so much better than the one I'd put in, But it's like, so I can learn off the 6
I know, I'm sorry. Sarah.
Hold on just a second, Tarif. I'm going to tell the chat that I'm going to give you about 2 more minutes to finish this poll of whether Tarif has Riz or not. So far, we're at almost a 50-50 split. So we've got 48% right now saying yes and 52% saying no. So please go get your answers in. You've got about 2 more minutes to finish that up. Yes, Tarif. What do you have?
I feel like I carried that team.
I know this guy has made several hit pieces on you, and he is quite controversial in the PWF sphere, or he used to be part. But what's your thoughts on Ganstar?
Ganstar's still looking for his dad.
He's still looking for his dad. Look, that man has tried to make his way in every channel I've been on and has tried to like single-handedly destroy everything about me. But you know what? I'm still here and I'm still doing well. And I've blocked him on everything. And most of my peers have blocked him on everything. Him and his little crew. Arctic Wolf, go fuck yourself as well. I see you're over in Torsha's chat. Arctic Wolf, because it's part of the Ganstar gang and they like to just do their thing. So I don't care about him, Tarif. Nobody cares about him. He's
That's fair.
non-existent because I don't associate, as you were talking about earlier, with people who just live to hate people. It's negative, it's derogatory, and it's just meaningless.
I agree that Ganstar's not doing anything with his life to improve it, but he has potential to improve his life, but he's not doing it.
He is a man who makes excuses for everything that goes wrong. And Alex and I actually had a really nice conversation with Ganstar once, and we both of us tried very hard to give him all sorts of different avenues of ways he could improve, and not just like saying like go do better things. Like no, we actually gave him different avenues and different pieces he could try, and every time he would have an excuse.
Is he like a nihilist or something?
No, he's just a little bitch. That's what he is. Okay. Because the only type of person I know that actually goes and makes excuse after excuse is a female, to be quite honest. A snotty little female.
Speaking of
tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not.
I'm not. So if anything, I am way more masculine than Ganstar, and I have way bigger balls than him at this rate.
I believe it.
But you know what? If like honestly, that's a compliment to me. So I'll leave it at that, Tarif. If everybody could bear with me for just a moment, we have somebody else in the back chat. Hopefully, it's not a troll.
Oh no.
Chad George. Hey,
Sarah, how you doing today?
Hello, how are you? You're not a weird person that's going to flash your penis on screen?
Nope.
Okay, thank God. You're normal. Woohoo!
I like to think I am. Only on weekends.
Fair enough. Just if you flash on here, I may smack you.
No. How's your weekend going, Sarah?
How's my weekend going?
Yeah.
It's not been horrible. I actually got to sleep in today for the first time. I got more than like 3 hours of sleep last night, so that was great. That was
You usually get only 3 hours of sleep?
In the recent weeks, my daughter recently had a diagnosis a few weeks ago, and some medical issues and all sorts of craziness going on.
Oh, sorry to hear that. I hope she gets better.
Yeah, no, there's no fix to it, but like it's just a lot of work, and I'm proud of her for like pushing through and just being, she's accepting it and she's like just making the best of it.
That's good.
So I'm very, very, very proud of her. But for a mom, like it's a totally different concept because you're the one that's in charge and you're the one that has to like do the work, and be there and watch things and you if things, when you're watching things and those things aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing, then you have to stay up till like 3 a.m. watching them until they do what they're supposed to do, and you're just like this until 3 a.m. just watching like, okay, come on, I know you're going to do it, while she sleeps because, that's what you need to do as a parent, like just sit
Do you only
there
have
and
one kid, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, I have two.
Okay.
She's my eldest. She's my flame. I call her my flame because she was I had her when I was 22 and she was my grand motivator of everything. She kept me going.
Wait, 22? I thought you were like 27, 28. Damn.
I know, right? That's what Torsha said to me earlier backstage. She was like, "Well, hey, you have a 14-year-old? How's that even possible?"
What?
Like, she's like doing the math in her head.
Holy crap.
I'm 36.
That's not bad. I'm only 31.
I'm the old lady here. And I own that proudly, because with age comes wisdom, and I've experienced a lot of things, and
It's a
I think with
privilege.
it is a privilege, and with that, it allows me to have a lot of these wonderful conversations with people and be relatable,
Right.
yeah. So
So I
what
just
was
wanted
you
to,
had a specific question, I think, right?
yeah, I just wanted to ask. Earlier, you were talking about this individual gangster. What is your beef with him? I just wanted to, why is he
It's
hating on you? Like, you seem like a pretty normal person. I don't know why.
I don't have beef with him. That's the point. This is called obsession. What was
Right.
that Mariah Carey song? Boy, why you
Why are
so
you so
obsessed
obsessed
with
with me?
me?
Yeah.
No, I've
No.
seen some of his streams and he talks about you and Alex. I mean, I know some of
It's
you, so
it's
I don't
very
get why.
strange. It's very strange to me. Even when I took like 5 or 6 months off last spring and summer, and
Hmm.
even during that time, like he still came out with a video on me, and I'm like, I haven't even been here, dude.
Yeah, I
Like,
saw it. It was
I
so
haven't been
weird.
anywhere. So it's just kind of weird. I think it's just like guilty by association, and because the single moms in the manosphere are an easy target, and I think that I don't know, me just being a girl is an easy target,
Right.
and weak men tend to try to punch down,
Right.
right? And we've all experienced that. We've all seen a guy try to like
Yeah,
belittle somebody less than them, right? So, and I think that.
such a shame gangster would do that. I don't know. He seems like a
Well,
crazy dude.
but because I'm a female, there's more men in this sphere that will be agreeable to him in his contentions against me because I'm a female, right? So he's not going to punch up at anybody who actually, you know, has good credibility and a lot of people will defend them and so on and so forth. No, he's going to try to punch down in that aspect like, oh, well, she's just a girl. There's going to be all these guys that'll agree with me because she's a girl and she's a single mom. And, he's going to try to use all those pieces against me. And that's
Right,
okay.
right.
Whatever. To each their
Hmm.
own. Whatever makes you happy at the end of the
Where it
day.
floats your boat, right?
Right, because what he doesn't understand is that my life is still moving on. I'm still doing very well. Number one, I have a job. He does not.
Right.
Number two, I have a cell phone. He does not.
How
Number
does one not have
three,
a cell phone? I don't understand this.
number
2024. Like,
three, I'm able to stream live from actual gear and setups and do all of these things without like using an iPad and some weird ass shit. Number four, I have a savings account. Number six, I have a savings portfolio. Like I have a vehicle. I don't have an ankle bracelet around, my ankle because I've been on probation and some shit.
Isn't he
So
like in Ireland or something?
is he a what?
Isn't he like in Ireland or something? Like he won't
Yeah,
disclose his
I don't
information.
even know. But you know what? At the end of the day, does anybody actually care?
Not really, no.
No.
So
No.
how long did it take him to realize that having a go at you wasn't punching down?
Yeah, women have the value, right?
Yeah.
You're on
That's
top.
that's the
Yeah.
thing is that he doesn't think that.
It
Or
doesn't matter what it doesn't matter
because
what he thinks.
maybe because he actually thinks that's why he wants to try to belittle me, right? Like
Yeah.
I must bring her back down below me.
Yeah, that's
I
what
don't
the whole
even know.
space tries to do. Hold women accountable. How's it
Yeah.
going?
Hold me accountable for what, bro? I haven't even like been here and you're mad at me.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know the
So, Sarah,
situation, but that's fine.
would it be safe to say you're more of a man than he'll ever be and more woman than he'll ever get?
Listen, I'm just two balls shy of being more of a man than he'll ever be.
Damn, bro. All right.
That's all I need is a pair, and I'll have him like right there. Be nothing.
I want to know what there's a guy
Good.
called Cell, so I'm not feeling confident on this. And he just said David Donnelly, the old British cut. What's that mean?
Old British.
I mean, I know what a cuck is. I know what cuckold is.
Cuck?
Yeah.
Cuck is like
Oh.
to watch your wife be banged by another dude.
I know, but
Damn.
what?
That's actually a fetish.
That's
I don't
gross.
understand where it fits in as to what we
It
were talking.
doesn't. It doesn't.
Is it
Like
because
Adam
I
22?
had to watch people's floats drooling over the woman I was with?
No. I don't think so. People use the term cuck, even though they're probably a cuck. We call it projection, is what it is. Yeah.
They didn't really
He's
make.
a
They
cuck.
call it.
I don't
They call
mind.
it being
I don't
Adam
think
22 now.
Yeah.
say
Hey
what they
Sarah,
like.
do you like my tattoos, by the way?
Understand it.
Sorry, what, David? What'd you say?
I said I don't mind. I just didn't really understand what it meant.
I don't know.
Oh,
People use it in different contexts. Sometimes if you're nice to women, they'll call you that. It just depends.
Right. Yeah.
I just don't pay attention to it
There's
because
so many phrases and words that I've embarrassed myself through not knowing what on earth people are talking about.
yeah, we
So
like
being a
to
decent
Google.
human
That's all
being,
that matters.
Well, I think what everybody fails to recognize is personal preference, right? So we could even start with just the races. Some people like Asians, some people like Black people, some people like
Oh,
white people, some people
I
like
like white women.
Mexican people, Latinas with the big bouquets,
I
okay?
like white women like Sarah.
And we can expand from there. Some people like nerds, some people like athletics, some people
right.
like women who dress up all fancy. Some people like big girls. Some people like small girls. Some people like tall guys. Some people have a hankering for short people. Some people like to be dominated. Some people like to be the dominant. I
How
mean,
tall are you, Sarah?
I'm 5'2". I'm a little person.
You're teeny tiny.
I'm a teeny tiny. I look bigger on screen, and I
Right, right.
hold a very powerful presence. I hold a tall presence.
Bartender energy. We're bitches.
Are you
Down.
taller than Ashley?
Me?
Ashley's taller than me. Ashley's 5'4", I think.
Oh, I
Wow.
thought she was like 5'9". I thought both of you were 5'9".
Listen, bitch, we hold tall presence, okay? It's what we do. We gotta own it.
Hey,
Little
Tori and
people.
Sarah, do you like my tattoos, by the way?
What's your tattoo?
The one of the pictures. You like my tattoos?
I mean, all I see is a little tiny circle and
I don't see any
kind of
tattoos.
see you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's weird, bro.
I've seen a lot of really powerful
It
ones.
doesn't matter what a girl thinks about shit.
Yeah, what do
Right.
you think about your tattoo, bro?
And do you like them?
I love them.
Good.
That's all we need to know.
Down. Bro.
A lot of
Exactly.
women,
Yeah.
a lot of women who are short are really just like full of fire. Amy, who sings with Venus Reaction, my thing. She's same as you, 5'2", and she's just this ball of energy and what have you. I met Madonna before she was famous, and she's what is she, 5'3"?
She's 5'3"?
Yeah.
yeah, she's
Wow.
tiny.
Yeah.
No, she's like more like 5'2", I think.
Just like you could just feel it coming off her. Just this. She wasn't even really famous at this point, but she was kind of like so.
Little woman syndrome. That's what
Yeah,
we
we
got.
have it. It's a real thing. Actually, can I pause the stream? Who has the TV on or something in the background? Because I can hear it and it's driving me up a wall.
Oh, is it like? Can you hear like kind of like jazz music?
No, it's a TV or they're dual streaming. Like they're having like our tab up in the background or something. It's TV of some
Don't.
sort.
Just kidding.
I have some jazz music on the back, but other than that, no.
No, I don't hear any jazz.
Did it go away?
Yeah, it did. It did.
Yeah.
Okay, it must be me. Hang on.
All
Love
right,
them.
thank you, Stone Balls. I appreciate your balliness.
So Sarah, what's your experience like on Tinder, if you don't mind me asking, as a very attractive young female?
I mean, I haven't been on in a while. I decided this last summer to get on for a little bit. I had great experiences with it. And for me, dating is for the experience. I'm not dating with the intentions of long-term relationship, getting married or anything like that. I'm dating more for like, what can I learn from you? Somebody got me back into skydiving. That's how I got into rock climbing like years and years and years ago, was from
You went on a date skydiving as a date from
no.
Tinder?
It's just dating
Oh,
a
okay.
person and getting to know them, and then picking up on their hobbies and having them introduce their hobbies to you. I don't know. I mean, I had a lot of fun. I still hear something in the background, like either you're at a party and you're hiding in the closet, or you've got a TV on or something.
Now, if you don't mind me asking, Sarah, do you prefer a guy who's more straightforward? Because when it comes to Tinder, for example, I go for more straightforward conversations rather than "How's your day going? Let's go for coffee." You know what I mean? Like I like to like let them know what my intentions are. And
I despise small talk. Don't ask me about the weather. Don't ask me how my day's going. Come at me with an intellectual conversation. Come at me with
Yeah,
something that I can actually
most
sit and
women
think
tell me
about.
that. Yeah, most women tell me that on Tinder. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not. I don't have a high success rate, but I like to think I do pretty well. But yeah,
Actually,
most women hate.
I'll say it this way on my Tinder profile when I had it up. One of the things I had on there is, do you need an icebreaker? Tell me your best dad joke, and what was great about it was guys didn't have to be worried about their opener, right? They could come at me with like, a dad joke, and what's the worst case scenario? I open up my messages and I start laughing.
No,
I
I
wouldn't
get it.
be
Yeah, yeah.
I wouldn't
But
be quite annoyed at getting a message of, "How's your day? Hi, how are you?" Or "Hi." I mean, all of the same messages again and again. Like this way, this number one, it tells me that they read my profile.
right.
And number two, it tells me that they actually want to have a conversation with me more than just, the Uber dicks per se.
Wait, what do you mean over dicks?
Uber
Big
dicks?
dicks.
Does anybody else want to explain Uber dicks?
No, I just don't get the terminology like over
That
dicks.
might be someone who would be asking to have sex immediately.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I've done that, and I mean, it works. Maybe it just depends the day and the time and who you ask, but it can work. I mean, it can work. I guess sometimes. It just depends who you talk to, really.
I mean, I'm not into just having some random dude show up at my house, I want to get to know you kind of girl.
Oh, and that's okay. You just reminded me of something, Sarah. I remember, and I'm sorry to bring him up, but just last time I promised to bring this guy up, Gangstar. He was claiming some things about you. I don't know if you want me to say it, if you're comfortable with me saying it.
Do
That's what
do
I'm
I
asking
really
for.
care though? Is that what we're here to talk about?
No. But he was just saying that you like, oh, Sarah's like she gives it up really easy. She's a hoe and all this other stuff, and she's
Yeah,
claiming
but
to
he
be this.
also strategically clipped things in such a way, like he
Hmm.
took my speed dating clips, like
Yeah.
times when I was being funny and goofing around, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm a slut," like, and strategically clipped shit, and
Oh, okay.
whatever.
Okay. All
That's
right. I just
fine.
want. Okay.
But you know what? Okay, you have to. This is what I always have to tell myself. Like, you have to consider the source, right? So
Yeah.
again, let me come back to the idea that this man has no job, no cell phone. He's got an ankle bracelet on, right? To my knowledge, he's got an ankle bracelet on. Um, he probably has no savings account. He makes more excuses than he does of just making effort. He spends all of his streams whining and crying about other people. Does he actually say anything productive? Does he actually work towards a constructive conversation to produce a resolution to anything?
Right. And it looks like there's him and there's another individual who's talked about you. I've heard his name is Arctic Wolf. Is there any? Do you have any feedback
That
on that?
that's like Ganstar's cousin or some weird shit. All right. Nobody cares.
Oh
These are
my.
two very irrelevant people. The fact that I'm even having this conversation, I'm doing it because you're a new person on my panel. I'm going to respect your questions, as
Okay.
being a
Well, I
panelist.
won't bring it up next time.
Yeah, but
I
I don't
understand
like
now.
to spend my stream talking about people who don't matter.
No, I get it. No, I understand. No, I understand.
Mhm.
Well, I've got to go, Sarah, and everybody else. I really have. I've got to get on with this mix and stuff because I haven't been to bed yet. You have to remember.
The
So,
the sun has come up for you.
it's completely light, yeah. So, but it's been brilliant this evening. I really, really enjoyed it because,
What time zone are you in, David?
yes, but the guys haven't been too sort of heavy, and all that sort of stuff. It's been good, and you ladies will obviously, like I say, it's been really, really good. I always learn something listening to other people, and everyone's and again, the rating system was you're all lush, you know. It's really, really, really nice. Sorry, just when they were talking just then, you had this far away look and you were just twiddling with your hair, and I was thinking, yeah, that works.
Women can do anything. Like, damn.
Does Melissa Starr have a YouTube with her bass playing possibly on it, or?
I don't know if she has her bass playing, but follow her.
What's the name of it? Is it Mistress Star?
I think it's Star something. I don't know. I'll put it in the chat if one of my mods knows what it is.
Excellent. But it's been absolutely brilliant. I'm gonna have to go and make a noise.
Hate herself. Andrew, be nice, okay? It was nice meeting you, David.
Yes, thank you,
Bye,
David, so much for your
David. I
insight.
will
It's a pleasure.
see you next time, I'm sure.
Have a good night, David.
Sleep
See you,
well.
David.
Sarah, you were great on
Bye, Daddy.
Oh, thank you.
That
Thank
was
you.
really funny.
Hell yeah.
That was great. It was really, really good. I really don't want to go.
Ah, brutal.
But take care. Enjoy
Bye,
yourself.
Daddy.
Have a lovely rest of the weekend, and hope next week's smooth sailing for everybody. And I'm sure I'll
Absolutely.
see you all at some point.
Cheers.
enough.
Have a
All
good
right.
night.
Cheers,
Peace,
David.
Bye,
Have a good one,
David.
Daddy.
See you later. Bye.
Bye.
What time zone are you in there?
Actually, I love this comment.
Oh, this is one of my trolls. He's not
I
that
love
bad.
the trolls,
He's,
though.
I
The
swear.
trolls are the
Damn.
best. The trolls are what makes my day.
His name's
And
Andrew.
And Andrew, you're so not wrong. I am older and I'm probably more bitter because, I
Damn.
mean, I have 2 kids. I've seen some shit. I've been married. I have
Right.
every God-given right to be bitter, but actually I feel like I'm pretty happy considering.
Well, hold on. Okay, hold on. We are gonna die alone with some cats and boxed wine. Don't threaten me with a fucking good time, baby.
Dogs for me. I prefer my doggies. And I know
Dogs
you have
too.
doggies too. Cats and we have a mutual understanding. We just don't get along and
Yeah.
that's how life goes. But me and my dogs, they are my forever buddies, man. They're like,
Friends.
yeah, it's a thing. I'm so sad because my son asked me to put my dogs in his room with him tonight and shut the door, mommy, so that they can stay in here. And I'm like, fine.
How old
That
is your
means
son?
my doggies don't get to cuddle with me. But fine, you can have my babies for the night. And now all my babies are not in, who's gonna cuddle with me?
All
No,
alone
wait,
tonight.
no, wait, I'm gonna enjoy that king size bed all to myself. Ganstar, how's that single size mattress on the floor, buddy?
That was a good one, Sarah. That was a good one.
There you go. But see, yeah. Haters gonna hate, baby, only because they be jelly.
What time zone are you in, Sarah?
I'm East Coast.
Is anyone on the West Coast here?
I'm West Coast.
Nice.
Fair enough.
Have you ever lived in
I gotta
California,
go, guys. I have to let my dogs out now. It was fun. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep it over just for maybe 15 more minutes. Finish or actually 10 minutes. Finish out the 3 a.m. time frame.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Thank you for
That
having
way,
me.
yeah, Torsha, would you like to finish with some final thoughts and tell everybody to fuck
Yeah,
off while you're at
Torsha.
it?
How are you?
I thought it was fun. My final thoughts. I don't know. Stop giving a fuck about what women do and just be nice.
Right.
You know? But
Hey,
also,
Tori, how old are you?
I'm 29.
Oh.
I'm not
So
at the
close
wall
to the
yet,
wall.
sir. I'm almost
So
there.
close to the wall.
I'm almost
Join
there.
me on the dark side.
So hard in that wall.
Hey, Tori, can I have a 1 minute speed date with you next
Sure.
time?
You want to do it now?
Yeah. Sure,
Before I go?
but I have an avocado mask, so I can't really put on my.
We're doing it. Go, Chad.
So, how's your day?
It's good. How's yours?
Pretty good. Just woke up and did some errands, and
Just
I've been
woke
pretty
up?
much home
Bow down,
all
peasants.
day
Who's
on
a
a
peasant?
Saturday. On a very exciting Saturday. How about you?
Nothing. Just this.
Just streaming all day?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you make money out of it?
Yeah.
Oh, you seem very bubbly.
I'm annoying. Yeah.
We can all be annoying.
Why'd you ask my age, sir? Come on. Why'd you ask?
Just curious. You look on the younger side, but I mean.
Thank you so much. Nobody ever.
I'm just brutally honest. I mean, I'm 31, I'm 32, so.
Oh,
I'm not
nice.
that much older than you. So.
Yeah. It's a good age.
So, when it comes to men, do you have a preference in terms of, I don't know, white, black, Latinos?
I think I've only dated white guys. And
Come on, you never dated a Latino?
I think one I think was half white, half Puerto Rican.
You gotta start dating more Latinos. We make it more interesting in bed.
Latinos?
Yeah.
Really?
We have more passion, more intensity, more I don't know, it's just better.
You guys cheat. You do.
Not every.
Yeah, you do.
Well, it depends what type of Latino. See, this is the thing.
Oh, now there's different kinds. Like if we're
Yeah,
gonna
there's
use
two types. Let me tell you. There's the Mexican Central American type, and there's the South American type.
Mhm.
If you date the South American type, see, that's a good type of Latinos.
Really?
Yep.
I
We
don't
are known
believe
for a lot of stuff.
Huh?
We are known for a lot of stuff. Like,
What are you guys known for?
I want to say, especially, I want to say one thing is food.
Really? Do you cook?
Yeah, I was born and raised here, but my family is
'Cause I
Peruvian, so we're known for our food, I guess.
Really?
Yeah, you never had Peruvian food?
I don't think so. Is that empanadas?
That's more on the South American side. Yeah, but on our
Yeah.
first day, we'll go to. I'll take you to a Peruvian restaurant.
No, thanks.
Oh,
I'm too
okay.
shy.
Too shy for what?
I don't know. I'm too shy. I'm too awkward. And I'm
Hey.
in love with somebody right now, okay?
Oh, you're in love with somebody. See,
I
that's
am.
that's what my ex told me when she broke up our engagement.
What a whore. Was she
Eh,
lying?
I'm doing better now. It's been like 4 years now, so I want to say I'm doing much better. So
Okay, good. I'm sorry to hear that.
it happens.
It breaks my heart, though.
Heartbreaks happen here and there.
Wisdom.
I mean, I got promoted at work. I got my own place. I bought another car. Life's been better.
What do you do for work?
I work in sales.
What kind of sales?
I don't want to dox myself. I mean,
Oh,
you
okay.
can,
Sorry.
yeah.
I really
No, it's
never
okay.
asked people, but just kind of curious. Like, people's jobs seem to be their hobbies now.
Yeah, they can be. And then I have a family business as well.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah, we have private schools around South America, and we're gonna open up a few.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Some other, yeah.
That's
That's
cool.
it's been an ongoing business for about 60 to 70 years, 75 years now. I want to say.
Really?
Yeah, it's a long, family
Yeah.
business.
It was a long
All
time.
right.
If I wasn't in love, I would go on a date with you. Like,
Oh,
shit.
thank you.
But I'm in love.
Jorge for the win.
Go, Jorge.
Yay, thanks.
Woo!
This is actually my first ever speed date I've ever done. I've always
Wow.
watched Alex's dates, but I've never actually done one. But
Killing it.
thank you.
I was
Thank
like,
you,
oh,
guys.
that was smooth. The way that you were like, we should go to a Peruvian or whatever. But I was like, I'm in love. Okay. I wasn't
Thank
gonna
you, Tori.
say it.
Thank you, Tori.
Yeah.
And good luck to the guy who you're in love with. He's a very lucky guy.
Thank you. I'll make sure to send him this.
Yeah, tell him.
Damn.
No, what you
do it, babe.
Good job, George. Jorge. sorry.
Thank you, Tarif. And for me, it's been more about I'm not one to believe into the whole pickup industry, even though I'm not a hater on it. But just for me, it's been more about trial and error and learning what
works.
to say and what not to say. Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's been pretty much.
Yeah.
Although I haven't dated many women because I've been in 2 very long relationships. I dated one of my exes from 13 years old all the way until 24.
Wow.
11 years. Yeah.
Damn.
Impressive.
Yeah, but yeah.
Well,
thank you, Sarah, for letting me
Torsha.
speed date.
Yeah, no, thank you, Torsha, because she hoeing
Hoeing myself out. One day.
I know she came on here expecting like just a sip and stream, and we're drinking and we're talking about bartending, and then she ended up in 3 speed dates. Go you, Torsha. Like
it was fun.
I
So
celebrated Ramadan.
Ramadan?
Yeah.
That came out of nowhere. Is that today?
That was
Oh,
very random.
it's not Eid. It's just Ramadan, like a gathering for food. Yeah.
Isn't that in December?
No, that's in April, March,
Is it?
April.
Oh,
That
okay.
sounds like such a blonde joke. Like, isn't that in December?
Yeah,
No, I'm just
that's
kidding.
how I
I'm just
talk
teasing.
though. That's like my actual voice, sir.
No,
Okay, easy.
like,
Okay, I'm leaving. Goodbye, everybody. It was a pleasure. I
see
will
you.
Bye, Torsha,
Tori,
and
thank you. Thank you for your time.
thank you for co-hosting with me tonight on Sip and Stream. I appreciate your time, efforts, and love. And thank you for all of her viewers for tuning in as well. We appreciate you over on that side of town.
Oh, you have
And
a
you
YouTube,
guys are,
Tori?
At this, like, goddamn.
You
you
have a
guys are
YouTube,
all.
Tori?
Would you shut up for a minute?
Sorry.
You guys are all welcome. And please, for everybody that's just in my chat, to go over to Torsha, TORSHAA, and
Yeah.
give her not only the like, but also the subscribe as well, because everybody could use a little love and it's free. So, on that note,
Will
peace
do.
out, Torsha. We appreciate you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Torsha. Was that too late?
Yeah.
Okay, no
No.
worries.
Hey, Sarah, have you ever had a pisco sour?
A what?
A pisco sour.
Pisco sour?
It's a Peruvian alcoholic drink.
Oh, I was gonna say, is that like a whiskey sour? I mean, anything with some sour mix and a little bit of soda water added to it is a sour. So,
Okay. You should try it. It's a very interesting Peruvian alcoholic drink.
sounds fun. I mean, I'm always up for trying like different drinks. So,
Sarah, can me and Chad George have a speed date?
yes, absolutely, it's done.
Damn.
What?
Oh, wrong person.
Oh, come on now.
What's up, bro?
Hey, man.
How's it going? How's your day?
Pretty good. Just ran some errands and been home cleaning up like a Latina lady on the weekend. But yeah.
Oh, I could dig it. Yeah, your guys as girls, they do clean up good, but how do you clean? Yeah, well, apparently you clean up pretty good too, so I might be on to something, brother.
What's up?
I think we could work out. You like cleaning? This could work.
I just like to clean my own place, pretty much. I mean, that's what weekends are for, I think, because I have a Monday to Friday type of job. So, yeah.
No,
I see you're a
I can
Modelo fan,
respect
huh?
it. No, I'm a Modelo fan. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay.
You like Modelo's?
No, I'm not really a beer type of beer drinking fanatic. I'm more of a wine and maybe a little whiskey here and there, but I don't really drink much too often, to be honest. But yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wine and okay. You a classy motherfucker. I could respect it.
Yeah. You learn with the experience, you know, and I used to enjoy drinking beer when I was like in my younger 20s. I mean, I'm not that old. I'm only almost 32, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 32. Yeah. We can make something work. I'm 36. I'm a little bit older, but I've been getting some
What
good
do you
money.
mean something
So
work, dog? Because I mean, no, I'm only into
we're
women,
speed
man.
dating.
Jesus Christ, I feel so fucking. This is actually my second official. I can't believe I'm doing. Well, I mean, San Francisco.
Hey,
Yeah.
a second speed date with Riggs. You've been blessed, brother.
Dude, I don't know. I'm in San Francisco, so it's
Even better. You're in San Francisco. We're two dudes. This shit's lining up like clockwork.
Wait, are you in San Francisco too?
No, but I'm talking on the gay aspect. We're striking it.
Oh,
We're
come on,
on
dude.
point.
No, I don't play it.
I got some San Francisco slippers in the truck. I got knee pads in the truck. I do concrete, so I got knee pads.
Shit.
My San Francisco
Yeah.
slippers.
Damn, I don't know about that, dog. I'm only into women, unfortunately.
Ah, shit.
Wait, are you really gay or are you just trolling? Because I can't tell.
I mean, does a bear shit in the woods? I'm about as gay as you can get them.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, hey, you know what? I got nothing against them. Just not into guys, I guess. So you're just making me a little. This is so weird.
Well, don't blush. I could tell you're probably blushing. I could tell by your voice with your giggles.
Only see I know this Tarif guy, the other guy who's on the stream, and I was telling him I want his Bengali juices. So it's like, no. Oh, come on, Tarif, give me your Bengali the juices. He was like, no, I'm not gonna give you my Bengali juices. But yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Are you Latino?
I'm a white devil through and through.
So if I wanted a green card, I can get it through you, huh?
You can get a green card through me if I can get in you.
Well, I need some lube then. Oh, man, I can't even pretend to do this so fucking weird.
Hey, real shit though. You're a good sport about it though. That shit was that was fun to fuck around.
Yeah, man. I mean, hey, I've been hit on in person before. Yeah, pretty weird. I used to take advantage of it. I'm not gonna lie. The Starbucks I used to go to up until a few months ago, it unfortunately closed. Was a gay what do you call it, barista, and at first he'd give me discounts here and there until he'd say, "Hey, I think you're pretty good looking. You can come on my ship anytime. I'll give you a free coffee." I'm like, "Okay."
Oh, hey, if you get free shit out of it, like okay, the dude
No,
can
but I
want to
did feel
bust
bad
your
though. I'm not
cheeks.
gonna lie. I did feel bad though, so I would leave a tip here and there. So.
Well,
you know, I don't want to be a downer, but you guys do know what tomorrow is.
What's tomorrow? Anniversary of the Death Star. The Death Star?
Big
Oh,
day.
yeah. Oh, my God. It's been a year already. Yeah. Man, it's such a huge thing, and all it took was a couple X-Wings to take it down.
I love this dude. I do have somebody else in the backstage. I'm just gonna have to put an overlay on just to make sure we're not gonna get any dirty things. Space dude, is that you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you're not a weirdo. You're not gonna show anything. Fair enough. So Riggs, let me ask the question because I feel like you are the female in this conversation.
Would I date him again?
Would you go on a second date with Chad George, Jorge?
I felt like he was a little nervous at times, but
Well, of course,
a little,
I'm speed dating with the dude. I'm not gonna be nervous, weirded out. Like
a little bit. If I had a little bit more time with him, we could probably rub whiskers at some point. So I would date him again.
All right, 2 W's today.
Now, let me ask you this, Riggs. Would it be platonic or romantic?
Oh God.
That's one of those I just have to feel out as time goes on.
No, I bet you'd be feeling something.
Brutal. 2 W's for the win.
Oh,
good job, Jorge.
Thank you, Therese.
Oh man, now motherfuckers really gonna think I'm gay. They'll be like, "Aren't you the gay guy?"
He's a gay guy from Sartain.
That'll forever be fucking attached to me. But I don't know. The concept of speed dating to me is fucking nuts, man.
But honestly, it's a sip and stream, Riggs. We can get away with saying and doing anything we want tonight because we're all drinking, right? Right?
Tell
me you're 3 sheets into the wind, Riggs, and it's okay, right?
Couple beers. Nah, yeah. But no, I am fucking drunk. Hey, but George, that was fun just to fuck around with you. I never talked to you before.
Hey, it's a Saturday night, man. It all goes.
Exactly.
There's no rules.
Anything goes.
Anything goes on a Saturday night, man.
That's why I'm here. So I've been married for 15 years.
Holy crap.
To a man or a girl?
To a girl.
Oh, okay. I was just asking.
Yeah, I got 3 kids. One is a teenager, so I was just here to fuck around.
We're all here to fuck around. We're all here to relieve some stress.
Say what, sir?
Wait for the kids to go to sleep and then go venture off into the internet because that's about the only place you can go. And that's, that's kind of why like streaming works out for me in terms of getting my adult conversations because, I've got 2 kids at home and I can't just go run out to the bars or do whatever I want to do or anything like that. So being able to stream, I can be down in my basement in my studio doing my thing and knowing like my kids are sound asleep upstairs. And it happened twice tonight where my youngest came crying down the stairs. And so, I just stop my camera, put myself on mute, run up, take care of him, tend to him, do what I need to do as a mom, put him back to sleep, and then I'm right back here talking to adults. Can't do that at a bar, right? You know,
No,
like you have to
definitely not.
pay for a babysitter and shit, and that gets expensive.
God damn, having kids would be fucking grim. Like I'm 36 now. I already threw in the fucking towel on that. If I made it this long without having one, I'm gonna keep it moving because I like my free time and my money too goddamn much at this point.
Well,
I ain't
you
fucking
know,
with it.
hey, Riggs, I'm 36 and I have a teenager, a soon-to-be teenager, and another younger kid, and I still get to do all that shit. So
I'm fucking up. Damn.
yeah, it's on you at that point.
Wow.
Damn.
That's a good point. Yeah, like if I would have when I was young, you know what I mean. If I was smashing and my pullout game was weak, and I ended up having a small litter in my early 20s, I probably would have ran with it. I would have ran with it, but
oh, so
Yeah,
so are you trying to say my pullout game was weak? Is that what it is?
I think I have a little cousin the same age as your daughter.
Okay. There's like millions of children the same age as my daughter.
Yeah.
I'm not being mean. I'm just like being funny.
Come on, Sarah.
I have she's my youngest cousin, and my oldest cousin is 21 years older than me.
Damn, that's a big gap. Like at least my kids and their cousins are all within the same age gap. You know what I mean? Like my brothers and I, we all spawned little demons of ourselves all at the same time.
Yeah.
No, it seems like y'all are fucking around. Like it's not like I didn't, smash a bunch of chicks early on. I just went through and then I found the one that was,
He found the
good
one that he
enough.
nutted in,
Yeah.
and he
Well,
was like,
no.
oh, I guess we're done now.
No,
I'm teasing.
She wasn't pregnant till after we got married, so
Fair
nah,
assessment.
I was just busting your labias, bro. Like I'm not saying you
yeah.
get box or
know.
whatever. You know what I mean?
Leave it to Riggs to keep it a buck.
Mm.
Ah.
Nah, but yeah, that's cool, brother. You have, you know what I mean? You have your kids, your family, and hopefully your kids are healthy. I got the utmost respect for you for doing that. Sarah, too, like having kids, that's a full-time job in itself. So kudos to you guys for doing it and running it and being productive fucking humans. So us degenerates can continue degenerating.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
cool.
I'm
Like,
kind of actually really thankful. So I'm like the young mom in all of the sports activities and group things that I have to do as a mom that I'm like, do I really need to be here? But I'm always the young mom. I'm the pretty mom. I'm the cool mom. I'm the one that, especially my daughter's friends, like they love Miss Sarah. Oh my God, it's Miss Sarah. And I love being that, and I own it. But I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that I'm like a good 10 years younger than all of the other parents at the PTAs and the sports things and the awards ceremonies and all those things.
So Sarah,
Mhm.
hang on. That's the thing though, is like when you start early, like my wife had our first kid at 22.
Mhm.
And so like she's always the youngest. Like
Yep.
And so our teenager, she's still the youngest, and it's like a huge flex to be
Yes.
around with like moms that are like in their 50s or whatever, and it's just like I can actually like hang out with my kids, I can play with my kids, I'm not like dealing with whatever the fuck like
arthritis.
health yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah, no, I mean, it is a benefit, I will say, especially because my son is like 9 now, and my daughter's 14. So, like, her age group being in high school, like, it's very important for their social dynamics that mom is cool. Now I don't make any efforts to be cool. I just show up and I happen to look young, at least younger than all of the other moms, so that kind of works out. But then, my son, I'm grateful that I'm young enough to, because he's just all boy, like he's rough and tumble, upside down, jumping from the top of the steps, crazy shit, all the time. And
You're saying it nicely. They're raging lunatics.
they are nuts. They are
'Cause
nuts.
I have 2 daughters and 1 son. My son is the middle, and he's
Oh
just
God.
absolutely insane.
Well, also he's a middle child. I'm a middle child, and we have middle child syndrome. It's a thing. Like it's a real
No, it's not a
thing.
real thing.
No, it is a real thing. Even now as an adult, like I still suffer from middle child syndrome. But I mean the boys, man, they will test you on the physical level, whereas your daughters will test you, like they make you question your mere existence.
Not so much. Like my
Well,
oldest daughter,
you're dead.
she's a saint. My oldest daughter is a saint. She
Mhm.
makes like straight A's. She does everything correctly. My son is like a fucking raging maniac. And then my youngest daughter, who is 5, is like a healthy mix between them. Like
Mhm.
she's like, oh, I see what the older ones are doing, so I'm gonna play this like to the
Just fall
best of
into
my
line.
abilities. Yeah. it's so she does like the crazy shit my son does, and then she's like, but I'm your daughter.
Nice. I mean, I'll say my teenage daughter definitely tests my limits as a human being, and like pushes my emotional buttons, as it's like all day long, and I love her to pieces, and I try so hard to kind of like make sure that I'm leveled down and not emotional, so that because 2 females in a room,
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that
it's
because of like a boundary issue?
I
Because
think it's
I
no,
watch
I think
I
it's
watch
just
it I watch it happen with my daughter, or my oldest,
Mhm.
like teenager, and my wife, and they like fucking go at it. But with me, I'm just like, no. And she's like, all right. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I mean, my favorite thing to say is, "Go call your dad then. If he says yes, then fine." And then
Yeah.
suddenly it doesn't matter anymore. Like, "I don't
Exactly.
wanna do it anymore, fine," 'cause she knows what
Mhm.
his answer is gonna be, and it's gonna be the same exact as mine, except she thinks that she can
Well,
push her
yeah,
limits.
but the fight isn't worth it at that point.
Right? But I mean, let me just kind of, take it back a little bit. She's a really good kid. Like, she gets awesome grades. She's super athletic. She's very involved. I don't have to worry about her. She's the one that, like, I don't have to worry about drugs or boys or crazy things off the wall. She's very open. She's very communicative with me. Um, you know, as emotional as she can get when it comes to raging a war for something she wants, she still, at the very end of the day, like has respect, and she vocalizes her thought process very well.
So the one thing I have to ask is, you say like you don't have to worry about all these things, and
Mhm.
then look back at yourself when you were that age. And did
Mhm.
you think you had to worry about all these things, or that your parents did? And
Uh,
then and then what
well,
happened? Like, because
no,
it is crazy raising, like, you know, women. Like, I can be a guy as far as I can be a guy, and just be like, no, here are the things, like, not be like a millennial parent or a Gen X parent or whatever,
Mhm.
and like be like, hey man, like this shit is real. But then you can look back at your own childhood, and maybe you were the same as your daughter, because genetics play a huge role in those things, and then
Mhm.
just be like, oh, well, I see the same things in her, but that may not play out in reality, and you're just like, oh, what the fuck?
Well, the great thing about my daughter is, and I give her all of this credit, is she's 20,000 times stronger than me mentally and emotionally. And as much as she can be a little dramatic as a 14-year-old teenager should be, she knows who she is, she knows what she wants, and there's nothing that's going to get in the way of her being that person, right? So that's the little preface to who she is. But as far as like looking back to who I was growing up, my parents were really good at giving us a lot of independence. And the rule of thumb was, like if you mess up, you mess up. Come back, talk to us, we'll work it through, we'll figure it out, and we'll do this together as a team. But if you mess up and like I have to find out about it the wrong way, being a cop shows up at the house, the teacher calls, there's an issue, things like that, that's when there's a problem. So, my brothers and I were raised to be very independent thinkers and to figure it out, kind of like not necessarily on our own, but on our own with training wheels. So, we were led to be accountable to our actions, but at the same time, like we still could come back to mom and dad and say, "Hey, I have a problem and I can't solve it." And they would work through that with us. And my daughter, I'm raising in a very similar direction. She's very independent. I don't have to micromanage her. I don't have to hover her. I'm not like the what do they call it? Helicopter moms or anything like that. And she recognizes this difference, especially with her friends. And she brings that up to me all the time, like, oh, so and so's mom is like literally won't let her go to the mall and walk around. Like her mom has to go with us. Like we can't just go together as a group,
Sure,
and
sure.
at their age, like they're I feel comfortable like saying, I'm going to drop you off right here. This is the rule. You do not leave. You do not talk to people. Here's some scenarios. What happens if, okay, I feel comfortable now. If anything, diverts from this, you will call me. End of story. And I feel comfortable.
So I came in late to the stream, but from what I gathered, you're like a single mom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you think those things are different from a mom than a dad?
So I'll say this. She has like the like we can see where she is at all times on her phone.
Mhm.
The little tracker stuff. I only check it if there's an emergency or like I need like she's not answering or something, like something came up, I can't seem to get a hold of her. I want to see where she's at or where she's been. But her dad would check up on her like consistently throughout the day, all the time. So as a father, in a father perspective, I get it, but he doesn't intervene unless he's not aware of what's going on. Maybe like he just wasn't given the memo in that instance of like, oh, she's going to this, then she's going to that. He only knew about that, but he didn't know about this, or he just didn't realize or whatever. And he just calls and checks in on her, makes sure everything's good. So I don't think the dynamic's much different because her dad, is involved, but doesn't have any complaints per se as to what she's doing.
Yeah,
or where she's
I'm
going.
not talking specifically about that. Like that's fantastic that he's involved and like looking out. I'm just saying like from a mother to father standpoint, if you said the same thing, like so like, hey, you're gonna be here, you're gonna check in at this point, don't do this, don't do that, and then they don't do the things like that were outlined for them to go out in public, let's say, or do whatever activity they were going to do you think that the like internal consequences are the same between a mother and a father?
So if she didn't if we dropped her off at the mall and
yeah, right. So it was like, hey,
but then she left
we
the
dropped
mall.
we dropped you off at the mall. You need to check in at 9 p.m. and then it's you that said it or dad that said it, and then they don't do it, what your reaction is going to be, what dad's reaction is going to be, and what child's reaction is going to be
To each
based
parent?
on, yes, to each parent.
I mean, and maybe it might be harder for me to answer this because I feel like I'm a very good communicator with my daughter. So let's say, for instance, she didn't check in exactly at 9 o'clock, and then she called me. She would call me at like 9:07, and this something like this has happened where she'll call me, a few minutes later than what was supposed to happen, or something came up, and she called me as soon as she could and let me know, hey, mom, just so you know, this is what happened. This is what's going on. I wasn't able to call you in that moment, XYZ, but here's what we're doing. Um, I think that my daughter has enough respect for both myself and her father that her responses are both the same. Now, me being mom and the one that she's with the majority of the time, I think obviously I get a little bit more of attitude or a little bit more pushback because like she sees me every day. She's tired of me, right? But kids feel more comfortable with those who they're comfortable with. So they will push their boundaries more with that person they're more comfortable with. Whereas with her dad, I do feel like she's a little bit more like she'll just take it for as it's said and just say, "Fine, okay, I apologize, whatever." But it won't be quite as much pushback to it. But I don't feel like the pushback difference between the two is as much as maybe you're asking whether it would be.
Well, I'm not asking anything. I'm just saying, like, in my own personal experience, it would be like a completely different thing. It would just be like, oh, my, I didn't have cell phone reception, or I was busy doing X, Y,
Yeah.
and Z. And then, like, from my standpoint as a dad, I would just be like, there was no question in what I asked you to do. And if you want to be able to have the privilege of going out, and I ask you to check back in at X amount of time, like, you have to fall within this like very small window of checking in. And that and so I think it comes down to what is boundary enforcement between men and women. And so, like, women will be like, oh, well, I can understand and this and that. And yeah, I can see where that falls in. And then just guys would, like, not necessarily do, but should be, just be like, no, this is the boundary I set. You didn't follow this boundary. And so, like, we have a problem now. Like,
Yeah, so I see where you're going now. So I think that she understands consequences and sometimes like I think the way that we have to get things through, especially to young children, is to explain, this is why I'm saying this. Here's the importance as to why, X, Y, and Z needs to happen at such and such time. And if you don't do X, Y, and Z at this time, then this may happen or that may happen or whatever. So I think that children actually have a better understanding when you give them the ability to understand. Children are very smart, as much as we like to think.
But you're talking about explaining why the boundary
I'm talking about
exists.
preliminary
Why the
explanation,
boundary
right?
exists versus enforcing a boundary. And that's the problem. Because
are you trying to say I don't like
no,
enforce
I'm
my
not. I'm
boundaries?
not saying you
Well,
specifically.
that's what I'm
But
trying to get to
I'm
is I
saying
don't
that
have to
moms.
worry about enforcing a boundary because the boundary typically doesn't get crossed. And if it does get crossed, it usually comes with a very, very valid explanation. And if she's already with another adult, let's say she's, with another kid and their mom, I'm not quite as concerned, right? So if she calls me 3 minutes later than she was supposed to, and she says, "Hey, mom, I apologize. X, Y, and Z happened, but I tried to get to my phone as soon as I could. We were stuck in this and doing that." okay, no problem. I appreciate it. Going forward, just next time, try to X, Y, and Z. Here's why. But I don't like, I'm not getting walked all over by my child
No,
either.
and
And
I'm
she
not saying that,
understands. Yeah, she
but so
understands that if she doesn't follow these specifications, then there is no independence. And that's
right.
and that's what I'm trying to say is like
So
I give
hold
her a
on,
pretty
hold on a second.
good free
And
reign,
yeah, so
and then
you
you get that pulled away from you if you
you
mess it up.
you threw in the caveat of like being with another adult or whatever, right?
Mhm.
So when we were kids, we got to go to the mall with our friends, like no adults, right?
Mhm.
And so we've like moved the goalposts of boundaries, right? It's like, oh, if you're out there with your some kind of parent, or like you literally cannot behave correctly if we allow you to go out with your friends.
Mhm.
And I think that's like a huge issue. And I'm not saying it like for boys, for girls, whatever. Like they're just like fucked up. Like
Mhm.
period. It was like you have no idea how to socialize. You can't go out in public
Well,
without.
they're on training wheels.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
And that is on us as parents, as millennials, as people raised by boomers, where we just like it's just like, hey, go and do whatever the hell you want, right? And it's like we don't have the boundaries as a society of millennials now raising like these next two generations to be like, hey, you're being a dumbass. Like you can't do these things. But there's no consequence to it. It's just like, hey, you're being a shit. Why don't you go watch TV, or here's your iPad, or
Right.
yeah, it's
I
like
see where you're
it's
going. No, and I mean, even my daughter, she experiences consequences that, of course, she hates. Like she messed up one weekend. She was at like a little get together with some friends, and she messed up pretty hardcore with the address and the timing and picking up, and then I ended up taking home a bunch of other kids that I was not told or informed about, and she had to face the music on that one and couldn't quite honestly couldn't see her friends for quite a few weeks. So there are always consequences, especially with poor communication and not recognizing where my standards sit.
Yeah. And
But
that's so in our house we have like a system, and it's like if you get 5 check marks during the week, like your weekend is done. Like you don't get to see your friends,
Mhm.
blah blah blah. If you go over 5 check marks, every check mark you get,
Oh
you
my
just
God, you do check
you
marks? Like mine is just like you fucked up, that's it.
no, but
There
I
are no
want
check marks in this household.
I had to have it so that they could visualize it, so they could see why what was happening to them was happening. So I'm like, you did this, check mark. Okay, you did this, check mark. 5, you're done. Your friends are gone. And then everything after 5, I'm like, oh, you just lost all your screens. Oh, you got another one after 5. Like you just like it just gets worse and worse for them. And just so they can't like sit there and be like, oh, why the fuck is my iPad gone? I'm like, yo, look
But
at
isn't that the power of being a parent? Like, being a parent is you can take shit away at any given moment. There
yeah,
are no
exactly.
check
But
marks,
that's
there
what
are
I'm
no
saying.
warnings.
But I just want them to visualize
No, I use it as a,
because
okay, if you don't wanna
because
do
in
this,
this
then your iPod is mine for the rest of the day.
yeah,
How would you like that? And I always like to give a 2-option rule. At the bare minimum is 2 options, like, because if you give children options, they believe that they have some sense of control over how
sure.
that
Well,
moment is gonna
but
happen,
you
right?
have
So
to
I always
you
like
always have to give them the choice, and like so there's choice between 2 options, and like the soft parenting way would be like the choice between 2 things they like. I don't do
oh,
soft
fuck
parenting.
no.
The
Fuck
choice
no.
is between
No,
you get to do what you want, or
your
you get to
option
do where I fuck you up.
no,
Like
the option is You can stop doing what you're going to be doing. You're going to stop doing what you're going to be doing, and we're going to have an okay rest of the day.
No, but
or the option number
I-
2 is
yeah.
you continue doing this path, and the iPod is
But that's-
mine,
that's
and
what
you're
I'm
going to be
saying. I
going to
was like,
bed, and it's not going to be fun. The
there's-
options are not good either way.
There's no soft parenting for me. It's like you get to have your thing, or I fuck you up. Like, that's it. I was like,
I heard something about check marks. Like, oh, what the like? I don't know. The way I grew up, you listen and you get your ass whipped with the belt. There ain't no check marks or in between. Get your ass smacked done.
There's a lot of shit
up.
there's a lot of shit that happens, but it's literally just a visualization of why you aren't getting what you want. And that's the only thing, because they'll be like, well, why don't I get to see my friends this weekend? And I'm like, look, motherfucker. It's like, you got 17 check marks. Like, what are you talking about right now?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I got you then. I got you.
Yeah, and that's it.
point.
Because
I got
they will mind erase like every bad thing they did for the week and just be like, well, I don't know what's happening. It's like, no.
Sound like my girlfriend.
I will show you where you've been bad. Here it all is. You done fucked up. So if you would like to stop,
Aaron.
if you can do whatever you want as long as you stop fucking up. It's up to you. Like, and I just give them a visualization of it. So it's not like, I'm sitting there like screaming at a kid or whatever. I'm just like, hey, you're being disrespectful. And they're like, oh, fuck you, whatever. I'll still go hang out with my friends this weekend. I'm just like, nope, no, you won't. Here is why. Here are all the times you fucked up this week and why you aren't doing shit. And that is it.
Mm-hmm.
It's accountability. They just, rack them up.
Ian, do you just like hang out on stream and be quiet like that?
I was gonna say that boy got to start talking soon. That motherfucker's been sitting there for.
I get told that a lot by my friends. I'm just so hyper focused on, I guess, the music, our musical conversation earlier. And I have nothing to add about telling women what to wear or parenting skills. So
fair enough. So are you into music then? Is that your thing?
That's what I've been pursuing for a couple of years now.
Yeah. What do you do with it? Are you a musician or do you collect or?
I don't collect records. That's a really interesting space. I'm so glad that I actually found out about that tonight. But no, what I do is songwriting and audio engineering, and I'm hoping to get into acoustic design.
Wow. So you're like the behind the scenes kind of guy on music.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice. What kind of music do you like to write?
It's pretty much electronic, and if you heard it, it would kind of sound like house, but the inspiration for me comes from my earliest experience with music, which was these large Native American drums that I got to bang on. So a lot of the rhythm and the cadence comes from that kind of feel.
That sounds nice though. Anything with like mad drums to it, I mean, it's just kind of hits a little hard, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what brought you here? Did you come from Torsha's stream or did you find us somehow? What brought you here?
You know what I did, and the it was really that title. I kind of feel a little bit isolated myself right now because it's like there's the really high quality musicians, which I'm not at. And then there's like the beginner musicians, which I'm no longer one of those. And it's really hard to find someone, pretty much at my level that I can harmonize with. So I was just feeling a little bit alone, and I wanted to kind of hear other people's thoughts on how they're living life, maybe get some new perspective.
Which title are the We Are All Cut Off?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
I see the bar metaphor now.
Yeah. No, it's okay. But that's kind of That's the concept I think of my channel and my direction that I go with is trying to kind of like be a meeting of the minds and bring all sorts of different people together. And if you notice, everybody's had some little tidbits to add to the conversation, whether it's one part or all parts or no parts, you know. But we're all just kind of here merging together and finding the common denominators and or common disagreements. Uh, you know, so
Sarah,
it works very well. What, Tarif?
I have a question.
Are you gonna ask it?
Absolutely. Who is your favorite Manosphere content creator?
My favorite Manosphere content creator? I don't
You
know if I
can't say
actually
Alex.
have a I don't know, not Alex. I mean, I love Alex as a person, you know, and I have respect for him, you know, and for his channel, but I don't think he's my favorite.
How about Indian PE? What's your take on Indian PE?
Does he even make content?
He does wear a girdle.
I don't even think I think I've like chatted with Indian PE in the chat like twice. Like just a haha Indian PE, that was funny, you know, something like that. My
How about
favorite
Natty?
Natty doesn't create content.
Oh, continue. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I actually have a favorite. I feel like everybody has kind of like their niche, you know, and everybody does a different. I'm my favorite. There you go.
You're your
Got 'em.
favorite. Nice, nice.
My favorite.
What do you like about yourself?
You know, I take pride in my work.
Right.
I didn't recognize or understand that I had actually pretty good editing qualities. That was
Nice.
pointed out to me on several occasions, like, hey, like the editing, like how did you learn to do this? How long have you been doing this for? And I was like, I just picked up and did it, you know, and hearing that from people who are professionals telling me that, I'm like, wow, that feels pretty good. I feel like I bring fairly good topics to you guys most of the time. I do a lot of hard work. It's a lot of behind the scenes work. My news from the Manosphere gigs, those were hilarious. I think my parodies are adorable. You know, I am my favorite content creator because I hit a little bit on everything between the shorts to the videos to the live streams. And I welcome everybody from all sorts of different varieties. And how do you know it's your favorite bar? A good bar has a variation of people between ages 21 to 93. Okay. A bad bar has only one age group, like age 21 to 26 or 50 to 72, right? But a good bar has a little bit of everybody. And that's what I feel like my channel has. And that's what I feel like is my growth point, is being that variety piece and being able to like tap into all sorts of different people and relate to all of them and giving them, you know, places they can be relatable to and communicate with.
So, Sarah, what are your Manosphere sources, so to speak?
Sources for what?
I said your Manosphere sources.
I'm right here.
Riggs keeping it a buck. My sources for what though? Sources for my topics, sources for my contentions, or
what you consider Manosphere content?
oh, you mean like what do I watch? Is somebody in the backstage? Oh, is that Kooks? Hold on just a second. Let me get to that. I hope you haven't been back there long, Kooks. I'm sorry because it was down at the bottom. Kooks, is that you, baby doll?
Yeah. I'll wait till you guys are done talking because I was going to ask Sarah some questions.
What is it?
Well, I got to wait till Sarah's done.
Yes. So my sources of the Manosphere. I mean, I venture into a lot of different avenues. I've watched anything from like Rolo Tomasi, just Pearly Things, to Iridium Kush, to LFA, to God, my subscription. Let me just go through my subscriptions list because it's
it sounds like you are doing or watching a lot of content that isn't necessarily like the original like shit. It's just like the grifter age of things. And
Yeah, no, I
so,
recognize that.
yeah.
That's
And
just
so and
if I'm
and
pulling
that's
from a topic though, my
yeah.
topics are based off of something that these people are saying, or if it's hot news or like Andrew Wilson, you know. I don't necessarily hone in on the manosphere for my live streams.
Right.
I hone in on the idea that like, oh, this is a hot topic and I'm going to bring it up as a talking point. And with
Right.
that, I'm going to go and find and flood myself with everything on that talking point outside of those people.
Right. But don't so it's rough because the manosphere is like a bullshit term that was like created by Mother Jones News based on like the PUA movement and things like that. And then there are like very few people that are let's just say worth listening to for that movement. Everyone else is like kind of grifty and they're just like saying what they say and they're just trying to get YouTube views and things like that. Like it doesn't, if you look at like the original let's say Red Pill, most of them aren't saying like anything crazy. They're not like trying to like
get you to buy a program.
Yeah, like they're just like, hey man, this is what it is. It's up to you to do what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is what it is. And then years and years later, it's just like there's just like this explosion of people who are just like, oh, you know, here's how to pick up women, and here's how to, and these women ain't shit. And it's just like, dude, like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, because that's clickbait, but that's so. If you watch my
that's
news,
the entire.
If you watch my news from the Manosphere, if you watch my news from the Manosphere series, like you'll understand that I just come on and make fun of it. I'm like I'm the news reporter. I'm the news anchor of the Manosphere, but I do it in a Saturday Night Live style. So I actually come on and I take talking points and things that were said the week prior, and then I make a fun little like 10-minute skit making fun of everything that was said.
So you're like, hey, Dateside came on Twitter today and said blah blah blah.
Right. Or like when Donovan Sharp got married and like his vows to his wife were like, you know, like, yes, this is a high value man, you know. But you know, like I don't take their talking points of any of these people to heart. I don't live my life off of it. I'm willing to have a conversation about it. I'm willing to debate about it. I'm willing to moderate a debate about it, but I don't like, this isn't the red pill, the blue pill, the black pill, MGTOW, all of the manosphere and everything in between. They are not me, the definition of me or who I am, but I run my channel based off of kind of giving an open platform for everybody to come together and talk about a specific talking point or a hot new thing that just happened. But
nah, I just hate it because like it's existed for so long at this point, and then like early on it was like really genuine, and it was just like guys doing things to.
Who was early on to you? I'm curious. I don't know how old you are, but you look younger than me. I'll put it that way. But who's early on?
I turned 30. I turned 37 in a few months.
Okay, so you are my age. God
yeah.
damn. You're gonna be a motherfucker that's 60, gonna look 40. So kudos.
He's got a little baby face.
I have to agree with you, Space Dude, and I think one of the problems was the Manosphere has sort of turned to like character assassinations,
right?
When it used to be more ideas focused.
Yeah, nobody was trying to like fucking destroy one another. It was just like, hey man, I found out when I did this time or this thing with 30 different women. They all did the same shit. And it was like, oh, cool. We understand that. Like, word. And now it's just like, there's just people who are like, well, that's not true. And, you know, it's basically become the I hope she sees this, bro, like culture. Like,
Yeah.
Right. Cooks.
Yo, what's up?
And it's just become so
I feel like I hear the inkwell echo in the background.
It's become so hilarious where just, you know, now you have like, and like I dabbled in it like 10 years ago, right? And then my kids started getting older and I started like hearing shit and I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? And I'm like, oh, there's like a bunch of dumbass shit like being spread around. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. Like, that's what are you doing? I'm like, stop. and like it gets way more crazy. If it was just me, I would just be like, all right.
Really?
But now it's my kids like having to deal with it. And I'm like, this is insane. I'm like, you don't know how reality like works. I'm like, you're gonna get fucking destroyed, and I'm not gonna let my kids get destroyed. Whether it's my 2 daughters or my son, I'm just gonna be like, here's what you need to do. Here's what you need to do. Aside from that, like, you figure it out, and like if it doesn't work out for you, don't say I didn't tell you. like pretty much like it's just insanity, man.
Wait. Cooks.
What's up, buddy?
How are
Hey,
you?
Sarah. So, let me give context first. So basically, I kind of wanted to jump on, like when I saw Tariff, kind of like it was like a 7-on-1 kind of deal, but then I stopped myself from jumping on to try to like help him out just to make the odds even, because I realized he's going to be up against Alex in a debate, and there's going to be nobody to come to the rescue, and so it actually was a good experience for him, if you know what I mean.
Well, and
So
it
I'm
let
glad
him
that-
actually mentally like run out the arguments, right?
Right.
Oh yeah, because there's no fucking cavalry coming to save you, right? When you're in a debate with Alex, like I've been in a debate with him, and it's good experience. And so, but however, I'm glad I didn't. So Tara, like I did want to go over a couple things real quick.
Right.
I think you might want to fact check some of your information, because the whole point of having a debate is, you know, I don't want to see you just get destroyed by showing up, because that's not fair, because somebody gave you incorrect information.
Right.
So I wanted to ask you, first of all, where did you get the information on Alex's education? Because I don't think that's correct, but tell me what you have.
What is his education? Just fact check. What is his education?
Well, no, you said he's uneducated. You said he's got no credentials, no education.
I think.
No, he's got the same degree as me. I mean,
Really?
if he's uneducated, then I'm an uneducated idiot too, which is fair.
Okay. I was just fact checking with that.
Are you talking about,
so you got to be careful with that.
Right.
Are you talking about Alex from Dates Like?
From Playing with Fire?
Or Playing with Fire, whatever.
Yeah,
so,
he's actually went to a good university.
Cool.
Wait, the one who's
having
dating the minor?
Having an education does not like take you away from having bias or doing things to make money, like pretty much.
Right. But it does take away from the debate when you call someone out for not having a degree when they do.
No, yeah, for sure. Like
that's what I'm trying to prepare for. That's bad. Yes, I mean that would really be like a bad start.
It's the wrong argument to be making.
That's what I mean. Yeah. No, I mean, I'd be the first to say that some of the stuff, like there was definitely some value. Obviously, that piece of paper has gotten me into a lot of job interviews, which turned into good jobs. So, you know, I even make fun of it and say it's a piece of paper half the time. But so I agree, there's a bunch of shit that they shouldn't have been teaching that was a waste of time. But that is irrelevant to the debate, because basically he was going to come in and say he's not educated because he was going to compare his education to Alex's. And so that's why I wanted to be careful there, because Alex actually did finish. So I wouldn't bring that up, Tariff, because it's just he's gonna come back at you, right? And then show his degree even maybe and try to like derail the whole debate, and, from the start. So I'm just saying that's why I was saying you want to prep for that debate before. And so I wanted to make sure people weren't giving you incorrect information.
Coop Johnson, can I say something?
At this day and age, that is measuring average size dicks.
Right. But this is and remember, I'm not in the manosphere. I've been here for 7 years, but I'm not in it.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, being like, oh, I have a bachelor's or master's is literally measuring average size dicks nowadays. Like,
right. That's what I mean. This is like a manosphere debate, and that's exactly what we do, even though I'm not in it. Even though I'm here for some reason.
Here's the thing, though, Coop.
But I'm not.
Alex has no credibility as a dating coach because his girlfriend is not even attractive, in my opinion.
Right. But that's subjective, right? I mean, like, the whole point of the debate was because earlier on, Alex and Tariff were cool.
Yeah.
Right. And so all of a sudden, I'm not. And the people that were like kind of grilling him have no idea the backstory behind all this. There's so much more than just Alex being a dating coach and Alex having a YouTube channel. It has to do with the same reason there's beef with Alex with Andrew, right? Which is now a bigger channel. It has nothing to do with either of their channels. It has to do with Alex going on a small panel, right? And then there's a bunch of shit talking, right? So it has to do with nothing that anyone's probably seen publicly. And so the incident that Tariff and him had was I never even got to see it. And so I was kind of looking forward to the debate just to see what happened, because the whole thing that started this was Alex made fun of him, right? And that is a big deal for Alex, guys, because Alex, the one thing that when I do defend him, Ganstar comes at me. Unlike a lot of you guys, I won't back down to that argument that Alex he doesn't do that genuinely. He's never done it to me. I don't think he's ever done it to Sarah. That's just not his style. So if you have proof that he was talking shit about you, that's like big for him, because that's not something he does except jokingly, right? Like a guy kind of thing, where we all kind of laugh together kind of shit.
You guys are literally engaging in YouTube blood sports, and it's fucking retarded. Like, this shit is so
right, but that's what this whole debate is, and it's scheduled.
It isn't. Just fucking.
No, but if you had seen all of this, you'd understand how serious this got. We've had 10, 12 of these.
There's nothing serious happens on YouTube. Nothing. Like nothing.
No, but this is really serious. Okay, that's like saying WrestleMania is not real.
Yes, because it's
well, but even at that,
what's going on here?
If Alex has said something about somebody, it's something he would gladly say it to their face because they've earned it, right? He wouldn't Alex wouldn't just talk shit behind my back, in terms of like just saying it just to be a dick because he hates me or something like that, or he just, for all of us, I don't think he would do that just for shits and giggles or just to talk crap. I think if he says something, especially on screen, he says it because he means it, and he's willing to say it to your face, and he's willing to back it up as well.
And that's the great point, Sarah. And that's why it would be serious, because I think, and I'm not trying to speak for both of us, but I'd imagine you'd be in the same boat as me. If I found out he was talking shit about me personally, I would actually freak out, because that's not Alex, right? And I'm sure, Sarah, if someone's like, Alex was just trashing you behind your back, you'd probably want to see the evidence, because you'd be like, that's not Alex. Like, that it would be serious,
Here's the thing. He said about what's his name? Keenan, he said things like, oh, I'm going to burn your house down, and then Keenan has asked him, oh, have you said this? And he's like, no, I've never said this. And Keenan has played evidence of Alex saying all this stuff. So.
Yeah, I watched that evidence and go ahead.
On his own stream recently, he trash talked me saying, "Oh, I don't have a life outside of YouTube, and I just do this for full time. But I don't do this full time. I actually have a life outside of YouTube, unlike a lot of people on YouTube or the manosphere or anywhere on social media. But he makes all these vague assumptions and presuppositions that I'm just some loser on the internet when I'm really." I'm striving to become a doctor. I'm in college, university, and I'm quite educated.
You're correct. Actually, he's correct, Sarah. He's correct. Wait. Yes. Recently, he is. Now, I will give context to that too. He is doing that, but both you and Alex, fair enough, Tara. Both you and Alex have been shit talking each other since the predate beef. So
Right.
both you've made videos on him. He's talked on other videos about you.
He's
So
all
what
started because
I
of
was
Maddie.
asking for, the smoking gun is not that, but that's evidence you should bring for sure. Because
Right.
if he did go too far when he said it,
Can I
the
ask you the
evidence I want is
question?
before the beef. That's what I want to see because everyone's asked that hasn't seen it. Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
What's the question though is, you and Alex are both obviously on YouTube, right? And you're going on other streams and you're watching other streams and so on and so forth. But he does it as a employment, right? So this is his job to be on social media and to be tracking
Right.
other things and to show up on other streams. It's exposure and so on and so forth. Are you making money off of your YouTube?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
No, I do this to the side. I'm actually a university student.
Mm-hmm. So, but
So
does
I
this
just
have,
do
does
this for fun.
YouTube, any time on YouTube, does that add purpose to your, does that add value to your purpose of becoming a doctor?
When I'm not in the manosphere, I do read a lot about like various intellectual topics. Like I read like PDFs of like books. I guess
But
I
I'm
use
talking
that.
about specifically your time on YouTube. And I'm just asking the question, right? I'm not saying you do or you don't, but I'm asking like, does it bring value to your life or does it waste your time?
Oh, I just use like YouTube is just a small part of my social media experience. I just started using YouTube like as a platform in 2021,
Mm-hmm.
like to post videos but I've been mainly using like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, mainly Facebook since 2008. So
Hey, Tare,
yeah,
you don't need to explain shit. What she's trying to say is don't give
right,
a fuck. Just don't
R-
care. It doesn't matter.
right,
He's nobody to you. Just do
right,
what you're doing
right.
and don't give a shit because
Fair
it's
enough.
two blood sports. Like, don't give a
Absolutely.
fuck. He's gonna do his YouTube shit. You're gonna do your doctor shit, your university shit. Like,
Right.
it doesn't matter. So do you fuck him, like whatever. Like, this is so
Absolutely.
dumb.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you can't use,
Yeah, but we're very competitive guys in general,
No,
guys.
we're very competitive. I don't
but
give a fuck,
you also,
dude.
Okay, well, dude, I don't think you've
can't
seen
use
any of
the
this stuff.
excuse. You can't use the excuse that, the social media concept and he's just on here and doing this and doing that. You can't say that because like
Right.
your time on here, essentially it's not bringing value. Like you are participating in the arguments just the same, correct?
Right.
Except Alex gets paid to argue you don't, right? So I
Right.
wouldn't recommend using that as an argument.
And he gets paid to do it because he makes it his job. I don't give a fuck if he wants to argue with me or if I'm on here saying whatever. Like, it has no impact on my life at
Yeah,
all.
okay, that's true, though. But you're missing the whole point, though. Is Tariff, like at the time when the accusations happened, like he was like the nicest guy on, and nobody had ever made fun of. Like no one could imagine making fun of him.
He's so
And the fact that Alex is the last guy to make fun of some regular dude that's not making fun of other people, it's pretty serious. And I even told him, I go, if you have proof, I will back you up. Go ahead and debate him. Because obviously I am, on good terms with Alex. And I wouldn't want to, send you in there
You'll defend Alex
for no reason, just to debate, just for our entertainment. But if you do have that evidence, I definitely think you should do it. So that's what I'm kind of curious to see, is that evidence before that. If he just flat out made fun of you out of nowhere, then have at it.
Yeah, it's just
Debates are
fucking
gay.
Whatever. Yeah, just whatever.
I'll say it.
Yeah.
I can't. You're gonna debate
I'm gonna
another
say
man
something.
on the fucking internet. God damn.
Damn.
I
Alex
expect the
thinks
same thing. Like
something-
Sarah, if somebody said I said like that about you, because I even get shit from people like Answer all the time because I don't make fun of the girls, right?
Right.
Oh.
And it's basically if somebody said the same thing about me, and I'd expect you to look into it. Hypothetically, I'm just saying. 'Cause it would be-
I would definitely question it because you're like the historian of the manosphere. You know everything.
I
You've been
hope
through it all. You've seen it all. Like, and you're very selective on how you choose to insult people per se, Cougs.
You were right. Well, I'm high justice, and yes, to a flaw. He's right. It is kind of like idiotic at times to think about like how not serious it is, but it's still justice in this world. This world, but then again, like we shouldn't even be here because it's a fucking joke, or take it seriously and be here.
This is such. I hope she sees this, bro. And it's fucking ridiculous. Like, who gives a shit? What is it? Like, is your entire fucking monetization of your life on fucking YouTube on this like panel show?
Wow.
Or where you have to like appeal
we
to
get it.
some chick? Like, are you fucking ridiculous? Like,
You obviously not watch wrestling. I mean, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry
you
for the same
obviously
reason.
don't watch it. I don't care because I have a life outside of fucking all this. Like,
That's good. But Cougs.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. He does underestimate me. He sees me as some naive imbecile who's gonna be an easy target. But I'll show him that I'm not an easy target. I'll give him so much, how do I say, intellectual agony that he'll be begging to zoom out of that live stream or whatever. Like,
Jesus Christ.
So the intention of this debate is to get back at him? Did he slight you?
Yeah, he slighted me.
And I'm not saying to show the evidence now, because it'd be more powerful if you came with the evidence without him even seeing it, because you're definitely underestimated. This is funny. That's going to make me laugh.
But truth be told, he gets
Yeah.
smoked by everyone he gets into a debate with. He challenges people to a debate, and he gets smoked every time.
He pretty much loses all his debates. I want to agree with Tarif. Maybe one or two he's won, but yeah, I pretty much agree with Tarif.
But inevitably, the man's getting paid to lose. Is he losing?
Yeah, still losing.
Is he losing though? Doesn't matter.
That's the whole
What's the
point. He
matter?
hasn't lost much yet. So I mean, that the point is, people don't bring good arguments to him. Like everyone
on.
comes at him left and
Come
right.
on, Goose. Why are you always sucking him up?
How am I sucking up to him? I'm telling you that. Name the last time somebody destroyed him where everybody on the internet's like, wow, great evidence.
Sucking off.
No,
Sucking off.
Ganstar did the best, but he still had like half the people at least that didn't think he destroyed him.
oh, he got destroyed on the internet.
Oh my God.
He got destroyed by Ganstar for sure.
This space dude is fucking
base.
base.
He got
Space
destroyed by
dude. Dude, I love you, space dude.
Ganstar's really good at getting under people's skin. So yes, he won it. He definitely did a good job of getting under his skin. I think he broke character. So he did do a good job there.
Destroyed Alex.
And he did bring a couple points. I'll agree. But I'm saying that nobody's ever brought like evidence like Tarif was originally accusing him of.
Well, there's a whole Aspen situation, so.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but the problem with that is I even that he didn't know she was 17, bro. You even know that.
Oh my God.
Hey, space dude, I'm gonna be real with you. I just took some bong rips.
Just lick each other's vaginas. Just do it. Just lick each other's vaginas on the internet and fucking do this red meat
Can I ask you a question?
Fucking so stupid.
Hey,
Where was
Space
the 8
Dude.
other people that had a nice discussion earlier about this? This is pretty intense. I didn't get involved
Hold
in
on
that.
a second.
Yeah.
Space Dude, can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
If you think this is so below you, why are you here on the internet
No,
playing with internet friends?
I'm literally crying right now, and I just wanted to get involved one time, and I thought it would be like
One time, you sound like a person who ventures their way around and watches a lot of shit for somebody who knows so much about it.
I know relatively few people, but
I mean, you've got the headphones, you've got the camera set up. You look like you do this often. So here you are giving these fine gentlemen a lot of shit for something that they're involved in, and this is part of their lives for whatever reason it is. You're giving a lot of shit, but here you are as well.
He even has a split level home.
Thank you. The split level.
He even has a split level home, which nothing screams, confidence like a split level home. So, can we just throw that in there? Sorry, guys. Just wanted to jump in and say hi.
Hey, traveling
Hello,
fools.
traveling fools. Welcome to the shit show now.
Hey, I like a good shit show. I've been listening, and I'm kind of confused, and I do have a few questions. I don't want to interrupt, though. I don't want to be the asshole that comes in and interrupts. So y'all keep going. I'll jump in whenever you guys take a break from the
Fool, honestly, I would so much rather sit here and listen to you than to listen to a hypocrite like sit here and make fun of people while he's doing the very
traveling
same thing.
fools.
I'm good at making fun of people, but I'm not here to do that. I'm a little confused. So call me a little bit older, okay? I'm not in your, maybe, some of these guys' generation or something like that. But what is, okay, so a lot of people here are claiming to be in some kind of manaverse. So explain to me, can somebody please explain to me what a manoverse is and why that has to be labeled as such?
Go ahead, Tariq.
Apparently, it's
and let me just throw this. I think your stream is monetized and stuff like that, and I do respect that. So if I'm going off camera, it's just because I am using a tobacco product, and I do not want to get your stream in trouble.
Hey,
I
apparently
respect that nonetheless.
Okay, yeah,
Apparently
I don't know. Nobody else is, yeah,
Here, maybe let me
having a
play this
beer.
little video. It'll cool everybody down. It's a little
Where's the
2.5 minute. The dogs. It's a little 2.5 minute video, and it will maybe explain the bulk of it and then sum it up in a little bit for you. Okay.
Red pill is basically the awareness that you come to when you realize that all of the Disney fantasies and all of those ideas and values from the blue pill matrix are a complete lie. Red pill mirrors reality, what the world actually is versus what you want it to be. Blue pill is basically you wanting to see the world a certain way, you expecting the world to be a certain way and to respond to you a certain way when it does not. They're so embedded and so indoctrinated by those ideas that they can't function otherwise without them. It's like their lives wouldn't make sense if they were to let go of those old blue pill falsehoods. Now, the purple pill is basically the belief that you can still live out those old blue pill idealisms and that old blue pill lifestyle with red pill awareness. Thinking you can use your new red pill awareness to make your old blue pill beliefs and Disney fantasies come true. And you can't. It's like you thinking that you're going to find that unicorn of a woman out there who is going to love you unconditionally, who is not going to shit test you, who is going to just love you for who you are without you needing to bring any value to the table. Unfortunately, that is not reflectant of reality either. The black pill is basically the center between going from blue pill to red pill. So a lot of guys will end up going black pill, where guys give up completely. And again, the black pill comes from guys kind of getting stuck in the middle of the blue pill and transforming all the way to red pill. So they're basically just losing hope completely. They're just giving up.
And then there's the morning after pillars. Sarah and I, we have donned the phrase the morning after pillars. And we are just combining them all into one. If you take them all, it'll just abort any and everything that anyone might put inside of you, including your feeling. Yes, you just come up with that one.
All right. Hopefully that kind of gave you a brief little rundown, traveling fools. And this all pertains to relationships, particularly, and how the manosphere, excuse me, I've been streaming for a long time, how the manosphere views it in regards to how they view men's relationships with women and how they, react to them and treat them and so on. Who's got the echo?
Is this a... I mean, can you give me 2 minutes of your time just to
yeah, no,
ask a question?
absolutely.
Is this like a new generation thing? Because I've never Like I look at some of this younger generation, I don't understand like where their balls got cut off at. I mean, I do like the way that this all started with Disney. And I mean, coming about the time, I can turn my camera back on. I'm done smoking my cigarette. I just didn't want to do that on your stream. I just didn't want to do that on your stream. I don't want to be the asshole. But I do like the way that it goes back to like it all started with Disney. It all started with Disney. And I do see a lot there. And if nobody realizes that like one of the biggest things Disney threw out there was Aladdin. Aladdin did come out there to everybody. And instead of making Aladdin a Chinese slave, which Aladdin really was, because none of your generation has actually read Arabian Nights. Nobody's actually read Arabian Nights, 1001 Nights. The whole purpose of that book was he was keeping a woman alive, his slave woman alive long enough. And as long as she told him a story, it's absolutely gruesome. And Aladdin was a Chinese slave. But then they changed. Disney came in there and they transformed Aladdin into this sweet little Syrian boy or whatever the hell they wanted to make him, floating along on a thing. And they changed the whole thing. And yes, Disney is a lot to blame for all this. But the bigger thing to blame for all this is all, like, I would have to think, if I was your age, if I was any of you guys' age right now and I was walking around, it would be so easy to pick up chicks and to go out there and get laid right about now, because every other guy's got to be fucking scared as hell to walk up to any girl and sit there and say, hey, baby, what's going on? You know, the best place to pick girls up is at a goddamn gas station. You know what? If you walk up and see a pretty girl sitting there pumping gas and you walk up and say, hey there, how's it going? Now you're way too cute to be doing that, and grab that thing from her and pump her gas for her and say, hey, you know, what's going on? My name's blah, blah, blah. And I'm, you know, just a cool guy and just have a conversation. You know what? You will get her phone number and you will guaranteed get a date with her.
You know, is this 100%. Funny to Space Dude too? Are you fucking high, bro?
He is.
No, it wasn't tobacco he was smoking off screen.
Oh, no, I'm just wondering. It's fine.
But
If
you
you're
have
high, I
a-
have no problem.
you have a point there.
No,
You
Sarah,
have
he's
a
talking
point
about
there.
Space Dude. He's talking about Space
No,
Dude.
don't tell me I have a point. I have a lot of knowledge in this, and it's not exactly like that. Everybody walks on eggshells now because of this whole new thing that everybody has with the whole Pound Me Too movement that went on and the whole
actually met my
nonsense.
girl at a gas
Traveling fools, man. I
100%.
I agree with you like 90%. 90%. Men are pussies and they don't approach women because they're afraid of getting like Me Too'd or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter. Like, if you're gonna approach women, just do it, and what happens happens. That's besides the point. Like, don't, you know, fucking get butthurt about being rejected or whatever.
Right.
It is what it is. Like, you're like, statistically,
most people are
you
going to get rejected 90%.
yeah, you're
of the
not
time.
gonna make it. Like, she's gonna tell you no. Like, fuck it. Like, whatever. Move on to the next one. I don't give a fuck. Like, one, it doesn't matter to me. Because
But it should. It should a little bit.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because I'm married. I've been married for fucking 15
Just-
years.
I mean, if you
I
still
don't
have
hear you, bro.
game, you ain't
And
you
because
ain't bringing
because
game
I
home to your own house.
because I
If-
still am married, I can still approach women and just like play like the catch and release game. You just, you know, you just
You're
look
married.
at
You
them.
can, bro. Sure you
You
can.
shouldn't be approaching women at all.
Yes, yes, you
gotta keep
can.
the game sharp.
Yeah,
For your
you
wife.
You're married. Why would you need to
You
approach
should
women?
be doing it. You should, because
I wish my wife would walk in there right now. She'd tell you, she's like, this son of a bitch flirts with every girl that he sees.
Yeah,
Everywhere
yeah.
she goes,
You-
she's like,
you should be
you
doing
know, one time I actually I've had this happen twice. You're gonna love this.
she's
Twice.
mad that you aren't approachable and that women don't like you.
I've
Like,
got moved
have
to first
talk
class
about all the
twice
women.
on airplanes. Just me. And she's had to stay in the back because I flirt with the stewardesses. That has happened twice, 100% fact. My wife would come in here and laugh about it and yell at it. Obviously, in Asia, we travel a lot of it there. But yeah, I'm always like, the leg room's too little, girl, you know. And they're like, oh, sir, you might move you up there. I'm like, y'all please close that curtain back there. That lady's staring at me mean back there. You know, my wife's like, fuck you, son of a bitch. Yeah, you know, it's fun. That should still be, a woman should want a man who has that going for them. And most women, I think, do respect that. And I think it's the culture and it's social media that has taken that away, because most people you meet one-on-one respect that from you.
Are you talking about like flirting with actual intentions to get somewhere?
No,
or
of
just
course not.
cheeky
No.
Of course
banter?
not. Of course
And
not. It's all
the
fun.
problem
Okay.
is
Just
like
fun. Just fun.
you
I would never do that. I would never do that. Like in a
don't do
bad
it.
intent.
You don't do it from your standpoint where you're the one initiating the flirting. You only do it in response.
No, not at all.
You only do it in response to a girl flirting with you. And
Well, I don't know. It kind of runs together. It happens so often.
you got to keep it really subtle if you're going to initiate. But Sarah, would you want to be with a guy that no woman wants?
You're asking a different question because you're
No, I'm
talking
not.
about a guy who flirts with women.
No, it's he engages when they flirt with him. Do you want to be with a guy that no woman wants? If no woman is willing to flirt with him, no woman wants him, would you want to be with him?
I want to be with a guy that knows how to turn it down and shut it off. Whether women want him or not has nothing. They can want him all day long, but him recognizing that they're crossing a line,
They're just
you
like,
know,
and he's like, "Excuse me, bitch."
yeah.
Wait, do you mean no woman on
Well,
earth?
and maybe
No
you
woman
don't
on
know
earth
my
wants him?
history, space dude, but I was married for almost 10 years. But the reason I had to get a divorce, unfortunately, was because he just couldn't keep it in his pants. So yes, I do have a problem with that.
Now, see, and
Because
that's wrong. And that's wrong.
what I
right
said
there.
destroyed our marriage. But it all started with a simple flirting, you know, and I didn't mind. I was a very like open and, you know, like that, not open like relationship, but like stuff didn't bother me. I felt very secure with our relationship. But when I found out later that those simple little things turned into other things, that was wrong. Right. So yes, I do have a problem with those little things. And I think a man should shut it down. I think he should. I think because the woman you should be flirting with, the woman who is giving you attention or should be giving you attention, should be your wife, you know. Excuse me.
You would have never.
If another woman is being flirtatious, and I'm talking about with intentions of doing something, right?
You don't
like,
know that. So you.
I don't know
never,
what. I know exactly what it feels like to be in that position.
There's a difference because everyone's intentions are always their intentions.
And that's
now
why
having self-control is
typically what your intentions are with the flirting.
but-
Like, are the intentions of like cheeky banter? Cheeky banter is one thing.
You would never get with him if other people weren't interested. That's just the way it works. It's social proof.
And to clear that up, everything I am talking about is
If
banter.
no one wanted him, you wouldn't be interested in him.
Wanting him is one thing, but him going out of his way and flirting
nobody said
intentions
going
to
out
do.
of his
That's
way.
why I asked for clarification.
And I
Are
said
you
it's
really
not
just
out of
like
his way. I
that
said
high right now?
When she initiates it, then you engage, but it's just like a catch and release situation. You're just like, oh, ha, ha.
It's not a cat. What is he catching besides herpes?
I think he means he's not really banging him. It's catching
Yeah,
and
you're
release
just-
where
you're
he's
just-
the knowledge
That's
that
why
you could get
that's
the
why I'm
woman.
asking for the clarification. Is he?
That's what catch and release is
because
that
there's
there's no intention to have sexual relations with this woman, and then
I did
you
not
just
have
let her
sexual
go.
relations.
Yeah,
I do not have sexual relations with that woman. And that's why I say there's a very fine line between having cheeky banter and actual direct flirtation. There is a very stark
They're
difference
the same
between
thing.
them.
It's just whether you're just like, I'm not gonna fuck this girl. It's the same thing.
Okay, let me say it this way. There is a difference between like being facetious and being flirty.
No, because those are entirely different things.
Well, facetious is just like a cute way of being sarcastic, right? And some flirtatiousness
Hey, those
can
are the
be
same.
some flirtatiousness can be like almost a sarcastic style,
Okay,
but not
Sarah,
an asshole
let me ask you this, Sarah. Let me ask you this. You're obviously a very beautiful woman, okay? So, assuming you said you were not still married, you know, and I hate to hear that. Like, being honest, I hate to hear that. But even when you were, I mean, there's times you go out and you run into somebody, you know, at the grocery store or at the gym or at the blah blah blah, and they flirt with you, and you smile back, and you know, of course, you're not like, you know, fuck you, son of a bitch. For somebody just being kind to you and being like interested, then you can always say, yeah, no, I'm married, it's all good, and then the other person respectively walks away, and that was a fun interaction between, you know, engagement between two people, correct? And you go home feeling like, hey, I still got it, right? You know, and that makes you feel good, right?
I think that my viewpoint would be like, is it cheeky banter or is it being like flirty? Because I don't feel like even when I was married, I wasn't flirty, right? There was a very big difference. Like I would have a funny conversation with somebody of the opposite sex, but I was very specific on how I interacted with them because I'm a married woman and I didn't want anybody to perceive me otherwise, right?
Well, of course, but there's obviously still the ability to still be alive, correct? I mean, like in that sense, you know, I know I'm not saying taking away that you're not alive at the other sense. I'm not taking away. Maybe I misspoke. I misspoke right there when I said
I
that.
don't feel like I needed other guys to make me feel alive. Like
No, I know that.
husband,
I know that.
you know, I was married.
And that's why I'm saying I misspoke right there. But at the same time, you're still, you know, it does give you a little bit of like, hey, you know, okay, cool. I'm still interested. It gives you that confidence. You take that confidence home with you, and that brings things. These people who put themselves like Amish people or something like that, or cover themselves up, you know, the Muslims or the, you know, blah blah blah. You don't want to be that person either. I mean, the girl should be able to go out and look well and look nice and look pretty. And of course, if you're looking like that, people are going to be interested in them, or vice versa. That's just a fact of life. I mean, anybody who doesn't think that they look over and go, oh, that's an attractive person, well, then they're a goddamn liar and they're lying to themselves. Let's not be liars, you know.
She has a podcast going right now with her and 7 dudes.
That's cool.
I'm
That's
divorced.
fine.
I'm divorced and single, you dumb fuck. I can do whatever I want.
Exactly.
And even if you weren't, you should
This is
still be able to
validation.
do that. You should still be able to do that even if you weren't.
I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying you're getting an extreme amount of validation right now.
Validation of what? This is like making me feel like a princess.
No, so I want to know, like, is every guy in here in the manosphere? That's what I want to know. Is every guy in here a macho man in the manosphere? Is that what's going on? Or I just don't understand this manosphere thing.
Usually I have some of the vinyl community tapping in here, actually. I'm surprised they've all like tapped out for the night. Usually I have a good blend between manosphere and vinyl community. But as far as manosphere people, yes, I think everybody in here is from that region or that side of YouTube. Now,
That's
whether
cool. I ain't
they're
got nothing against it.
just pumping men, I can't tell you. I can't answer to that one. They'll have to answer her
I'm
themselves.
technically travel, Sarah. Like I've told Ashley this many times. Like that's my main community. I just get caught up in this bullshit, so I'm here a lot.
You're technically what? Travel?
In the travel YouTube space.
Ah, cool, man. I'd
Wow.
like to see what you do. That's cool. Me
I
too.
learned
Me too.
Russian
To be
like
honest.
5-6 years ago. So yeah, I've been practicing Russian for 6 years now.
Wow.
Nice.
That's cool. Good for you.
And why do you travel?
Well, yeah, just for enjoyment. I'm not a passport bro.
Well, yeah, you know, just for enjoyment.
Where have you been? I'm kind of curious.
He's
Who is this
practicing
dude?
Russian.
Well, I'm assuming he's been to Russia then, but where else have you been? Like,
I knew I was like, you know, stand-up comic in training, but I didn't know I could crack this guy up so easily.
Well, I mean, that's what happens to the
Oh,
weak.
what's that? Oh, I've been to like, I don't know. I've only been to like 14 countries so far, so I'm behind.
oh, well, that's good. I mean, that's more than probably 99% of the people in the world. You 99.9.
Baby. Workaholic, corporate America bullshit that I'm trying to like get out. That's why I've been really into it. Like I'm trying to cut the cord and do something different, but it's hard to cut that cord, you know, because you got bills to pay.
What about being cuckold do you like, Cougs?
What?
What?
He asked, "What do you like
What
about
about
being a cuck?"
cuckold? Do you like? Well, why is that your fetish? If you don't mind me asking, of course. I'm not trolling. I'm just.
Okay, next question.
Okay.
Yeah, that was like super random. Like,
My boy came in with a loaded barrel. Kapow!
Well, I'm just from what I've heard a lot about Coos Johnson and being a cuck, and I just wanted to clarify.
Do you really want to
It's
go?
okay.
You really want to
It's
go
okay.
there, guy who dicks flash chicks every fucking day? Come on.
Action's way back in the Babylon's corner now. Three, freedom! Come on! Get out of there! Come on, spin him out!
Brutal.
Good one, Sarah.
Come on, dude. Let's not do this. I'm trying to have a fucking civil
I
conversation.
remember watching that movie in the movie theater. That was awesome.
Damn, you're that old.
that was weird.
Yeah, I am. I am that old. I remember
But
watching that movie.
all right, Kooks, where do you live? Like, besides what fucking Chad George is saying, I'm just asking where you live at. And,
Well, he's
like,
been trying to find that out for a while now.
do you live in a like high cost of living city or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay. And
I'm on the
what's
West Coast, so yeah, it's kind of expensive.
Okay. What's your business?
I'm in sales.
Sales. Okay.
That
Am I the only
equates
Canadian
to none of yours.
Exactly.
I'm
You
in
goddamn
IT sales.
Hold on.
I
Am
do
I
basically. Primal and I have similar careers. If you know Primal Studies, we overlap.
Can we all hold on for just a second, please? I've got two people backstage. Star, is that you, darling?
That is
Alex.
You came back for more. And then, of course, Tarif, this is just for you. If you say Alex's name 3 times on panel, he will show up. Alex, is that you, my darling?
Alex.
Is this that Alex guy that everybody
come
says
on.
can not argue
Really,
every
Alex,
time?
not really, Alex.
It's final boss.
really. Holy shit! You're going on 7 hours.
Yeah.
It's the final boss here.
Well, it started with
It's a
Torsh
final
and
boss
I.
here.
Torsh and I had a great conversation about bartending tonight, and we got that all the way up until like, I don't know, 5 hours. And we had a, open panel along the way. And now I'm left with these goofballs.
Are you
And,
calling me a goofball?
You are a goofball. And yeah, I was going to end it like an hour and a half ago. And then somehow I'm still going. I don't know.
I can only chill for like 15 minutes. But yeah, I spent the whole evening prepping for my debate with Destiny tomorrow. So studying fucking foreign politics.
Oh, fun. Who are you debating tomorrow?
Destiny.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you guys have to wear mittens during that, or?
They have to wear condoms, actually.
Mittens and helmets.
You're laughing. Laugh space, dude.
Negative, no condoms.
Oh,
Raw.
You're just going in raw. Okay, all right.
Yeah, debates you do raw, man.
Yeah, okay.
Well, Alex, it seems you've been
Can you hear me?
the top. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you're good. Alex, it seems you've been the topic of the evening for a little bit. Up until recently, we had a topic change, thanks to another newcomer earlier. But some shit has been said, my friend.
Yeah, address the after situation, my friend.
What has been said?
You talking to minors?
Can I ask
This
something
argument?
that was said, or are we changing topic?
We're gonna stick on the Alex and Tarif topic for just a few moments, if you can bear with it, and then we'll have a topic change after that. Is Alex?
Well, me and Tarif have like an official debate set up, so I don't know if it like makes too much sense to like do a mini. I mean, we can talk like for 10 minutes, but we already have a debate set up for Tuesday, so it would be like kind of like I don't know, like I feel like it would take away from the main debate we have set up. I don't mind chatting for a little bit, but
Yeah, fair enough.
yeah, like so I guess sum up what these claims are, and I'll just run through them.
Yeah. Tarif, you have anything to
Come on,
throw
Tarif.
out there? You were pretty talkative earlier.
I'm saving
come
my
on,
energy for the debate, so.
Oh, come on,
Very
Tarif. Don't blue ball.
stir.
Come on, like
like, how about this? I blue ball you guys now, and I blow your minds in a few days.
I like it.
When is
George
this
is mad,
debate?
Alex. George is mad because I keep
Why?
telling him his points he gives Tariff are not like you can't back him up with evidence, and he's mad because he's like, "Oh, you're Alex Dicksucker."
When and where is this
Honestly, I have
debate?
no idea what Tarif is going to argue. I have one question that I'm going to ask him that I think probably can kick off the debate. But
All
I
right,
don't,
what is it?
well, I'm not going to give away now, Tarif. But
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. You don't
but
have
I
to.
really have no idea actually what Tarif is going to argue.
I told him not to do the Aspen thing because obviously you didn't know she was 17. They can't prove it. So where do you go from there? Like,
I was found innocent by jury of my peers. Okay, the jury of my peers voted me innocent. No,
endangerment.
the Aspen thing is like the dumbest argument. Like, there's nothing like she herself came out and said that I was nothing but professional to her. I never made a move on her. Anything remotely like that. Yeah, I mean, like,
You joked about sending her dick pics, man, to a minor.
No, I've never sent her a dick pic.
But you did joke about it, so the intent was there.
No, like making a joke is quite different than actually doing something. So the context of that was we were talking about Donald Trump. So we're talking about Donald Trump's like pussy grabbing or whatever. So I was like making a Trump joke, but yeah, no one took that seriously besides a few like socially retarded black pillars.
What do you
Oh,
think,
man.
Space Dude? What's your opinion, Space Dude? Come on, you're all quiet now.
Yeah, Space Dude, you know everything. Go ahead, chime in there, buddy.
Do you think it was child endangerment or no?
Hey, Sarah, go to my channel and see the promo I made for Alex.
So joking with someone. So first of all, no, I think even my harshest critics will agree that I had no idea that she was under 18. So pretty much me and everyone else thought that she was over 18, and that would be the first thing. Second of all, I think no one in their right mind would say that making a joke with someone who's 17 3/4 would be child endangerment. Child endangerment would be something like leaving a child in a car where they can't have like whatever water. That's child endangerment. Making a joke with someone who's like almost 18 is not child endangerment.
I mean, is the window
especially if
cracked or not?
Well, especially if you're not aware of her age at the time, too. That makes a big difference. And
Come on,
you
Sarah.
know,
Imagine if your daughter was talking to somebody who was twice.
Well, you know what also makes a big difference is how old you are. I mean, if you're 18 and a half and she's 17 and a half, that's not that big of a deal. If you're 40 and she's 17
So
and a half,
it would make
yes,
it would make a
that very
difference.
much makes a difference.
No, it would make a difference if I tried to fuck her or something like that, right? That would make a difference. But me having a podcast or conversation with someone who I thought was over 18 who's not, it doesn't matter how old I am. I could be 50, I could be 30. It's still, because the assumption is that I have no idea what she is, and my motives were not sexual in nature. It doesn't matter how old.
But now your responsibility when you're running a podcast is to know those things if you're inviting those guests on. I will say that.
But no one can know everything. Like, for example, she was on FitFX Fearless podcast before mine. These
Well,
are
I
really
don't know.
good
That
podcasts.
doesn't matter. Just because somebody else did something wrong doesn't mean that you can do it
well,
as well.
is there an age limit to go? Is there an age limit to go on a podcast?
No, there's not.
Then
Optics-wise,
technically, he's done nothing illegal, correct?
yeah, there's nothing illegal at all. Even if I knew she was 17 3/4, there would be nothing illegal. You could maybe make an argument violating YouTube TOS, but that's about the extent of it. There's nothing illegal at all.
And I
about
agree
that.
with it. I agree with that.
But yeah, like this idea
you know.
of like, oh, you should have known better. Well, when you do have a podcast where you bring on like hundreds of girls, you're gonna get one that slips through the cracks. So it's just like,
Wait, you have a podcast that brings on hundreds of girls?
yeah,
You do speed dating.
I do speed dating where I bring on a bunch of girls. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Good for you, man. Good for you.
Yeah, and I think that with that, like your actual relationship with her was nothing but professional. It was podcast oriented. It like you literally send the link. I don't even think you sent the link out, right? Like the link was sent to her to show up at this time at this place. You weren't even within physical radius of each other or anything like that, and she showed up on screen. Like that was her volunteering. That would be just the same as me going on the news and having a conversation with a news reporter, if I was 16 or 17 years old as well. I mean, naturally they would want to get parental permission anyways to cover their asses, but you don't necessarily have to. And if the intentions were with the assumption that she was 18 because she was coming on this podcast, like intentions speak heavily, especially in the court of law, right? So if we were going that route, and I think the intentions behind it were like, she showed up for this podcast, she volunteered to do this. Outside of that, I had no other, relationship or intentions or conversations with her. So if you're having a professional conversation with her, she's coming on to talk or, do the speed dates or whatever the case may be, then at the end of the day, it is what it is. But
She herself have come out multiple times and said exactly that. What I see is a bunch of like people who hate me trying to make a victim narrative about someone else who doesn't actually believe they're a victim and who's not actually a victim. So it's like just a bunch of people virtue signaling, but there's really, even if I knew she was under 18, which obviously I had no idea because it would be really bad optics, that still would be illegal. There's nothing illegal about having a 17-year-old on your podcast. Again, it might be potentially against YouTube TOS, but it's not illegal by any stretch.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, depending upon the conversation being had in different states, I think I would suggest moving forward. I'm not like targeting you or anything like that, but just, I mean, I know like myself, I will not have people on panels that are not above the age of 18 just because it just doesn't seem right. I mean, moving forward, I would make sure I screen those people a little better, but I don't know the situation. But that's just my advice.
Yeah, it's bad optics to have someone on who's under 18. Right. I fully understand that. Nor would I ever want to do that. Like, why would it even worth it for me to jeopardize my reputation for one guest when I can get plenty of other guests? I do. Honestly, at the end of the day, the speed dating thing is like barely worth it. It's like there's just, no matter what I do, people are complaining. The girls are not hot enough. The girls are too bitchy. The girls are too foreign. It's like it just brings out a bunch. I don't know. Like, I'm still gonna do it once or twice a month, but it's just like really not worth the fucking massive pain in the ass and all the complaining and whining I get from people.
Sarah, may I say something?
Go for it.
Alright, I'm just gonna let it rip. Alex, you think I'm some dumb imbecile, right? That I'm so naive, but I'm actually really competitive. I'm really ambitious, and if you think that you can underestimate me, and you think you can, you think I'm just some dumb idiot that'll come in the debate and placate to you, you're wrongly mistaken. You've been defeated by Keenan, Ganstar, Andrew, you name it. Everything under the sun, everyone defeated you. And you think you can defeat me? You must be joking, right? Because I'm not. You think I'm gonna come with a slingshot? I had 1 year to prepare for this debate. 1 year to research all about you. I'm coming with a fucking tank.
All right, settle down, Junior. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't even know how to respond to that. It's your prediction. We'll see how the debate goes. I never said you're a dumb imbecile. I just said you're super naive, which is pretty evident given the fact that you thought that Elon Musk was messaging you on Instagram or that Andrew Tate was, like, jealous of you. So, yeah, you are.
Screenshots.
What?
I have screenshots.
Ask what?
No, I have screenshots.
What does he have to do with that at all?
No, I have screenshots of the conversations and of the people who contacted me.
Elon Musk messaging you on Instagram? Torrie, do you really think Elon Musk was messaging you on Instagram?
I met Elon Musk one time, then I really found out it was Martin Short.
Torrie, let me get a clear answer to that. So you really think Elon Musk was messaging you on Instagram?
That account of Elon Musk had 77,000
just answer the question. Do you think Elon Musk was messaging you on Instagram, the real Elon Musk?
I asked him, I was just like, are you sure you're the Elon Musk? And he's like, yeah, why would I be lying about it? So
yeah, because scammers never lie. So what do you, like, I'm asking, you still not answering my question. Do you think that the real Elon Musk was messaging you on Instagram? Oh, the mom is here.
Yeah. I do think it's the real Elon Musk.
Then I completely stand by my statement that you're super naive.
Hey, Tariff, man, just take the L and stop. Like, please, just.
Who's saying that?
That's
me.
Space Dude.
Me. Just, like, retreat, gather your arguments. Stop.
Gather your purpose, man. I don't understand why you're attacking him.
Space Dude is next, dude. He's your next debate. That guy needs it too.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna underestimate me, I had 1 year to research all about you. I only knew you for 1 year.
Well,
Remember that. And
Tariq,
I
you
have
started
so
off
much
as like
information
a
about you.
Tariq, you started off as like a big fanboy. So I what, like, were you a double agent the whole time? You were like actually secretly like against me. You started off as a big fan, so I don't. If you were researching me at that point, it's kind of weird. But yeah, I severely doubt you're going to bring up anything I haven't heard 5 times before. It's going to be like black hole talking points. But yeah, we can go through all of them. I don't mind. But whether I underestimate you or not is irrelevant to the outcome.
Right. I know a lot of. The first time I actually heard about you was through a Red Pillar friend I had. His name is Peter. I'm not gonna disclose much information about him, but he talked about like your programs and like how it's mediocre and like what's your style is such a corny pickup line or whatever, and that it'll never work with women. So that's how I heard about you.
Okay, so some random person who I've never heard of, who I'm pretty sure hasn't even bought my product, doesn't like me. Okay, I don't know what that adds. Wait, are you going to deny the fact that you were a big fan of mine for a long period of time?
I was just a fan of yours for like a year, but I got to know a lot about you over.
You've only known me for a year. That's like 95% of the time.
Let me ask this, Tarif. How old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay, so for 1/25 of your life, you were a fan of it. Okay, I'm just clearing that up. I just want to make sure.
Just for the record, I looked up Elon Musk, and you said it was on Instagram, right?
Yeah, he's got like millions.
There's like so many different fan pages, and a lot of them have thousands upon thousands of followers.
Right.
I can't even find the actual Elon Musk.
He's probably not even on there because he owns X.
I don't think he's actually on there. But yeah, like, this is obvious to anyone who's not super naive. No offense.
There's a lot of accounts.
And I like you, Tarif. I'm just saying, if you got a message from Elon Musk, it was probably not really like, I would bet the farm on the fact that that's probably not Elon Musk.
I would stake my life on the fact that it's not Elon Musk.
I wouldn't stake my life nor my soul on it, but I would bet the farm.
I would stake my life on it. Elon Musk is not messaging random people like, "Hey, what's up, man?" and like trying to start conversations with them. It's just not what Elon Musk is doing.
No.
Nor is that his real account. Elon Musk is not even on Instagram, as far as I believe.
I don't even think he's on it.
To a Nigerian prince and sent him money, and I'm gonna get money back.
You remember like 4 or 5 years ago when they actually caught the Nigerian prince? It was that guy living in like somewhere in California that was.
Sure, we have to agree though on one thing.
It was
if Elon Musk shows up to Terry's debate, it's over. Alex automatically loses.
This
Deal?
is true. Alex, you should just...
I will.
We got this, Terry. Get him.
And say I was wrong about everything.
I got to talk on a Twitter space or an X space with Elon Musk one time. That was kind of cool.
On one of my stories, there's this Cobra Tate account that wished me well on my debate with you.
Yeah, Andrew Tate is not messaging you, like wishing you on debate.
He messaged me in the story, like
Cobra
Tate. Cobra Tate. It's like a Cobra Tate account.
Tarif, just no, just stop. Like,
No, I like Tarif. Nobody's ganging up on Tarif. I'm not going to
banned off.
on Tarif.
no, I'm not.
Well,
I'm not
Tate
trying to
literally
gang
been
up on
banned off.
like you are literally
Hey,
going
hey,
down the
Tarif, if
rabbit
you need
hole
a
that is
shit
so
talking
bad.
coach, Tarif, if you need a shit talking coach, get in touch with me, sir. I come from shit talking communities and stuff like that. I'm not here to do that. I've been very polite since I've been here and tried to be nice to everybody, although there's tons of fucking material, guys. But Tarif, if you need some shit talking, some man coaching here, just get in touch with me, man. I
I'm
will
just
offer
gonna
that
say
up
this.
to you. I will teach you how to do it, sir.
I'm just gonna
You
say
might
this.
want to
Alex,
delay that for a week.
in this debate, you
Just
think you're
quickly,
gonna smoke me, but there's so much
entertainment is not
information
actually.
on the web about me, by the way. But if you're gonna underestimate me and just push that to the side and say, "Oh, I'm just gonna smoke this guy," like when I have like 21 points against you, 21 arguments
Oh
against
my
you,
god.
well, you're clearly mistaken.
That's kind of the thing, though,
I don't know
Tarif, is
why you
that
care.
Alex doesn't typically attack people, and he
Right.
doesn't like go for the jugular, right off the bat. Usually, you have to bring yourself to that level for Alex
Right.
to get there. Alex is, from my interactions with him, from watching him for probably a little longer than you as well.
Right.
Alex gives a lot of people a lot of opportunities. He's very humbled. He's very understanding. And he likes to have conversations to come to an understanding. He
Right.
doesn't just go after people. That's not his style. If this were just Tree 411, I'd say, yes, you have every right to go and attack back. That is her style. But Alex, that's not his way. That's not his way of doing things. And I think something for you to consider going into the debate tomorrow is to have a conversation. Don't try to attack.
Right.
And I think Alex is
Sharif
more
actually
open.
knows this firsthand since he's been on my stream dozens of times. And I've
Yeah.
given him, like countless amount of free advice. So Tarif actually knows that. But anyway, it's either here. Just to quickly iterate, Andrew Tate is banned off Instagram, so that's definitely not neither here or there.
Is there a possible way that a mod in this channel could drop both their channels so I can sub them up and look at these tomorrow before? Like where is this debate happening? I don't want to be in on it or anything, but I want to sit back in the background and
Ashley's
watch.
channel.
Like I don't know, Ashley. I know none of you people.
I'm gonna
Like I
drop
said, I
your-
found you randomly and just sat here and listened for like an hour and was like, I got to jump on there. This is too fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop
Hey,
the
this
link.
is fucking fantastic. I told you guys this space is going to be huge. Our tiny little space. It's fucking awesome.
Is it on a Twitter space or is?
No, it's on YouTube. I'm dropping it in the chat right now. You can
I will
you
sub
just
it
go
up
to
right
the,
now.
the main
I got
chat.
it. I know how to use
I've been in a
YouTube very
million
well.
communities. I've never seen so much drama in one little tiny community like this, Sarah. So you got
yeah, that's
Look, I'm in tons of YouTube communities, and if you can believe it, there's more drama in catfishing communities or homesteading communities, or like there doesn't matter what
okay, not
community
counting
it
the
is.
cat.
It's
Okay, the
insane.
cat people got it. That's it, though.
I have a rule of thumb. I have like a million people, not a million, but I've got a handful of people in my real life that I could argue with, but I come here to have fun. But I do like talking shit, and I'm really good at it, and it's really fun. So I like YouTube. It's fun.
Riggs, why do I feel like Traveling Fools is like you 20 years from now?
Honestly, I probably wouldn't argue that.
He's a lucky guy if it's gonna be, because I got a beautiful wife that loves me and I love her, and yeah, it's a good thing. So
Traveling
going in the
Fools is
right
me
direction.
right now.
He's keeping it a buck, Riggs, just like you.
I like this dude, this traveling guy.
I know,
You're a
I
cool
did
cat,
too.
bro. You good people.
Did you ever pretend to go on gay speed dates 20 years ago? If so,
no, I've never been on a gay date in my life. No.
I went on a
I'm just
sick
checking.
gay speed date earlier, bro. It was lit.
Yeah, he got the win.
That was awkward.
I'm sorry. I'm old school. I'm old school when it comes to everything. I'm very old school. I grew up in the Florida Keys. I am that Florida man that all your mothers warned you about your whole life.
Oh.
And that's just who I am. And I like being that guy.
Hey, Traveling Fools, what mile marker?
What part of Florida do you live in?
We got a place. We have a place in North Georgia. We have a place in Florida. I'm not going to tell you exactly where, and we got a place in Indonesia.
Traveling fools. What mile
I
marker?
live in Miami. That's what I'm
Indonesia.
asking.
What mile marker in the Keys did you grow up in?
What mile marker? I could tell you where. You want to know where exactly? I can't tell you an exact mile marker, but I can tell you where. If you want to know, you ever been to Tavernier? You ever been to Tavernier Key?
Yeah, I grew up in Miami, and my grandparents lived in the Keys, Key
All right,
Largo,
cool.
their whole life.
I love Key Largo.
135.
Okay, cool. Tavernier Key. You ever go to Tavernier Marina?
Yep.
All right. You know, right behind Tavernier Marina, there is a private airstrip right there, and a neighborhood right there on a private airstrip in Tavernier Marina.
Yes.
All right, right there.
Okay. Did you ever go to the Quay?
The Quay.
Yeah.
Sarah, I got to skedaddle. It's almost 5 a.m., but yeah, I just wanted to jump on because you were texting me.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I look forward to our debate on Tuesday. It'll be fun. I'll
Tell
try not
Nadia
to.
say hi. Keep underestimating him, Alex. Keep underestimating him.
Tell Nadia
I
say hi.
will. Actually, I will just now on
Space
purpose
Dude.
super duper underestimate him just for that.
Space Dude, when you ask questions like the Quay, you have to realize you're a lot younger than I. So,
No, I'm not.
What are you?
Bye,
Yes,
Alex.
what do you mean?
Thanks
yes,
for
sir?
Thanks for hopping on, Alex. I appreciate it.
No worries.
I'm not a lot younger than you.
Okay.
And
Okay.
when you lived in the Keys, the Quay was definitely there.
Well, I grew up in the Keys. At the Quay. So we're talking about in the 1970s and 1980s. We're talking about the Quay, and I'm supposed to remember the Quay.
Yeah, the Quay was there.
Okay, well, then go
It
on.
was just that.
Star,
It was just
Star, you
that.
hopped on, and you said you had. Sorry, you're talking about the Quay, and at this point, I don't give a
It's
fuck about
fine.
the
Yeah,
Quay.
right. Me neither.
Yeah. I'm
Star.
good too.
Well, I was going
Hi.
to say, when you Ted Bishop.
Well, I was going to
'cause
address
if you-
what was being said at the time. I walked in, logged back on, and suddenly I'm hearing guys talk using references to Disney fairy tales that are made for children, and then saying, you know, adults believe that crap. Like, who believes crap as an adult that's made for children? Because children are supposed to stay innocent. They grow up and they live an entire lifetime being inundated with bullshit. So why would you even reference that? Number one. Number two, for the married guys on here who seem to think that they can still play game, why do you think you can do that? You're married. You want to know what the
You're
problem was?
targeting me.
I'm targeting who the hell ever was talking about it. The problem in society is you guys want to have it both ways. You want to have the
Somebody
fine print, and you want to be able to edge out of it and do what you want to do on the side, when the problem is really you. So, you know, get some morals. Stop acting like you're not married. You're married. You're off the market. Behave yourself.
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to whoever the hell was saying it. I don't know who was saying it.
Sounds probably me.
I know Space Dude was
He's
saying
talking to both
something.
of us.
I don't even think that dude's really married, to be frank.
Who, me?
No, Space Dude.
No, me.
Oh, Space Dude. Yeah.
I mean, that's
Well,
fine.
even if Space Dude was married, the reason why he says men should be able to flirt is because he actually doesn't get flirted with, but he's like begging for girls to flirt with him, you know, because he doesn't get flirted with. So it's usually the ones who don't receive it that demand it and say that it should be okay. Whereas any, you know, normal, secure man who is married and happily married and, you know, like typically just prefers not to get it. They don't need validation from women to be a man and to know that they still got it.
Are we
Like they don't need that kind of shit.
I understand what you're saying. I
You-
get you.
you
Are
know-
we trying to say that there's still guys out there who don't like to play little Dido games and sneak around?
You,
Come on
you
now.
know what men who don't flirt with other women end up as? Divorced.
No, you're going to keep the way you're going. You're going to end up divorced.
Mhm.
I'll tell you that
Oh,
right now.
and there is a fine
Straight up.
line between that with flirting and like I said, and I did rebuttal a little bit, and I did see somebody say this guy, you know, talks back what he said, and there is a little bit of difference between actually just talking some shit and having a little bit of fun and doing and just being a normal human being and having good banter with people and stuff like that with actual intent. what y'all were bringing up. So I mean, there is
That's
that.
different. That's different. The camaraderie and all that stuff that happens in the workplace and or in the entertainment industry, where it's absolute bullshit and everybody's just blowing smoke up their asses, is quite different than some guy on the street looking to get some attention from some broad because he thinks he deserves something that he doesn't when he's off the fucking market.
Yeah, but you're
Of course, I would never
Yeah.
cheat on my
She's-
wife. I
she's
mean,
conflating
there's
it.
not a chance
I'm
in
not
hell. We
conflating
got.
anything.
No, you're conflating it with like actively going.
Let me ask you this,
and
Space
trying to
Dude.
find
You
something.
look like you would just walk into a grocery store right straight into that goddamn cucumber aisle, and the goddamn ladies would just be falling all over you. I mean, you really do. I mean, you give off those vibes. So,
Do
I
it?
mean, does that happen to you every other day, or yeah, you know?
No, I mean, I carry myself a certain way, and it, you know, people like it, I guess. I'm not like actively going out and just trying to be like top dog bullshit or whatever, but people.
Well, I mean,
feel
you could brag about the split level house.
I don't. That's only because this is what.
Or are
is
you in the
available
basement?
here. Nah, this is the.
You could turn left and be in a basement. I'm not sure.
This is the
You
main
got
floor
decisions, honey.
of a 3-level house.
2.5.
Space Dude married?
Yeah.
I thought he putted from the rough.
No, I've been married for almost 15 years.
To a woman?
No
Yes.
idea.
Exactly what I said. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And I'm Bin Laden.
It's cool.
I'm joking. God damn it.
But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I don't.
This really isn't. I'm new to this community. Is this a shit talking community? I mean, or not?
Pretty much.
Yeah,
Well,
actually,
Traveling Fools.
Bringing it out.
So Traveling
sorry.
Fools, the great thing I think about my channel is that the vinyl community comes in here as well, and they talk a lot of music, and they actually collect vinyls, but they have a lot of great stories about musicians and bands. David Donnelly, who was on here earlier, you might have missed him, but always a fan favorite. And this is actually like everybody that's on this screen. Some of these people I've never even met, I've never talked to, I've never interacted with. Some of them I have, and and then some of them, like yourself, just so happen to find the stream and pop on. So I think that's what the great thing about this channel is, and it's I kind of sit in the manosphere because of the content and topics I do, but I've slowly worked really hard at networking outside of that and worked my way to where I'm expanding that horizon. So
Are you on Twitter?
I have a Twitter, but I don't tweet a lot.
Was David Donnelly the musician guy, the guy that's probably a little bit older than me, but that's like, yeah, he was cool. I was watching for like 2 hours before I even
Oh, okay.
chimed
Okay.
in.
So yes.
Yeah, I didn't come in from nowhere. I just came in with questions,
Right, but like you weren't originally subscribed to me. You're not in the manosphere
now.
originally. Yeah, you are now, but before, like you weren't, like you just came across us.
Yeah, I just hit live on YouTube. Other people were boring. They were arguing over, nonsense drama going on in some other communities. And I was like, fuck this. Let me see what's on YouTube. I just saw your page.
That's kind of cool. You hopped in this bitch randomly though, like just
I'm
fucking.
not
I'll click
scared.
it.
So
I've like talked into these things my whole life for, and done stuff like this. So I'm not scared of a microphone or, talking to people.
The Nigerian prince, that's him.
Yeah.
My
been sent by the Nigerian prince.
my parents played in a band in Miami from the early 80s to about like 94.
What band was it? Like
they were just a cover band,
like Gloria Stefan shit.
No, like hair metal shit.
Okay.
And then they played with Johnny Depp's band actually for a couple years in Miami, and him and some of his girls used to like babysit me in clubs. My parents were terrible people, and So while they were playing, they would babysit me in these fucking venues, and that's like my story to an extent. Except my dad looks exactly like Slash from Guns N' Roses, so he was just fucking every woman in sight because they thought he was Slash. And
Cool.
as you can imagine, my mom was not happy about that. and
No,
and
that's
if,
cool.
And if Sarah wants to see it, I'll send her.
So, do you play music?
Yeah, I've been playing drums for about 25 years.
Ah, cool. Do you play the skin flute?
Uh,
I was gonna say he likes beating on things, but
I think
you know.
I think every dude does.
The male organ?
You read my mind.
The male organ? The diccolo, the tromboner, you know.
Oh my God, it keeps going.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm a classical musician, so you know. I know all the
very
jokes.
Oh,
That's
well, you would
impressive.
blend right in with our vinyl community people then, because you guys could all, you know.
Hey, you know,
swap
the
stories.
first album I ever bought, I went to Turtle Records when I was a kid, and I bought Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA, and I bought Huey Lewis and the News. And I went home and took them home and played them on my Mickey Mouse record player. Yes, that is a fact.
All right,
That
so
really
Sarah,
did happen.
since
Real quick, Space Dude. Just for the panelists and the viewers, I'm gonna let this go about 10 more minutes because I am barely hanging on with a thread. I'm so tired. It's 5 o'clock in the morning for me, and we've been going for 7.5 hours.
East Coast problems. East Coast problems.
East Coast problems, totally for sure. But yeah, go ahead, Space Dude.
I was gonna say, what is your favorite vinyl? Since this is originally a vinyl stream.
Well, I'm not a vinyl person. That's the thing.
Well, it's a vinyl stream. I'm not a vinyl person.
That's not what I said. I said.
I think if you could have any vinyl that would be the coolest vinyl, and I have this vinyl, but I think if you could have any vinyl that would be the coolest vinyl to ever sit down on a record player and actually play would be Led Zeppelin 2. I think that would be the coolest vinyl to sit down and do that. Either that or something by Neil Diamond.
Space Dude, are you coming to the debate or not?
Am I what?
Are you attending the debate with Tara versus Alex?
Well, yeah, that's his boyfriend. He's got to go support his man.
I'm not fucking attending any debates. Well,
You're not coming to the fucking debate? Are you serious?
Oh,
you talked all that shit and you're not even going to come?
No, I literally said the whole time that these debates are fucking stupid. So why would I show up?
So you're going to be the first one logging in. You watch this shit.
Nope.
Tariff, what do you think about that?
Coogs is like a
it's his choice.
WWF
No, I don't
promoter
care.
in the 90s.
What do you think
Sunday.
Now, wait a minute. Flow State just came in here. This must be why I found you guys. God damn it.
Tariff, show him your promo. He's already got a promo for the debate. Show him the promo.
I'm out. I'm out.
Flow State, I just got a membership. Like, I received an email letting me know I had like got gifted a membership to their channel, but I have to go check out the channel because I don't think I've interacted with Flow State before. Or maybe I did, and maybe on Speakeasy for debate or something, but it just kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, I'm grateful. Thank you very much. I will go check everything out, and I always like to promote people as well.
He says he thinks he found them from me. No, Flow State. I have no idea how I get here. I guess somehow we're tied to each other, and that's why we found ourselves here. But either way, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. You guys have been awesome all night long. I hope your argument tomorrow night, and I hope you all quit eating that goddamn tofu and soy and shit like that. Man up, motherfuckers, man up.
Traveling Fools. One quick question. How do you feel
at this
about
stage I can beat you all in an arm wrestling match. Dear God.
How do you feel about the Pixies' Doolittle album?
Pixies?
Like the Pixies?
Yeah.
Way back?
Yeah.
I was never a huge fan, but it was okay music. I'm not that wasn't really my jive. I mean, just being honest.
You didn't go through the grunge era, I guess.
No, I loved the grunge era, but I didn't. The Pixies weren't. I mean, if you wanted to go Cranberries or you wanted to go like Alice in Chains, you want to go Jar of Flies or something like that album, talk about that, that would be cool. But the Pixies, I'm not a huge fan.
I mean, they were the parents of those bands, but reasonable.
Well, and not necessarily. There's been a lot of parents that have produced children that are a lot better than
Hey,
them.
Sarah, where's Ashley, by the way?
Pixies weren't my favorite, just being honest. I know what you're talking about, but I'm not a huge Pixies fan.
She's probably on a date or something.
Sarah, thanks for having me up. I really do appreciate it. Y'all have a great night. I do look forward to that debate tomorrow night. I hope I find a time to tune into it.
Yeah, definitely tune in, and you're always welcome back to the channel, and you know, I look forward to chatting with you another time, whether it be on panel or in the chat.
I would like to chat again like this on a more intelligent basis. That would be really fun.
It usually is, but unfortunately, we've got the night crew coming in here.
Yeah, I think we could have had more fun on a more intelligent basis.
Yeah,
but you know,
I think
somebody like Corky Thatcher in here, and here we are. So you know.
Well, traveling fools, you have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I look forward to many more conversations.
You too, guys, and peace out. Y'all have a great one.
Bye. Ian, you're next on the list. Would you like to go ahead and give your last thoughts? We'll go ahead and start closing everybody out.
You know, I have to agree with Traveling Fools in that I wish it was more intellectual. Because the shit throwing, I mean, it only goes so far. I guess only one person can be king at the end of that, and no one really learns. I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. At the end of the day, like, we don't really get anywhere, right? If we're just slinging mud, it's not a good conversation to have, you know. If you're not having a conversation, like, what's your purpose? Well, thank you, Ian, for joining tonight. I know you and I, this is our first time being introduced as well, but I'm very happy to see you here and glad that you're able to join the stream and provide your input as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Space Dude, closing thoughts.
This is literally the first time I've ever joined a stream. I saw the StreamYard link and I was like, fuck it, join in. YouTube shit throwing is ridiculous. Nothing gets done with it. It's just like, pick a team. Everybody shows up to a stream on their team and nobody ever changes their mind. So it's kind of stupid, especially when like people in the stream are just like, oh, you know, like they're fucking like kayfabing like pro wrestlers, like, oh, you know, I'm part of this team and, you know, I'm going to debate this dude and we're going to throw down in the ring on Sunday. And then, you know, somebody's going to come out. No, nobody comes out ahead. Everybody leaves on their sides where they started with. And it's fucking stupid. Nobody wins. Both of you come out looking like idiots. And so, you know, just make your lives better instead of fucking arguing on YouTube. That's about it.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And especially if you don't have a sound moderation or the ability to have a translator per se, because not everybody speaks the same towards one another. And if you're speaking, you know, I my one rule is you first must learn to understand before you can expect to be understood. And most people, especially in this space, I feel like forget that. And, you know, it doesn't really allow for any room in a conversation at all.
Yeah.
And nobody wins.
Yeah, and I came in just asking you like just parenthood questions. Like I understand being a single mother is different than being a married parent. And so I just wanted to get your point of view. But when it goes into clown show, like I'm gonna laugh at you because you're a clown. Like not you personally, but the other people who are just like, oh, YouTube fights. And I'm just like, okay, cool story, guys.
But it's clickbait and it brings viewers,
Yeah.
right?
No, yeah, you're making your money, so
Right.
do what you do, girl.
Right. Well, thanks, Space Dude, for joining. And we're always welcoming people, whether they agree or disagree or calls ruckus or not on here. So thank you for stopping by, and
No problem.
feel free to join anytime. Cougs, you're next. Final thoughts. Oh, and Garuda, I see in the sorry, Cougs. Garuda, I see in the back, but we're actually closing out, baby doll. So catch us on the next stream, sweetheart. Okay, but I don't want to add anybody else just to add more time on the ticker. Go ahead, Cougs.
I just want to say Space Dude's closing statement was the most asinine thing I've ever heard. The panel's all dumber for hearing this guy. First of all, he came in like an hour and a half way too late. This is a very well thought out stream. We actually had a pre-debate trial prep for Tarif versus Alex. You had several people on the panel that were very intellectual, well thought out, and they challenged him and proved that a lot of his 21 points were invalid and not as well thought out, and it was a good prep. It was excellent, and you were involved too on that, Sarah, and you did a good job cross-examining him. And Space Dude rolls in not knowing fucking what shit's up, what shit's down. He doesn't know shit, and he fucking rolls in and says it's stupid. Yet he's the one that's in it. Okay? That was phenomenal. And by the way, when he got there, we were trying to go over all the points, and we were trying to figure out which ones he should eliminate. It was very strategic, and he just ruined everything. That's what I got.
It's so far beyond. I hope she sees this, bro, because she's literally seeing this.
Oh,
bro.
shut up, Space Dude. Cougs, I love you. You are the troll of all trolls, my friend. Space Dude can't even recognize it. He's so new to this shit, he can't even recognize it. He doesn't even recognize it. Oh, I got too tired for this shit. Thank you, Cougs. Thank you, Cougs, for joining. I think, Cougs, this is the first time you've joined my stream, actually.
And plus, he underestimates Tarif.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Underestimates Tarif.
Yeah. But, Cougs, this is the first time you've popped on here, right? With me?
And it's been a minute.
But on my stream though, I've always interacted with you on Ashley or other people's. But this is
Well,
the first time.
used to have this. You guys used to share the same channel, so that's why.
Yeah, essentially, I guess. But yeah, no,
I'll get notifications.
Yeah, well, turn your bell on, bitch.
It doesn't work in Space Dude's hacked my shit. He's trying to keep me out of it because I'm making shit real.
Well, either way, I'm so glad to have you, and you bring such intellectual, thoughtful, analytical talking points to the screen. And gosh, we just had such a smooth conversation tonight. It was so intelligent.
I'm so glad I showed up too. If I didn't, Space Dude would have fucking continued to derail the whole thing.
Damn.
Oh, Mark. I love you. All right, Riggs, close out yourself, baby.
Oh, hell of a night. Definitely interesting. Definitely interesting as time went on. But no, it was fun shooting the shit with all you motherfuckers. It always is. Always is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's all you got. I'm really, I do believe the traveling fool is you in 20 years. I mean, he even kind of spoke like you a lot too. So.
Yeah, When I was listening to him at first, and then the shit he was saying, I was like, "That's kind of my kind of motherfucker." He seems like a solid dude. You know what I mean? He's enjoying life, so hopefully I could be. Yeah, hopefully I could be as happy as that when I'm his age. So,
yeah, he's cool. He's cool. I liked him.
Yeah, he's a cool cat.
Well, thanks again, Riggs, for tuning in. I always enjoy having you on. You don't always chime in, but when you do, it's always keeping it a buck. So
always.
Tarif, close yourself out, baby.
All right. So if Alex thinks he's gonna come into this debate with barely any points against me, he's clearly mistaken that he's gonna defeat me in this debate because I'm gonna smoke him with these 21 points, and I'm gonna prove that I'm not just some naive kid who can be who's placating to his nonsense, and I'll prove to him that I can win in debate, and I'm not gonna put up with his teasing anymore.
Fair enough. And I hope you go and you fight the good fight tomorrow.
Absolutely. No, it's on Tuesday. Sorry.
Oh, my apologies. On Tuesday, I hope you go and you fight the good fight. And I hope that you feel like you can get everything off your chest on Tuesday night, and that you and Alex both come away with a happy conclusion. No
Right.
matter what you agree to, I hope it works out for both of you.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And Space Dude will come to his senses and be in your corner, bud. You got this.
Down.
Jorge.
Yeah. Just want to say this was fun. Definitely a highlight of my day. And I wanted to ask you, do you have a schedule when you stream, or do you just stream whenever you feel like it?
Yeah, so typically, Thursday nights for sure, Monday nights for sure, Saturday nights, the sip-in streams I'm going to try to make it consistent. It just, a lot of it varies around my kids' schedules and what they have going on. But so essentially Monday, Thursday, Saturday nights.
Okay, sounds good.
But I always like to post my live streams in advance. So usually like probably tomorrow I'll have the week pinned out, so you'll be able to hit the bell on them and stuff and prepare for them. Start hydrating now for next week. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, thank you for having me, Sarah. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I always appreciate everybody coming on, and even if they have different perspectives, or even if they're trying to grill me on silly things,
Right.
that's what we're all here for, is to have a community of conversation and try to get through the misunderstandings and things of that nature.
Exactly. Well, thank you again. Have a good night.
You're most welcome, and you as well, Mr. Star.
I don't really have a closing statement other than it was a pleasure being on your show, and I look forward to getting more familiar with the vinyl side of the culture here.
Yeah, they'll definitely be on Monday and Thursdays. I think tonight just kind of went a little late, and because they were on it obviously in the beginning, but definitely my Monday, Thursday streams, they're usually tuned in, and I mean, even last week I had nothing but vinyl community on. So, and if you want to know where to start, go to the Rachel's Ghost. It is a channel. It's called Rachel's Ghost, and that's where I kind of tapped in, and that's where all of the vinyl community heads to every day in the morning, every day. So,
sounds good.
Yeah,
thank you.
Absolutely. You're welcome, and thank you, Star, for coming on as well. I know you're one of Torsha's fans, and you're always over there. You're also a mod. I've seen you on there before. I've seen you in the chat, so it's good to actually, be able to interact with you on screen. So it's always a pleasure. So thank you. You are welcome anytime as well. I do hope to see you again, because I don't think you got to say too much tonight, but I'd love to hear more.
No, I didn't.
I'd love to hear more.
Yeah,
yeah. Maybe we'll do like a girl talk or something.
That would be fun.
Yeah,
Have a good evening.
Those. Yeah, you as well. And to the chat, because the chat always wins every time. We're only here for you because of you, and we do this to entertain you. So are you not entertained? I think you are, because you're still here, all of you motherfuckers. But
Sarah Star would like to know when the debate is.
Tuesday on Not Your Everyday Ashley. I think I dropped it in the thing, but Not Your Everyday Ashley XOXO. That's the actual channel that it'll be on Tuesday. I don't think she has it pinned yet, like for the stream. But
look forward to seeing her.
For sure. But for everybody that watches, you're the reason why I do this. I love creating content for you. Tonight was a lot of content, almost 8 hours worth of it, way beyond my reach. But I'm so grateful that I had excellent panelists in the chat to keep us going. And another big shout out to Torshaa, because, I asked if she would come co-host this with me. and she was all fair game for it. So from, your favorite bartenders back to you, I think we had some pretty good conversations, and I don't know, the wheels went round and it worked out very well. So outside of that, I hope everybody has a wonderful rest of their weekend, and I hope you all stay out of trouble and you all get some sleep tonight. I love you all.
I needed a birth control that could keep up with my lifestyle.
Because I could deal with cramps, but not something cramping my style.
That's why we chose Nuva Bling.
The discreet yet diamond-encrusted ring that inserts neatly into the vagina.
It's pizzazz that slides right up into my choach.
Plus, you can customize Nuva Bling by adding your own fierce and glamorous charms. And instead of throwing Nuva Bling away each month, you can reuse it as jewelry.
So wow up that womb.
Glam up that clam.
And shine up that shine.
With Nuva Bling!
Say goodbye to the same old birth control with Nuva Bling.
And yeah, it does hurt.